The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history. There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol! No, 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 wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp. Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
But finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh, my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? In this series, we are making regular visits to 9 country houses, all rather different, but all with timeless qualities that make them irresistible to the casual visitor. Whether it's a winding gravel drive or a sweeping staircase, we like a country house to feel like nothing has changed for generations. Even better, when the surrounding countryside is equally unspoilt. And in a particularly beautiful part of England, the celebrated landscape of the Cotswolds is where King Charles chose to make a country home for himself, at Highgrove. And barely 2 miles away lies the Elizabethan manor house of Chavenage. Built in local Cotswold stone, Chavenage glows in the warm summer sun. In looks, at least, it is the quintessential English country house. But looks can be deceiving. There is something thoroughly modern going on at Chavenage.
You'll find no estate owner has a smart car.
It's a Skoda.
Every estate owner has dents.
Why is that?
The worse the car, the smarter you are. That's how we've always seen it.
I don't think that's true.
For over 130 years, the estate has been home to the Loseley Williams family.
We do love it, absolutely. It's a great house.
Chavenage and its 2,000 acres has now passed to its latest custodians.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, you go.
OK. We are currently standing in the Barn Cafe where Em and I...
Our first joint venture.
Our first joint venture.
This is a time of great change at Chavenage.
Come on in.
So this is it. This is the beauty. This was actually the cattle shed. My grandmother had it. This is all kind of like her farmyard. Ah, devil.
James took over running the estate just 2 years ago, before he and Emma were married last year. They haven't moved into the main house yet.
She's very sweet. So we'll be moving from the 2-bed bungalow to a sort of 6-7 bed, grade 1 listed manor house.
You're standing in kind of the Great Hall. My grandmother and grandfather had that as their living room.
James grew up at Chavenage, whereas Emma is just getting to know the house.
But this is very much unchanged for 300-400 years.
Yeah,
There's plenty for the couple to take on board.
that looks good.
My worst nightmare is leaks. Emma's worst nightmare is something else.
My worst nightmare is this.
No, this is not nice. This is not nice. Go and look in there. Go and look in there. That's not right. No, not that one. That one. That's not nice, is it?
That's my doll.
Once we do the renovation, this could be a lovely room, but there's just something about it, and it's that doll. Gets me every time. Every time. Come.
James and Emma may be running the show, but life at Chavenage is also a family affair.
I'm Caroline Loser-Williams, and I'm James's aunt. My parents inherited the house when they were given it as a wedding present in 1958. Dad had a lovely thing of saying he was born in the house and died in the house.
James's other aunt, Joanna, also lives on the estate, looking after catering. There's also James's father, George.
James and Emma moving into the house is definitely a new era.
Da da da.
The house lends itself to people being here. It doesn't like being empty. It's got a kind of spirit that needs people and energy.
That may be true, but there are parts of Chavenage to which people rarely venture.
I don't know why there are so many chairs in here, but I call it the room of chairs. The ghostly part of the house.
No one slept in these rooms in 200 years.
Yeah, so this is, people have had quite a few different ghostly experiences within these sort of 2 rooms of the house. And you do actually walk in and the temperature drops.
It's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
Em won't come in on her own.
No.
I was brought up in a room that had to be exorcised twice over the years. And I spent the first 17 years of my life living in a room that had really quite kind of ghostly feel about it. And it was very uncomfortable.
This is going to be our bedroom.
It's very exciting.
This is our
You've
most
got to have a
exciting.
bit of vision in this house. You've got to sort of forget the brown carpet, and it's going to be a big job. James thinks we can do it in 6 months, and I said, no chance.
100%.
James and Emma is probably the best news we've had. My father very much wanted to have the family remain in the house.
This was painted pink and blue because it was a nursery, but behind the pink and blue is all this incredible oak panelling, so this whole room is oak panelling, so we're going to bring it back to its former glory.
We are indeed. This takes us through into the bathroom.
Just you wait until you see this bathroom.
Why are you laughing?
No, I just love it. We can have a nice, freestanding bath.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Bit of vision, bit of vision. Bit of vision.
So that when people are in the...
James and Emma have now given up their old jobs and are throwing themselves into the challenge of transforming how Chavenage makes money.
Would I say we're cash poor? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm not sitting here with mountains of cash to be able to fund the place. We are hand to mouth right now. You know, being totally honest with you, it costs about £350,000, £400,000 just to keep the place going every year. So we've got to find innovative ways to generate revenue.
Yeah, you just never want to be the generation that doesn't make it work.
One thing is for certain, they are not short of ideas.
Plan is to make this a yoga studio. And you're going to come in reception here, then you're going to step up and then into the big space. This is all going to be oak floor where you've got your mats, windows redone, light panelled roof, up lights around the walls to show off the stonework.
I will support them as much as I can going forward. There are bits of what they're doing which I don't really understand.
Up top, we're going to have like a WeWork space or a snug area.
But their heart is in the right place, and you can see James, you know, if you cut him in half, he's got the word Chavenage written like a stick of rock.
Yeah, it could be amazing. We can do different events. We can hold retreats, yoga, Pilates retreats, wellness retreats. So it'd be really nice to do mums classes and things like that. So there's so much you can do once the space is renovated.
Never liking to sit still for long, James and Emma have one project they're getting started with right away.
We love saunas.
It's true, we do love it.
And we thought it'd be a really nice addition to the cafe business. And we have the perfect spot for it on site, which is sort of in the field opposite our cafe.
In a few weeks' time, the hope is that Windmill Field will become home to a luxury sauna pod with its own cold plunge pool.
What we're basically doing here is turning field into money.
Yeah.
The plan is you're turning a horse field that generates no money into a sauna field that potentially can generate you a profit. Now is our opportunity to try and convert on this business. It's a trend that's coming on, and we need to jump on trends, otherwise we're gonna fall behind. Right. Have you got the measuring tape?
The first task is to measure out where the sauna unit and its changing room will go.
Here you go. I'll take the measuring tape. Right, off we go.
Sort of horse poo in this field.
Will it work? We've got no idea. Is it a bit of a risk? Absolutely. Are the older generation going to like it? Probably not.
Just outside Tetbury in the Cotswolds, James and Emma Losley-Williams are tackling a new money-making project on their Chavenage estate. Across the road from the main house, Windmill Field will soon become home to a luxury sauna.
So it's going to look like that.
I've originally wanted it to be in the cafe yard, but I think when people are sort of changing, they want a quiet experience, this is a much better position and still not too far away from the cafe. And I think whoever's coming to use the sauna won't mind a sort of lovely stroll through the fields to get to the cafe. So hopefully it's going to work out okay. We're praying. This is the sauna deck. It's a multi-person sauna, so you can fit 8 people in this sauna. It's got an internal window and a glazed door leading out to the deck here. It's got ice bath on the decking, so we're going to put in 2 ice baths.
Buying the sauna outright would cost James and Emma £35,000, so they have agreed a trial run with the manufacturer.
I'll do the numbers. Okay.
They'll be renting the sauna for £1,400 per month.
Best case scenario, right? We're doing it for 10 hours a day. We open in 10 hours a day, the sauna. 8 hours a day. No, but like 10 hours for ease of numbers.
No, because it's not realistic.
Okay.
Your business plans aren't realistic.
Right, 8 hours a day. So let's say we have 4 people an hour instead of 8 on average. So let's say 4 times 15 equals 60. 60 times 8 equals £480 a day, 7 days a week. So times that by 7 equals 3,360. Times that by 4, £13,440 a month with it half full.
So the figures do look good.
Which is exciting. That makes me feel a bit better, actually.
So this is our planning.
Plot.
This is our planning plot. So from here,
So the first bit is basically putting in the infrastructure before the sauna actually arrives.
Let's stick that in there. Still looks small. Don't you think?
I think it won't look small once
But
it's
it must
in.
be right. It's going to take a bit of hard work to kind of build the infrastructure, but hopefully we can offer something slightly different in nature.
This is going to be so lovely.
Ideally, we wouldn't have electrical power wires over the top of the sauna.
I'm so excited for it to arrive. It's actually arriving quite soon, so we do need to get our acts together.
And more than that, there's a few people who need to be brought up to date with the plans.
Well, I haven't actually told the older members of the family, the previous generation, what we're up to here. So it's going to be a slight surprise. But let's just say they're not really the sauna-going spa wellness types.
Round here, there are probably about 4 days a year when you would want to wander around in a field, in your slippers, going to a sauna.
Yeah, I think the older generation might...
They might turn their nose up at it.
They might think we're being a bit crazy.
They might turn their nose up at it.
Yeah.
But, hey...
You can tell them, you can tell them.
We can't be led by the previous generation. We still have to be innovative and we still have to, you know, we still have to figure our own way out. I think it's wise that we just get the matriarch, my Aunt Caroline, see if this is a good idea.
She's going to say maybe it's a weird idea, but...
I don't know if Caroline's the sauna goer. Hi, Caroline.
Hi, Joe.
Sorry to take you away from... What email are you writing?
Oh, I'm just sending out bills. Invoices is my favourite bit of the day.
Well, that's it. You know, we're trying to diversify the estate.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, if we can put in, bear with me on this, a movable sauna.
A what?
A sauna.
You mean we're going to have naked people running around hitting each other with birch roots?
8 people, £15 an hour per hour, hopefully profiting 2-3 grand a month.
I believe it when I see it, James. I absolutely believe it when I see it. People expect a sort of 5-star hotel thing and they step out and have sting nettle or something like that. I mean, it's not as easy as you think.
I mean, I'm thinking outside the box.
Well, it's a bit different to traditional Cotswold managing sheep, I suppose. You always need a hook to hook people, and that could be it.
So 1, 2, 3...
But I wonder how many people go in the sauna at the same time. He seems to think there'll be quite a lot.
5...
I think it will work, but I don't know. Watch this space.
Wait.
And we will, Caroline. We most certainly will.
That's it. So there we go.
Where do you want it to go?
It is always fascinating to see what each generation brings to a family. Most of our houses have been owned by generations of the same family, usually handed from father to son and occasionally, I'm glad to say, to daughter. The whole Loseley-Williams family, however, decided that running Chavenage should pass straight from James's grandfather to James himself, skipping a generation entirely and putting a classic country house in unusually youthful hands. A bold move, and bravo to them, all I say. But not all country houses have been in the same family for hundreds of years. 250 miles north of Chavenage is a remarkable property that was never even intended to be a family home. Just 4 miles from the cathedral city of Durham is a home whose remarkable medieval history is matched by its most unusual recent history. Mighty Branspeth Castle, whose owners once plotted to overthrow Elizabeth I. Built as a stone fortress in the 14th century, it was enlarged and turned into the most imposing of country houses in the 19th century.
Never throw away a scrap of wood, it might come in handy.
Today, it's the unusual home of Tom and the extended Dobson family.
Yeah, one of the killers of living in a large building. You know, if you live in a 2 up, 2 down with a shed out the back, I'd guess that you've probably got a 30-yard walk. To get any, if you want any gear out your shed, it's a 30-yard walk anywhere in your house. Here, it's getting on a kilometre round trip by the time you've gone all the way up and down the stairs and round the houses. And doing that 3 or 4 times, that's knackering. That's before you've even started the job.
Luckily for Tom, he's part of a remarkable family team. Wife Uli runs the Branspeth Castle Cafe.
A little bit more space behind the counter would be nice.
And regularly helping out are siblings Pip and Claire. Claire's husband Mark. Aunt Elizabeth is in the kitchen.
One of the problems is that the oven slopes back to front, so one has to do a sort of strategic allowing of flow of cake mixture from front to back, which is not brilliant.
And Uncle Oliver on cone duty. At the heart of all things Branspeth are Tom's parents, Richard and Alison.
But as you come around the corner, you'll be able to see what the medieval castle looked like. This is a beautiful angle where the 3 towers come together. You also see my brother's washing, but never mind.
The extended Dobson family have called Branspeth their home for almost 50 years, but it's become more than just a family affair.
I've actually made 2 samples.
Living and working here are the likes of dressmaker Jasmine,
Technical drawings.
We can solve the problem by just forgetting about
Martin, the actor,
what's going to be there.
and James, the organ builder. But despite this castle collective all getting stuck in, one feels they have their hands full.
Ooh, that's actually heavier than I thought it was going to be.
Tom is often put in charge of castle repairs, a role he's now happy to share with James, who moved into the castle a year ago as a paying tenant.
You know, as you can see, it's a monumental structure. Everything you can think of that could happen with a property needs doing here.
Walk and talk, James. This box doesn't get any lighter.
Today, they're tackling a castle window. Now, a typical British home boasts 8 to 10 windows. I would say Branspeth has rather more.
I've never actually counted how many windows we've got. Lots.
What's not in doubt is that this 1820s sash window is in need of some love and attention.
The nails are basically down there. Oh, yep.
James and Tom are both organ builders by trade. The difference is that Tom is well used to how life at Branspeth works. It's been his home his entire life.
We have this sort of a community sort of feel at the castle.
Right, well, over to you.
Where people do want to muck in and help.
I wouldn't stand on that. I never assume anything is going to go smoothly in this place.
They'll see it and go, ooh, what are you doing? You shouldn't be doing that. 201 years old, and here I am, jimmying it with a crowbar.
Tom knows this only too well, that what appears to be the most simple thing is generally turns into a challenge. All the time. Hey. Nope. There we go.
And there's the bottom of the nail. Handing these over to James, I think.
Getting it out is great. It's an enormous step forwards in working through what could turn into a host of windows all over the place. And obviously, in this condition, it is going to be a bit of a challenge. First thing is just sort of kind of assessing what can be saved, if you like, and what can't. Things like these glazing bars, they'll all be used as patterns to make matching pieces to go in. But all this sort of like nails and everything that's been cobbled in over the years has got to be just carefully removed. Yes, it's going to be an interesting little challenge.
He's able to focus on that one area. It allows that project to come to fruition while all the firefighting can still be happening.
I would estimate this could all be done in a couple of weeks. But it is a process, and that's one window out of loads of windows.
Just the nature of the beast, which happens to be a 200-plus room stone beast.
Oh, it's looking remarkably solid at the top.
Oh, I hate castles. It's definitely airy. That's just the start of the project. Yes, I'm pleased to see it out. I'm even happy to see it back in.
Being the custodian of an historic country house is an absolute privilege, but it's also a responsibility, because your home has had a role in not just local, but sometimes even national history. Our next house has certainly played its part in our national story. And despite being centuries old, it also looks immaculate. Just south of Rugby, Ashby Manor is at the very heart of the country. It's the eye-catching home of its Australian owner, Nova Guest.
Come on, dogs, let's go. Come on. So this is Mimi and Mabel, named after previous chatelaines of the house. They are very good company, and they're mostly good. So behind me is Ashby Manor House. It's a mishmash of architectural styles, really. Elizabethan, certainly Edwardian. At its core, probably around 900 years old. And there's always been a house on this site. So it was in the Book of Doomsday, for example.
Nova and her husband Henry have lived at Ashby for 10 years, but Henry's family can trace their history here to 1903.
Around 10 years ago, when Henry's cousin was selling the house, we didn't really know what we were doing, but we both felt this really strong urge to keep it in the family, because we'd been married here and, you know, we were sort of really sad that it was going to be sold. And so we quite naively, and luckily we didn't think through it too much, because we probably wouldn't have bought it if we'd really thought about what was going to be entailed, we bought it.
Rash decision or not, Nova is clearly in her element at Ashby, bringing her love of art, design, and interiors to a centuries-old country house.
I used to fantasize about making the house a home, actually. I remember years ago thinking, gosh, I'd do that or that. So when this opportunity came, felt like I could really make it a wonderful home. If you come through here, this is such an example of me not knowing what I was doing, not confident enough to sort of use printed fabric. So I just thought, if we just do very lovely, plain upholstered sofas and keep it very sort of simple and calm, it's going to feel modern, it's going to feel like it's just been done, and it's an exciting time for the house. You know, it's going to give it a new direction. In the house, there was no furniture. We had a blank canvas, and I wanted to have comfortable seats at every turn, books to read, flowers in the house. I grew up in Western Australia, I've always had a love for Aboriginal art, and I thought the Great Hall would be a wonderful showcase of that. That has brought that to life, all that colour, and I feel like the house is smiling. We wanted to do something a little bit different to what other houses were doing, and I think it feels quite unique to other places. My mother was rather unusual. We grew up on the beach in Western Australia, and she was probably one of the rare people that bought Georgian furniture and had an English country garden in the middle of, you know, the sand and the desert. Always had that love of English interiors in me. So the truth is, I'm in my element here. I love decorating the house.
But these wonderful interiors haven't just been for Nova and her family to enjoy. They're part of a fresh approach to making the house pay for itself.
I think we're going to get everyone to come in through the front door, and then I'm going to take them through to the music room, and then we'll end the tour with a tea and coffee and cake through here. I started very quickly to try and create a country house weekend experience, that we could sort of curate wonderful weekends for people to come and enjoy the house and grounds. It was the first time the house had been open for exclusive hire, so that was a new thing. This house had never been run as a business before. So here we are in the music room. Back in the day, this room was, you know, lined heavily with tapestries and probably felt quite different to how it does now. It's really about generating revenue for this house to keep it going, to keep repairing and paying for everything. That's our way of looking after it. Come on, girls, let's go. Come on, babes. Come on.
The main house at Ashby may look ready for a photo shoot, but there's no shortage of other buildings to look after.
Here's our wonderful St Ledegarius church. It's a Norman church, so it's been there for 1,000 years. And then you can see also the Ipswich wing, which is a Tudor building attached to the site. And there is another whole manor house down the north facade. And then we have the gatehouse, and then another cottage over there. It's in quite a terrible state now. So it's a bit of a dumping ground for various pieces of garden equipment. This house has so much more than just the main house. Even the buildings that aren't actually in use, they need to be repaired. So, you know, it's, it goes, One of our big projects this summer is the gatehouse. The thing we're famous for. It's quite amazing to think when you go in, who walked those stairs?
The answer to that question becomes easier when you know the gatehouse's more common name. It's known as the plot room.
It's been locked up and forgotten about, and it's such an important part of English history, so it'd be really great to fix it all up.
The plot room placed Ashby at the heart of one of the most famous moments in British history, the 1605 gunpowder plot, overseen by Ashby's owner, Robert Catesby.
The manor house was owned by Robert Catesby, namely his mother. So Robert was the mastermind behind the gunpowder plot, and he recruited all these notable, infamous figures that we know, including Guy Fawkes. They used to meet. Above me is the Tudor room, the plot room. It was considered a really good meeting point because it had a view each side. You could see, you know, anyone coming in. It had a good view, you know, of all directions.
Catesby, Fawkes and their co-conspirators mapped out an outrageous plan to blow up the House of Lords. Their goal was to kill the Protestant King James I, his Privy Council, and most of the Protestant aristocracy.
And here they were, plotting away. Come and have a look. It's pretty exciting when you're in there, because you feel the weight of history. as you walk the stairs, actually.
The Catesbys had long been one of England's most prominent Catholic families, but Robert was leading them in the most militant of directions.
So here we are, window on window, very good view of sort of, you know, anyone looking or what was going on outside.
Despite the severity of what was discussed here, it's said Robert's biggest concern was his ageing mother. One reason for holding meetings in this gatehouse was so she would have no idea what he was up to.
It does draw one here, you know, it has a bit of a magnetic feel. Like this is sort of the start of something. If these walls could talk, what they've heard and seen. And to think of them all sort of galloping off on their horses to London in that fateful week.
The gunpowder plot was, of course, a failure. Guy Fawkes was discovered beneath the House of Lords with 36 barrels of gunpowder, and Catesby was shot 3 days later whilst on the run. And the event marked the end of the Catesbys' 230-year tenure at Ashby, save for the king allowing Robert's mother to see out her days in the family home.
So what we want to do in here is really get this room properly restored, which we've started, but we're just applying to get the internal ceiling replaced, which, you know, obviously is a bit of a job because we want to. It's obviously going to be exactly how it was, and we want to celebrate this room because it has been closed up for a good 120 years, and it's such an important part of English history. It just deserves to have its exciting moment again. This is the home of the gunpowder plot, isn't it?
We've been relishing the chance to go behind the scenes at 9 country houses spread across Great Britain. The owners of the 3 that we have seen so far may all be very different, but they appreciate that they are just the latest custodians in their home's long history. Sometimes that means restoring the room used for something as famous as the gunpowder plot. At other times, that means tackling something that's just very personal. Back in the Cotswolds, that's exactly what Chavenage's new young custodians are up to.
I just had some cheesecake.
Really nice.
Really nice.
This is the dream.
The attic at Chavenage is home to an enormous model railway. It twists and turns its way around the beams that were once part of the servants' bedrooms. But for decades, this space was the peaceful retreat of one man. James's grandfather, David Loseley Williams.
Now you're looking at one room, it goes through the entire back corner, 3 rooms back that way, and it's all connected, so it goes through the walls. If you come through here, you just have to go on your hands and knees. The station's here, and it goes round the back. And then we come back through under the... This is Austria. And then up over here, it comes round here. This is kind of the centre station. It's absolutely enormous.
It's honestly like he was here yesterday, like his fleece and his bag, and it's just, yeah, it's like stepping back in time.
I inherited this estate off my grandfather, and so he spoke to me a lot about taking on the estate. Him and my grandmother got it when they were 23 and 22, and doing something that kind of allows his memory to live on would be amazing, and something really close to his heart was this model railway.
David Losley Williams died 2 years ago. But it's clear his model railway hasn't run for a lot longer than that. James and Emma would love to know if the trains could be made to run again, and whether they might even become a visitor attraction.
We've worked on that half, so that's all cleared and swept. So now we've got this half to work in.
Let's have a look in here. Need a dustpan and brush.
It leaves us a nice, clean workspace to get in train enthusiasts to see if they can get it going. That's the plan. Rubbish.
I mean, there's just rubbish.
The main challenge right now is separating out the useless from the useful.
Does this work? Oh my God, I did not expect that to work. Track Magic cleans track and contacts for maximum response and reliability. This is a whole box of snow fir trees. Trees. Well, you do think, what was he going to do with all these trees? But he probably was going to create like a lovely winter scene, and it's just, sometimes I feel so sad that he's not, you know, up here still doing it, but there's life, isn't it? This is actually quite useful. Perfect.
So this was the old light that went on the front of the house. Now, when you have a kind of place like this, you have so many antiques because you don't throw away anything.
I mean, glues, salt shaker. That's probably for the snow, actually, to put on the alpine scenes.
Because I think that's the interesting thing. Like, we don't even know what we've got in here until we start cleaning it out. Amazing, really, isn't it? But look, it hasn't been dusted in a while. You can see quite a few massive spiders. I don't think Emma's going to like that.
Thing is, we don't want to be chucking away loads of boxes, because if we can find the carriages and the trains and things that go in the boxes, then we might be able to actually store them properly. This is a Suzuki 410 four-wheel drive with 4 passengers in sports clothing. Am I going to find them? Probably not. There we go. Perfect. Slightly concerned about how long this might take us, but if we can get stage 1 complete, which is clear and sort and tidy, and then we can think about getting the trains going. But yeah, the clearing job's going to take a few weeks, I think.
My grandfather, I thought, was a bit of an eccentric, out there character, but when we kind of looked into this more, we actually realised he was actually quite an insular character, and he wanted to actually spend the majority of the time on his own in the attic.
Oh my God, do you know what this is? A light. So he must have worn this when he was like doing detailed work.
This railway wasn't built for people to see. It wasn't built as something he could show off. This was specifically designed for himself to tinker with, to be in his own mind and be in his own head. So these are the trains that are on refurbishment. It's not something I used to work on with him. He would just want to do it on his own. I miss him terribly. He died 2 years ago. He was born in the house and died in the house. And taking on the house, I really feel like I could take on some of Grandpa and bring him back to life as we do it. Oh my gosh!
What?
We've got a brand new train.
Oh, a brand new train! Just because we just needed one more.
There's another brand new one.
I hate that noise. Don't hurt yourself.
God, I feel like I've been caving.
Okay.
God, that's new, £33. That was bought about 50 years ago. Look at that. That's pretty incredible.
Oh, my giddy aunt.
Do you get that?
That scared the
There
life
it
out
is.
of me. I thought it was a ghost.
There's a bat. Okay, that's cool, isn't it? I love bats.
Should we have bats in the house? Probably not. Oh, my God.
Next time on Saving Country Houses,
This is the roof.
we discover unwanted visitors at the gunpowder plot room.
There's a bit of a squirrel's tail there. I just wonder whether crows eat squirrels.
There's more work in here than I realised.
The planning for Chevenage's new sauna continues.
Right, James, people will need somewhere to change. It's going to be some timber decking.
Don't work too hard. I don't pay you enough.
You don't pay me at all, James.
Nope.
And we travel to Shropshire
Yeah, I think it's that one.
to meet the couple who bought back the family seat of 400 years.
I was in such a state of emotion. I was shaking. I couldn't get the key into the lock. It was really impossible because I was so emotional.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history. There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol!
No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp. Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
At finding ways
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? In this series, we're getting a glimpse inside the world of 9 country houses. Their histories stretch back centuries, and they all boast a fascinating selection of visitors who've stayed over the years. One in particular caught my eye, a young princess named Victoria. Aged 13, she paid a visit to our first house today, a few years before she became Queen Victoria. In her diary, she describes the house as curious-looking but very comfortable, striped black and white, and in the shape of a cottage. Now, this house is almost 200 feet wide. It is certainly quite a cottage. In 1832, Victoria and her mother were on a royal progress, introducing the princess to parts of her future kingdom. In Shropshire, they spent a week as the honoured guests of Pitchford Hall.
This is a room she stayed in. We always understood her mother hogged the fireplace, and poor Victoria, this 13-year-old princess, was in this side, in a kind of colder part of the room.
Luckily for Victoria, she had the magnificence of Pitchford's exterior to keep her spirits up. The history of this estate stretches back to the Domesday Book, and what we see today is one of the finest half-timbered Elizabethan buildings in existence. It's also a house that goes on, and on, and on.
You can only imagine how fun and interesting it was living here. I mean, I feel incredibly lucky. I mean, what an idyllic childhood.
Rowena Colthurst's ancestors have been part of Pitchford Hall's history since it was built in the 16th century.
We've got the whole lineup of all the different families that have had ownership or custodianship of the house.
Rowena's husband, James, is now equally passionate about a house that's full of historic secrets.
Because it's a priest hole, it's concealed. There's a little latch that you just push here, and then it opens up. You'll see there is a trapdoor which would normally be down. You've got plenty of space. You know, you could fit 3 or 4 priests.
Built during the religious tension of Tudor England, this part of the hall includes a secret hideaway, should a persecuted Catholic priest require it.
This is an exit which most priest holes don't have, but this does make it one of the more unique priest holes in the UK. You know, you could easily be in a priest hole for a week or more. That's why I think actually having a window and an exit route would be quite reassuring. For why we've got a cupboard with 20 drawers. We are genuinely really confused. Some of them are like spice drawers. There's no smell, so I don't think it's spice. So we are genuinely really confused what these drawers are for and why they're down a priest hole. So many mysteries at Pitchford, and all we can do is put theories to people. We're constantly searching for ideas.
Whilst James contemplates mystery drawers, Rowena and son Edward are heading through the wooded grounds to the unglamorous spot which gave Pitchford its name.
We're off to the pitch well. It's a well that contains this black tar-like substance.
OK, Joe, see if you... sure you can find some. So this is the pitch well. So this is where the pitch or natural bitumen literally oozes out of the ground. It's a natural phenomenon, and it's the reason that Pitchford has its name, because there's the pitch here and then the ford just over there.
So I'm using the stick to kind of probe for some pitch.
Oh yeah, I can see some. Oh yeah, brilliant. So sticky.
Yeah. Pretty hard to get out.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
So this here is the pitch, and it's sort of got that like shiny. It feels kind of like tar, and I guess looks like it.
It smells just like tar on the road.
Yeah, it smells like oil.
Amazingly, in the olden days, there was a thing called Betton's fluid, which is made out of pitch, and the Betton family are a Shropshire family, so they very likely used our pitch, but it was meant to cure all known ailments, which I find quite amusing, but clearly I don't think it did them the world of good. Just don't touch anything, please.
In fact, the use of pitch or mineral tar goes back thousands of years and was probably first used in Britain by the Romans, including as a treatment for leprosy and psoriasis.
It is useful, but very hard to wash off.
As well as its medical applications, this natural bitumen was used for centuries to waterproof and protect exposed timbers on houses, including Pitchford Hall itself.
So these sections where you've got black, tar or what we call pitch. And nowadays they'd use a kind of silica, but in those days we had pitch in the ground coming up from a well. So not surprisingly, you would use it on the building. Sadly, a lot of the timbers have seen better days, and when I look at that timber and that timber and that timber, I know they're going to have to be restored, and we're just going to work our way through.
And a man who knows his way around Pitchford's timbers better than anyone is local artisan builder Nick Tatchell.
A lot of what I do is lime plastering, lime mortar, oak frame repair, and there's plenty of it here. The orangery was restored by us in 2018, 2019. I had to do that last year. The weather vane fell off. It was made of lead and it bounced down the roof like a wrecking ball. So that's a new one up there now. I've got a really long list of things I have to do, and then lots of things get put onto that list.
But on the south lawn, there is one small issue that is now top of the to-do list.
And then we had these sinkholes. They were filled in, and then they've reappeared bigger than before. That's high priority, unfortunately.
Nick believes the sinkholes are caused by a network of underground tunnels running all around the hall.
There's a tunnel there. It's only about 3 feet wide by about 4 feet high.
And the sinkholes suggest there's a problem far along the tunnel, which someone is going to have to investigate.
It's a hands and knees job. It's absolutely full of eels. Great big 12-inch sand eels.
But the problem at Pitchford is that the to-do list is enormous.
This is the servants' wing. This is going to be an issue to fix, and an expensive issue.
In this part of the house, 8 large bedrooms were once given to Pitchford's live-in servants. Today, there are no servants, and a whole wing of the building lies empty.
What to do next and a prioritisation. Do we do the derelict wing part of the hall? Do we do the treehouse? It's a listed building, it needs restoration. There's a real prioritisation discussion between us, almost on a daily basis.
When it comes to running a country house, many centuries of ownership is no guarantee of a secure future. The latest generation of owners are facing a host of challenges that their ancestors couldn't have dreamed of. They're having to work harder than ever before to find success and security. So perhaps it's a gift when time is on your side. We're returning to the Cotswolds and the new young custodian of Chavenage.
My name's James Losley Williams. I am the proud, inheritor of Chavenage Estate. It's definitely fair to say we're asset rich. I can't sit here and say I'm asset poor for sure. I'm sitting on a lot of money's worth of assets. When you look round and you walk around, you go, bloody hell, like I own all this. It's quite something. I am unbelievably lucky, and the whole family is, to be able to have Chavenage as a place where we can call home. But with that comes the pressure of, yes, I own this, but I've actually got to sustain it, and there's two different things. You're signing up for a lifelong work of carrying this estate forward.
James took over the running of Chavenage 2 years ago, since when his girlfriend of the time, Emma, has become his wife.
I mean, look at us with our little desks. It feels like a sort of very, very grown-up thing to be doing.
The new Mr. and Mrs. Losley Williams are the 6th generation of the family to look after the estate's 2,000 acres.
Ballpark figures, just to run the house and the surrounding buildings, 350,000
Gulp.
per year. These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money. And also, you earn no money, because every bit of money you're putting back onto the estate.
From my point of view, you kind of think, my gosh, how have I ended up in this position? I sort of fell in love with this guy in Bath, and now I'm here, and we're trying to take on this enormous estate and all these different businesses, and you sort of are just winging it, and you just hope that something works.
This summer, hopes are being pinned on a new venture that will see Windmill Field turned into a Cotswold sauna experience. A luxury sauna pod is being delivered soon, so James is turning to a trusted helper for the final planning.
Right now, Big Al and I are going to have a little get-together. Sorry, I'm carrying a dog like a baby. I never thought I'd see the day. But look at me.
You've got to get practicing sometime, James.
Well, exactly.
My name's Alan. I work with James at Chavenage House, and he affectionately calls me Big Al.
You fill me with a lot of confidence, Big Al.
It's a name that came about when we started working on the coffee shop together, and it seems to have stuck ever since.
This is where the sauna's going.
Oh, well, yes, in that field. That's Windmill Field, as you called it.
That's where it's all happening.
Yeah.
And then the idea is that the clients will check in at the cafe and then walk over to the sauna.
Perfect.
I don't know why it was called Windmill Field.
Can I tell you why it's called Windmill Field?
Why?
That's your pump house for your water.
Yeah.
Before they had the pump, they had a windmill
that pumped.
and that pumped
Really?
the water. That's why it's called the Windmill Field.
Really?
And it's
Have
not
you
in
made
my
that
house.
up?
That's true.
Really?
It's true, yeah.
So how times have changed. That was the old butler's house that I live in now before I'm moving into this house. It's quite a big difference going from that to that. I'm excited, but I am unbelievably overwhelmed, and I still haven't quite comprehended what I am responsible for, and also that I'm moving into a 50-room manor house. And I keep having to squash my fears, because I know that it's even scarier for my wife.
The thing about sheep is that they just don't stay where they're supposed to stay. We have a WhatsApp group called Chavenage Matters, and it's basically everyone who lives on the estate or is one of the neighbours. And I think the most talked about thing on the group is sheep being out. There's sheep on the green, there's sheep on the lane. It's a bit of a thing. First time I came to Chavenage, James said to me, oh, let's go to my sort of family home where I grew up and we'll go for a walk. And I thought, oh, OK, that sounds lovely. And we parked up down near the valley, so we went for a walk down there, and he said, oh, that's our field and that's our field. And I thought, blimey, this goes on forever. This is amazing. And then we came down to the house, and I think at that point I was thinking, OK, this is slightly sort of more than I maybe first imagined. So you can see the house here. It sort of sometimes feels like I'm living in a period drama, and like we've gone back in time 120 years or something, and I sort of feel like my life's become a bit like that, really. But it is when I'm down here and I look at the house from here, and I just think it's absolutely amazing. It's so beautiful, and I do feel so fortunate. I think you're sort of so impressed, but you're also so kind of overwhelmed at the same time when you see somewhere like this and you think, oh my God, is this going to be all your responsibility? That is insane.
Despite the insanity, it hasn't taken Emma long to make her mark at Chavenage. By the time they were married, Emma and James decided to take a financial risk and develop a derelict barn into a new cafe.
I'll give you these, and then we'll bring all of your drinks out for you when they're ready. The cafe has become our baby. We absolutely love the cafe. It is a hub for the community now. You have to let me know what you think of the matcha.
Okay. What about if I don't like it?
If you don't like it, I'll make you something else.
Emma sold her flat in Bath in order to invest her own money in the new cafe business with James.
So one iced normal and one iced decaf.
Perfect.
The build of the cafe was actually quite a big job. We did a lot of it ourselves, friends, family helped. I was a bit daunted and a bit nervous whether we'd made the right decision.
I think Emma joining the family is one of the best things that's happened in the last few years.
Hello, Flora.
One of the cafe's most loyal customers is James's father, George.
Yeah, we had a lovely morning in here.
Good.
Okay.
Before this was done up here, this was just a kind of wasteland. It was just a shed full of rubbish. And so what's been really good, we're using it for something when it was nothing.
Yeah.
So there's been a huge improvement.
And it's such
their
a beautiful
vision has
building.
been really good. I think the whole kind of ethos of what you're creating is really good for Chavenage. And I think it kind of helps the house, it helps everything. So, you know, it's not just this. There's people who come and go around the house who use this as a coffee shop. So the whole thing couldn't be better.
That's good.
It's quite an upheaval for us, because my generation have really come to the stage where we're trying to bow out a bit.
Bear with.
So to have someone coming in with this young energy is what's needed.
Sorry, this is doing something really strange. So having a moment. There's always things crop up that you're not sure about. And we're still just in that time of really learning.
I've got to remember the fact that I've actually grown up into this. You know, this is something I've been preparing for, you know, since I was old enough to understand what I was taking on. And so I've processed it over the last 20 years, when Emma's processed it for the last 3.
And hopefully Soph's going to help run our new sauna.
Yes, yeah, I'm very excited about that, actually.
Yeah.
I really see myself as being like a sauna assistant, you know, and being like, here's your robes, your slippers.
It does scare me that, you know, it's up to us to keep this legacy going.
And it will be, I think, really exciting to see everyone come and like have their coffee and then go to the sauna and then maybe stop for yoga. And
amazing.
It will be, yeah, like a whole little village here, which I think is super cool.
We've got big dreams, big dreams. Whether it will all happen.
It will.
Got to try and make it all happen now, haven't we?
I think my grandma...
This is huge for James. He feels a huge weight on his shoulders to keep it going. And I feel it too now, but I think it's a huge, huge privilege, a huge responsibility at the same time.
Having been a major part of the barn cafe build, Big Al is now getting stuck into the sauna project and has ordered the timber he thinks they need. And it's time for him to help James develop some practical skills.
Right, James, people will need somewhere to change.
Well, they can't walk across the field.
Can't walk across the field with their flip-flops and their bathrobes on.
Yeah.
So come up with this idea for a simple changing room pod, really. 3.6 metre square deck.
Yeah.
Which you're going to help me to build.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. We use a timber frame, and then we just put the supports in, which is the joists, screw the decking boards onto that.
Yeah.
Build that in the barn, take that out into the field. We build the upright structure onto it. We'll make that out of cowshed tin roof, and then in there we can just build a timber pod, which is just going to have 3 doors.
So how much is this going to cost us in timber, do you reckon?
All the timber materials, about £1,300. On top of that, we have roofing materials, and then whatever you decide, cladding that you want on here. But the main frame, the deck, the walls, the insulation are all in on that £1,300 price.
Okay, great.
we've got a good plan. Me and you can build the deck in a day.
Yeah.
Then we'll take it out to the field and put the frame on.
I can't wait to start building again. It's been a while since our cafe project.
It's been a while, but it's your skills have improved over.
They have
period,
actually improved.
You're pretty good.
Yeah.
You're pretty good. You know what you're doing now. I don't have to shout too much.
No.
Go through, your lordship.
Thank you, my friend.
Come on, dogs.
I've trained you well. Come on, Nunu. Nunu. Nora. Thanks, my friend. Don't work too hard. I don't pay you enough.
You don't pay me at all, James.
No. You do it for the love.
Absolutely. Basically, he pays me in coffee and cake. My weekly coffee bill's probably about 250 quid, so call it quits. The sauna will look stunning. It'll be in the right place. It's the right piece of kit.
Never a dull day in paradise.
James is very much of the opinion, build it and they will come. And we shall see.
Will they come indeed? That, Big Al, is what we all want to know. All of the 9 houses we are visiting have stood for centuries and have witnessed the ebb and flow of history. The tensions of the Tudor age, for example, led the owners of Pitchford Hall to create its secretive priest hole. And that same religious strife saw another of our houses play a role in the country's most famous flashpoint involving Protestants and Catholics. We've been marking the event each and every year since. Just south of Rugby, preparations for the gunpowder plot came together at the delightful Ashby Manor House. In the early 1600s, Ashby's owner, Robert Catesby, was the mastermind of a plan to blow up the Houses of Parliament. It is believed that secret meetings with his co-conspirators took place here, inside the gatehouse.
I always wondered what was going on in here because it's so tough. There's no electricity.
Ashby's owner, Nova Guest, is determined to give the gatehouse the attention it deserves, with some much-needed renovations.
Actually, the funniest thing is that we didn't come in here for a number of years because we didn't have the key. It was sort of lost or misplaced, and then we found the key. So that was an exciting moment.
Having cleaned the place up, it's already clear that this curious slice of British history has been largely ignored for a century. Before that, however, it was a very different story.
I've got the logbooks here from the plot room, and I think these must be dated like late 1800s. Yeah, that's the first one, that's the second one. And I think it shows that there are a lot of visitors that came because there's only it's quite a short amount of time and they're just full of names. If we go right back to the beginning, yeah, 1885. So the Sen houses were the family that owned the manor before the Guest family, and they were here for a few hundred years. So Florence and Humphrey are the first entries. But I think after them, this looks like this is local people coming from Rugby and Northampton, from local towns, Watford, Long Buckby, Daventry, Welton, Leicester. These are just people coming to look in the plot room. Does that say West Australia? So 1886, 1888. I mean, it goes on. Well, everyone's been fascinated by the gunpowder plot since it happened. I mean, this is, 120 years ago, and it was very much part of culture and history then. The concept of bonfire night was new to me. Being in Australia, we didn't have that in our history syllabus. I wasn't aware of what that was or who Guy Fawkes was. So quite amazing to arrive at this house when I first did, to realise that such a huge influence, and part of that was Robert Catesby living in this house and recruiting all those conspirators. Extraordinary. That looks like it's to the end of 1894. And then I think this one, which is actually a bit smarter, they've had a change in the style of the logbook. 1896. And then this goes right through 1902. So these are a reminder of that this house and the grounds and the plot room have all been in everyone's, you know, they've always evoked such interest and intrigue.
Nova and her husband have owned Ashby for 10 years now. Her aim in the next 12 months is to put the plot room back on the map and make it accessible to a new generation of visitors.
Well, a great idea would be to get another logbook made so that when we have our visiting school groups, they get to write their name in with their date that they came. That would be wonderful.
With the gatehouse being Grade 1 listed, nothing is straightforward, however. In a few hours, National Heritage Organisation Historic England will be coming to assess Nova's plans to open the building. On hand right now, though, is local stonemason Les Simblett. He's assisted Nova with various projects over the last 10 years. He's one of the few people already familiar with the gatehouse.
But is this door original?
Definitely, yeah.
Really?
That's absolutely original. And what I love about it is the little cat hole. Obviously had a cat or something, and they've cut a hole in for the cat to get in and out.
Extraordinary. And look, what's all this? Different keys for different centuries?
And I think it's a shame that they drilled another hole to put a new lock in instead of getting one that fitted. But you can see how over the years I've used different keys, different locks, about 6 or 7.
That's hilarious. OK, so we've got the key.
Yep.
Here we go. Goodness.
We were talking about the age of the door, but you can see how old it is because these are all like hand-cut panels and the handmade nails that have been driven through and clenched over. And when they hammer the nail through, you have somebody on the inside bending the nail, and if you do it properly, you bend the end over and that goes back into the wood and fitted back in. Gives it extra strength and bond. Very, very strong. I just love this bolt. I mean, that is so tactile. I just love it.
I'm not a fan of this old, is it 50s or 60s?
Yes, 50s, 60s or
rusted electric casing. But if it's there, could we not rewire it to have some electricity in here? Because that would be quite handy.
I think you've got to bring it up to date, haven't you?
No electricity might be the least of Nova's problems.
It's a fantastic staircase, isn't it?
However pretty it looks, it's going to need a lot of money.
Ceiling's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
It is.
Obviously, replacing the lath is more expensive. These have been nailed on wrong as well. They should all be staggered. So you should stagger the joints.
So when do you think that they were incorrectly nailed on?
When I came here, when I was about 6, and it'd just been redone. It would have been 63, 64.
If we have to actually replace this, that's going to be very expensive as opposed to restoring what's there.
Yeah. There's so many things wrong with the way the laths have been fixed. It might be better to replace them.
That's going to make your quote very scary. Obviously, we want to make sure this is safe. So, is the floor safe? Is the ceiling safe? Is it structurally sound? So that we can open it to schools, educational groups.
That is solid. There's nothing wrong with them joists.
Well, I don't want you to jump on a bit that might not be solid.
Yeah.
The structural issues, however, are lurking elsewhere.
You can see the extent of the crack in there.
Yes.
And how much light's coming through and how much weather's coming through.
I mean, we can't have all these gaps here.
There's also the loft space above the plot room.
And this is the roof, which is fantastic. I think it's probably a habitable room at one time. I think the children would have slept up here. I think the bedrooms would have been up here. But when the roof was repaired, I don't think they've bothered refurbishing it.
But a lack of furnishings has been no concern for Ashby's crow population. The loft space now features a number of giant nests.
But you see them in the spring, you see them going through all sorts of gaps in the roof and here, there and everywhere. Another example of all the work that he's doing. There's a bit of a squirrel's tail there. I was just wondering whether crows eat squirrels. Heading down.
In my mind, I was thinking, yes, we're going to come in and just fix the internal ceiling and then we're going to be finished. But actually, I realised we're going to need to get the cherry picker, fix all the outside. It needs all draft proofing. I think we need to look at that staircase. I think there's more work in here than I realised.
And there's still the small matter of historic England's visit. Back at Ashby Manor, owner Nova Guest is preparing for the arrival of the man from the conservation organisation English Heritage to advise on what can and can't be done to the historic plot room.
It's always a big day when Historic England enter the property. That's a big moment. I just want this to be all neat and tidy, how it should always be. So I'm having a proper clean up in anticipation of their arrival. We always wanted to be looking great.
Historic England is a public body charged with protecting and promoting national heritage. When tackling renovation work on a Grade 1 listed building, its support is essential.
Worst case, he says, this is structurally not near where it needs to be. I mean, that would be a scenario where we say, well, do you know what? We're going to have to shut the door of that plot room again for quite a while and come back to it, because that's just not going to be something we can just put all that money into right now. Come on in. Up here.
Meetings like this do tend to be a little nerve-wracking.
I don't know if you've been here before.
No, first time.
No, exactly.
Seen lots about it, read lots about it, so yeah, really exciting.
But luckily for Nova, there's good news an hour later.
It was a very positive meeting. I think from his perspective, the most important thing is that we haven't got water coming in. So he said, before you do anything inside, let's make sure that all the cracks have been fixed up. And I feel that we can move forward, you know, in some realistic timeframes. It's not going to take years. I think in the next couple of months we'll be able to have made some progress.
Progress which we will be back to see. A little earlier, we were at Pitchford Hall, Shropshire's magnificent half-timbered treasure. Rowena Coldhurst can trace her family history at the house right back to its Tudor origins. But on this occasion, the real story is what's unfolded in the past 35 years. In fact, it's remarkable that Rowena and James are undertaking Pitchford Hall's epic restoration at all.
So my mother, Caroline, was lucky to inherit Pitchford in 1972, and that's why I was lucky to grow up here and have my childhood here. My parents absolutely loved it, and I remember my mother saying that when she first bought my father, and I think she described them as sort of skipping around the house. The idea of my parents skipping around the house was rather lovely.
It's funny, I've never heard that story, so it's interesting for me.
You know, I did really realise how privileged I was, but ultimately it was just my family home and I loved being here.
But as Rowena reached her early 20s, her parents were facing a financial crisis.
Unfortunately, with all the bills piling up to restore the house and have to do the roof and everything, my parents both entered into Lloyd's of London as insurance names, and then unfortunately they were both put in the worst possible syndicates. I remember them getting these letters and being really stressed about it and stuff, but they didn't really tell me the extent of it. Originally, my parents tried their very best to save the house and think of what to do, and we went to English Heritage, and National Trust came, and every conceivable expert turned up, but they wanted a £10 million endowment, which clearly we didn't have. The sale with Christie's was organised, and I remember them going around putting stickers on all the contents of the house. I have to say I couldn't face being here for the sale. My parents couldn't face it.
So, after losing much of the family money in the insurance market, the home was ultimately sold for £700,000.
To be told that that was all kind of coming to an end in a very public way, you know, there'd been a debate in Parliament, articles in the Telegraph, the Times, you know, Breakfast TV covered it and things, so it was quite a public humiliation. I don't think our parents ever really, you know, recovered. Not surprisingly, if you'd been told that your family home was about to be sold. She was very emotional.
I remember, you know, coming to James and floods of tears upstairs, and best thing James ever did was to try and cheer me up. He took me to an oak tree and we made a vow to try and get the house back again, and we'd do everything that we could to you know, do our very best to try and get the house back, and that really gave me a feeling of hope and inspiration, and that was really where the story began in terms of our quest to get the house back. Yeah, this is...
You see there's a big hollow in this incredible oak tree. There should be a coin somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's definitely, we definitely put the coin in.
We'll probably find it.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be able to find it, but I know it's in there. Well, I think it went right into the bowels of the hollow, but no, this was it. It was like a sort of sacred place to us. So I love this tree. I mean, for me, it was such a symbolic moment. It meant everything, because it meant that there was a quest and we were in it together, and it meant that James cared about Pitchford as much as I did. It just felt really, really significant.
Mm.
For the next 25 years, Pitchford Hall was in the hands of a Kuwaiti princess. But despite having a new owner, to Rowena's great distress, the house remained empty.
We were constantly checking on the house and trying to see what was happening, and it obviously got worse and worse because it was literally empty. Just desolate. It was really awful, really sad. I felt desperately sorry for the house.
In the years after the sale, Rowena and James were married. But they never forgot the vow they had made. And in 2016, an opportunity arose to buy Pitchford Hall back, albeit for more than twice what it had been sold for.
Basically, I got a text message from the Kuwaiti princess's agent saying that she was prepared to sell the house back to us, which was obviously incredible, as long as we came up with the money in a certain amount of time. We obviously had to persuade a bank to lend us the money, and by some miracle we managed to get there. So this was the door we came through, and I remember coming with the key, but honestly I was in such a state of emotion. I was shaking. I could not, you'll remember this, I couldn't get the key into the lock. It was really impossible because I was so emotional.
And she eventually had to say, can you open the door for me? I literally cannot open it. It's just too much kind of emotion.
What's more, Rowena had no idea what to expect when she stepped back inside.
I turned the corner into here, and I have to admit we came in and it was a bit more of a shock because to me it looked like the ceiling was falling in, and at the back of my mind you're also thinking, oh my goodness, we've got a huge mountain to climb in terms of how much work there is, judging from you know, just that ceiling falling down. The other thing that happened, do you know where that newspaper's gone, James? So to my amazement, my parents' newspaper was still sitting on the kitchen table, and so that made me feel, I mean, time stood still. It was literally that feeling, and I thought it was rather lovely thought that the last people in here were my parents reading the papers, having their coffee in the morning.
Everything was left, you know, because no one ever lived here for 25 years. Everything that Rowena's parents kind of put down was remained for 25 years.
Rowena and James are finally able to call Pitchford Hall home again. One completed restoration task, though, is Pitchford's wonderful 18th century clock.
The weights actually drop outside of the house, so you can see them falling as the clock ticks, and then when you wind it up, the weight goes right back up. So it's very, very rare.
The clock is now working for the first time in perhaps 70 years. And the restoration also means that one of the tidiest spaces inside the whole house is the attic.
The bell has a date, 1776, which is obviously the year of American independence. So it's a fascinating date. I'm just going to wind this up, and then we'll get the clock going. We have to wind this up about every 3 or 4 days. And the weights are outside. These huge lead weights just hang down the clock tower. Okay, that's about right. I just move and get the pendulum going very gently. That should be going now. This is obviously the original mechanism. Some of these parts we had to remake. Certainly the main mechanism is original. And it still works. We found the clock expert who originally used to wind up all the clocks at Pitchford during my mother-in-law's ownership. And he came back, you know, to the hall 30 years later and got the clock working. It's all about, you know, life being brought back and the kind of ticking heart of the hall.
Next time on Saving Country Houses...
Shall I take him up, Dad?
Yeah. We return to County Durham to see how local folklore comes alive at Branspeth Castle.
And there he saw the Witch of Branspeth silent.
Oh, really good. Excellent. Wonderful. We'll have that.
We head underground at Pitchford Hall.
We've got a 2-metre section where the stonework is completely missing.
It's sounding like quite an expensive job.
And we meet Dorset's most unlikely countess.
Ooh. It is cold. This is completely different of anything I could have ever imagined living at a historic house. Let's just look at this.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history.
There
was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol!
No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp.
Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
But finding ways
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? Last time, we heard the remarkable story of Rowena Colthurst and James Nason, who, after years of hoping, managed to buy back the Tudor manor house that Rowena's parents had been forced to sell. But now, these proud owners not only have the mammoth task of restoring its endless, dilapidated rooms, but they've discovered that even the ground beneath their feet is in desperate need of attention. In the county of Shropshire, 5 miles south of Shrewsbury, we're paying another visit to Pitchford Hall and its passionate owners.
Let me turn the lights on. You'll get a sense.
Yeah, so this is the drawing room. I've always thought this was one of the most lovely rooms. Obviously, it's got this incredible bay window looking out onto the ancient parkland.
Across 5 different centuries, this celebrated half-timbered house was part of Rowena's family history. But that all changed in 1992, when Rowena's parents fell into financial difficulties and were forced to sell the house. Having successfully bought the family seat once more, Rowena and James are on a mission to address 25 years of neglect. Right now, though, collapsed ceilings are taking a back seat, whilst James gets to grips with something even more concerning. An outbreak of sinkholes.
We clearly got a problem. And the issue for us is we do events on the lawn. We do weddings, we do guided tours. So when you find you've got 2 sinkholes in a major part of the grounds, clearly we've got a pretty big issue.
The cause of the sinkholes clearly lies below ground level, with one unusual feature likely to be the culprit.
The tunnel is just here. I think it crosses the stone steps and the tunnel comes here. I'll stay away from it, obviously, and the sinkholes are here. So the bottom of the tunnel is probably about 3 metres, 3.5 metres below where pretty well where we are now.
There are, in fact, a whole network of tunnels running beneath the grounds of Pitchford Hall. They connect the old fishing pond on one side of the house with the local brook on the other. The challenge now is to understand how the tunnels and the sinkholes are related, and just how serious an issue this really is for Pitchford's owners.
Are the problems just located in this kind of 5 or 6 metres, or have we got a problem throughout the whole tunnel system? So we need to work that out.
On site today is heritage building surveyor Corey Lane, who knows there's only one way to discover the subterranean secrets.
We're going to make entry shortly into the culvert through the entrance here and have a look at what's going on with the defects, where they're occurring, and then try and map them to what we're seeing above ground afterwards.
This already feels like a task that will have a hefty price tag attached.
I think it's going to be quite expensive. The tunnel is invisible to almost everyone. I'd rather focus on the visible, the house, the orangery, and the tunnel is something I kind of hoped I didn't have to restore, but that's clearly not the case.
OK. So we're in now about 2 metres into the culvert.
You won't get me down that tunnel, so good for Corey that he's happy to do it.
Going a little bit further.
You feel comfortable?
It's somewhat confined.
A huge admiration because I'm claustrophobic, so the thought of being in an enclosed space is not an attractive thought for me.
But one man's phobia is another man's fascination.
It's always interesting when you come into these environments because you're seeing something that people just don't get to see. You're still seeing the craftsmanship and the workmanship of the guys that built it 300-400 years ago. So it's lovely to see.
Corey, what do you think? About 10 metres in?
We've got a change in construction. We've gone from a brick-formed piped culvert, circular in appearance, to what we call a boxed arch culvert, which is made using limestone. This is handmade. It isn't a concrete pipe that's just craned into position. For me personally, it's a real privilege to see.
How old do you think each section of the tunnel is?
I think that this possibly late 1700s,
yeah,
I believe.
No one is quite sure when or why these tunnels were first built.
17 metres, another large obstruction.
They may have helped drain the pond after heavy rainfall. They may even be the remnants of an old moat that once wrapped round Pitchford Hall.
We're lacking research because the house was shut up for 25 years. There's been no research, there's been no surveying being done. So, this is an opportunity for experts like Corey to really get a sense of the history of the building and all the structures around the building and how it operated. No one, obviously knows why we've got this tunnel here. It's piecing that jigsaw together. How far are you at the moment?
We're at 24 metres at the moment.
24 metres, wow.
We're seeing a lot of structural movement within the chamber itself at this point. We've got on the north wall, we've got a 2-metre section where the stonework is completely missing.
Yeah.
And that is the cause of the sinkhole. That's enabled the water to then rush in, wash the ground out, which has caused your original sinkhole. It's percolating through to the rear of the structure, and it's just... It's a spiral of decay.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that. Corey, it's sounding like quite an expensive job.
I'll be able to discuss that in greater detail when I'm out of here and more comfortable with a cup of tea.
And you want me sitting down on the sofa, do you?
An hour later, with Corey out of the tunnel and a reassuring cuppa to hand, James braces himself for the verdict.
So there are significant issues here. We've got localised defects all the way through the culvert. However, the real problems occur between 19.6 metres to 29 metres. This section of wall here is completely undercut.
Wow.
Points of reference, I put my arm inside, 500 millimetres underneath the masonry, and that's how much it's been undercut in the road.
Yeah.
We've got obstructions to the flow of water, and these are in the form of huge pieces of stone that have been displaced from upstream. We've got a huge section, a 5-metre section of wall, and it's literally just dropped. There's water completely free-flowing underneath, and that's what's caused the structural cracking at 16 metres. The whole of the culvert from 16 metres is starting to rotate and move downwards.
There's a lot of red. There's a lot of red on Corey's diagram. There's no sugar coating, is there? I mean, it sounds pretty bad. Looking for a silver lining, but I'm not sure that's coming. At this stage, does any figure enter your mind?
Well, I would say that the repairs that we're looking at in the first 30 metres are significant, and obviously huge financial.
Yeah, sure.
It costs us a
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands?
Tens.
OK.
Do you sometimes wish that you had a modern house?
No, not for a second. I absolutely love this place. But, it does throw up challenges. And this is just a classic challenge that, we didn't expect to be dealing with.
In times gone by, owning a country house in its estate would often go hand in hand with an hereditary title. Dukes and duchesses, barons and baronesses. The stories of these historic titles and the characters who have held them can be just as fascinating as their wonderful homes. There are still 800 hereditary peers in Britain, one of whom owns a house we're visiting for the first time today. We're heading to England's glorious southwest and the rolling hills of Dorset. The backdrop to Mapperton House. Mapperton, once voted Britain's finest manor house, is the beautiful home of the 12th Earl of Sandwich, whose title stretches back to 1660. But amid this timeless snapshot of English heritage is the less traditional lady of the house.
Okay, so the cat has just come in. The cat is not allowed in this part of the house when we're open to the public, and we're about to start house tours. So I've got to try and find the cat. Yep, I found the cat. Okay, so I am Julie Montague. Do you want me to say the rest of it? Countess of Sandwich. Come on, story. Come on. Okay, no. Okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, there it goes. I'm American, and the US does not recognize titles. I mean, unless you're like a doctor. Come on, Stormy. So for me, having the title Countess of Sandwich, I mean, it's a real British thing. Okay, wait. No one would say to me, Lady Sandwich, just because I've asked them all to call me Julie. I'm American, that's my name, Julie. Okay, I'm just gonna put him out the front door.
Julie Montague was born and raised near Chicago, but was working in London when she met her future husband.
I know, don't get mad at me. We'll see you on the other side of the house. Come on, go out and play. There you go. First time I came to Mapperton, I had been dating my now husband, Luke. This one's quite smart.
Yes, that is a smarter sword. Look out. Ooh, ah.
Okay. When I first entered into the house, I was shocked, really, by the amount of ancestors that were hanging on the walls. And so you kind of have to get your head around that every room you go into, they're looking at you. Oh my gosh, look at how little they were. Does that even fit me?
Well, look how big I am.
No, does that even fit me?
Yeah, it was for a child.
No, it wasn't for a child. It was just for a small...
It's got a...
There, it does. There. It fits me perfectly, actually.
Yeah. Everyone likes a good rummage, don't they, in the attic. This is the equivalent of that.
Luke is part of the Montague family. descendants of a Norman knight and a fixture in the English aristocracy for almost 1,000 years, and his family have lived at Mapperton for 70 years.
So this is obviously where the cat was. It's the smartest room in the house.
It's got some of the finer pictures as well, in particular this Joshua Reynolds of the 4th Earl of Sandwich in his peer's gowns, looking very dashing.
As it happens, as First Lord of the Admiralty in the 1770s, the 4th Earl played a role in the formation of Julie's homeland.
Some people suggest that it was the 4th Earl who insisted on our navy being more located towards Europe, and we didn't have enough ships to stop those pesky colonies from declaring independence.
Now that's quite a role in history, but some would argue the 4th Earl's real legacy came closer to home.
The 4th Earl of Sandwich was a big gambler, and he didn't want to get his cards greasy, so he asked his butler to put a piece of meat in between 2 slices of bread, and everybody around the card table started to make a joke like, what is that? Oh, it's a sandwich, right?
That is one version of the story, but it was not the gambling table, but of course his commitment to his political life and his naval administration and all of those important letters and commissions and documents that he would be working on late into the night, which must not get smudged by picking up a slice of meat, and therefore he needed 2 slices of bread to avoid that from happening.
Whichever story you prefer, the 4th Earl's great gift to the world is quite the money spinner in his descendants' cafe.
Can I get a beef sandwich, Earl's beef sandwich?
Are you aware that the 4th Earl is actually a creator of the sandwich?
I did not.
That is his original beef sandwich
Oh,
that you're
wow.
about to consume.
Right, okay, cool. That'd be nice.
Yeah, enjoy.
Well, you're eating a beef sandwich, aren't you, Joe?
Yeah, hopefully it's not going to sell by date 14-12.
And it turns out that our favourite lunch could have had a very different name.
A sandwich wasn't always going to be a sandwich. It might have been a Portsmouth, and that is because the 1st Earl of Sandwich might easily have chosen the title Earl of Portsmouth instead of Earl of Sandwich. So here we go, and actually we've gone even further, because not only do we have the beef and the horseradish, but we've got some green leaves as well.
Yeah,
but
nice.
look at that lovely chunk of beef. I'm going to have a little bite, because is it lunchtime? It's getting
Not
close,
really,
isn't
but
it?
sure. It's lunchtime somewhere.
The Montague family moved to Mapperton in 1955, controlling an estate that stretches for almost 2,000 acres, covering farmland, woodland, and a new rewilding project. But along with the house, Mapperton's most treasured element is its gardens. Laid out a century ago, the gardens were well established by the time the Montagues moved in, and are now essential to the success of the whole estate.
Mrs. Ethel Labouchere bought the house in 1919. She was a widow. And immediately after moving in, she decided to create these wonderful Italianate formal gardens that you see here today. And it's in memory of her husband. So that's wonderful in the first place, to know that these gardens were created out of love for somebody. And that's what's so wonderful about these gardens in particular, is that there's this incredible story to share alongside what you see here today.
For the past 40 years, the gardens have been lovingly managed by Julie's mother-in-law, Caroline, the Dowager Countess of Sandwich. This summer, though, Julie is set to take charge of the gardens, a decade after first taking up residence at Mapperton.
Well, Julie, you're going to have a lovely time. How do you feel about the garden?
Well, I feel I have big shoes to fill.
I have been responsible for it for 40 years. I know it very well, and I'm very fond of it. Now, if I look in this pergola, I know virtually every rose here and what it is, you know. We've replanted a huge amount. More or less all the shrubs have been replanted. It's absolutely wonderful, and the atmosphere is terrific, the tranquility is great, the peace is such as you don't get in the rest of the world. It's an absolutely wonderful garden.
Since opening to the public in the 1960s, these gardens have become a vital source of income. Despite being a long way from any city or motorway, 15,000 paying visitors a year make the journey to see them. They are an essential part of the estate's income stream. And now the pressure is on Julie to keep this all going.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't really have an attachment to this garden yet.
That's the one.
Oh yeah, there it goes, there it goes. Oh, it's brown. Whoop.
Oops, it's always brown to begin with.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen that on before.
It'll stop being brown quite soon.
Yeah, it's really going brown. Coming into something like this historic house, these gorgeous gardens, the history. I've always been a little bit worried about everything that I've done here. Oh, there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's get this one.
Okay, yeah, let's get them going. Because I don't have the same knowledge as far as British history goes. Do you want me to try this one?
Yes, why don't you try
Okay.
first?
And so you kind of tiptoe, and you're a bit nervous and timid to even make a suggestion. So which tap is it? There's two. Okay, I got it.
Well done, we've got it.
Oh, did I get it?
Yep.
Is it brown?
Yes. I mean, the thing about the garden, Julie, as we all know, is it's the thing that draws people to Mapperton. They come here more for the garden, much more than they do for the house.
Absolutely.
And we have to keep the standards up, because if we don't, we'll lose the visitors.
As the collapsing tunnel at Pitchford Hall demonstrates, one of the challenges of country house ownership is to identify what the problems actually are. The improvements and additions made by many generations of family owners can easily obscure what's going on. But there is one thing in plain sight that all country house owners are understandably obsessed with: their roof, or indeed their roofs. We're returning to County Durham, where a small Norman fortress has grown and grown into the most imposing of all our houses. And as Bradspeth Castle has expanded, so too has its now enormous roof.
Right, come out onto the old medieval roof here. The origins of the castle date back to about 1138, when it was owned by the de Bulmer family. So there must have been something here before the stone castle was built, because the honour of Bradspeth was given to one of William's barons at the time of the Norman invasion in 1066. And I'll just do a little bit more inspection.
Richard is part of the extended Dobson family, owners of a castle that has witnessed almost 1,000 years of development by multiple occupants.
Out here we're standing on top of what would have been the three medieval towers of the castle, with the Bulmer Tower over there to my right, the Neville Tower over there to my left, and the one we're standing on here is the Link Tower that joins the two together, that was added in 1390 when these three towers were built.
To the north and east, however, the majority of Bradspeth was built as recently as just 200 years ago.
After the medieval period, the castle went through a series of mixed owners, and eventually it got sold to a banker who was a coal baron, William Russell, and his son, Matthew Russell, developed the castle as a Regency stately home. And so in the old corner of the medieval castle that runs along here and up here, he built his stately home. So this stonework here is 1820 stonework, as opposed to the stonework we see behind us, which is the 1390 stonework. The 1820 stonework, to reinforce the stonework, they put in iron cramps to hold the stones together. And what happens, of course, is moisture gets into the stonework and causes the iron to rust. And you can see here there's an iron fitting that was put in, and it's expanded. And essentially, it's cracking the stonework. We don't have that problem in the medieval stonework. No, that's all not a problem.
From medieval fortress to rich man's fantasy home, Branspeth has been on quite a journey.
So one of the key things of maintaining a castle is making sure the gutters are clear so the water that runs off the roof goes outside of the castle and doesn't go into the castle. And you can see here there's quite a lot of build-up of stuff down here. So clear this stuff out, do a quick check. And over it goes. Really shouldn't do that.
Back down at ground level, however, the family are preparing for their most unusual annual event. This weekend, the castle will be thrown open to the public and come alive with myths and legends.
Johnny, do you want to take the corner and keep walking?
Someone tall in the middle?
The next few days is Dragon Quest.
We've only done this event a couple of times before, and so we're very much figuring out how to do it. And it's the first time we've done it in summer. It's like £2–3 a head, and then there's some more things to do. Not at this point. I don't know if it will become a big cash income.
Coordinating the event is Richard's daughter Claire, who'll be pulling in help from everyone and anyone.
Shall I take him up, Dad?
Yeah.
Including her father.
This is where our main dragon storage is.
Rather handily, Branspeth has a ready supply of dragons, thanks to the University of Durham.
The English department put together an exhibition here at the castle based on the legends of dragons in the northeast.
We wanted to create an event that was good for families, and the dragon seemed an excellent opportunity for that. Those are the swords, if we wanted to do that. That's not coming up. And they're a really important aspect of the money coming in for the castle. We are organising it, and all the profit is profit.
Do you want to take the front? Thank you. And I can take the tail. Off we go. It's good family fun to come and meet the dragons, learn about the stories, the folklore of the northeast, and how sort of dragons have played their part in our history.
But not all dragons are created equally. The star of the show is the Lambton dragon.
OK.
Right, so let's
take bits of
Lambton out.
And it comes in 3 sections and requires some careful handling.
Do you want to go your way, or you go?
I think he's light enough that I can take that.
You
bit.
take that little row, OK.
Just while I turn. Am I safe turning?
Yeah.
I can't really see very much.
The local legend is that of the Lambton worm, a worm that grows into a dragon-like creature that terrorizes the area until it is slain by a knight returning from the Crusades.
I can't see where I'm going. Don't crash into things. We'll get him all up, then we'll tie him all together and remember how he works. Ooh, he's a bit like a sail in the wind, though.
Tasked with turning violent legend into family entertainment is a long-term castle resident and drama teacher, Martin Peacock.
It's called the Lambton worm, and it requires 3 people to manipulate it. One holding the head with a pole, the other in the middle with claws kind of sat on their shoulders, and someone holding the tail.
Could you give a hand with Katie with lifting at her point? Maybe?
But being rather short on puppeteering practice, Claire, Martin and their helpers now have just a few hours to get their dragon under control in time for a group of paying guests.
Well, yeah, I'm not in control of that. It's the head and the tail that control that. The moment he gets any taller. Don't go too tight round the corner. Please don't go too tight round the corner.
That looks a lot better already, actually, because you've got a bit more of a...
What? Does that work?
Snake-like.
Yeah.
Or is that not stable?
Wielding a dragon in perfect unison is as hard as it sounds, and with just hours to go until the public arrives, let's hope the team get a firmer grip on their puppet.
We will make it work.
I still haven't quite worked out my piece.
As long as nobody falls over.
Now, I've been involved in a great many rehearsals, but I have to say the preparations for Dragon Quest are something entirely new to me. Back down in Shropshire, work going on at Pitchford Hall is rather less fun and likely to prove somewhat expensive. But assessing a collapsing tunnel is also revealing aspects of the building that are not only hidden from sight, but also full of mystery. The tunnel in question connects the local brook with a pond on the far side of Pitchford's stable yard. House owner James Nason and building surveyor Corey Lane have discovered more than they imagined.
We're actually following the line of the tunnel. What we've done recently is scrape back with a JCB some of the earth. So you see this stone arch, and what we've done is just taken out a few bricks. And I think about 100 years ago, it had been bricked up. Just going to go in and explore it.
Hidden underground for generations, the new opening has revealed a chamber.
If I go in first,
okay.
And I'll, if I can ask you to drop down on the floor, and then as I step over, just hold on to that for me.
Yeah. There's a little bit of water trickling through.
With water from the tunnel to fill it, James now believes that this chamber was once a very private bathing pool.
I could almost imagine a Georgian gentleman sitting on here and having his, going into his plunge pool. And the plunge pool would be here.
Private pools became a feature of large houses in the 18th century, as fashionable Georgians embraced the health benefits of cold water bathing.
I've just noticed down here a small piece of embedded ironwork.
Yeah.
Which looks like it was a fixing for something. So whether this was part of the regulating water levels, some kind of sluice. I think there's no denying it's a plunge of some description that was decorated to enhance the experience of taking in the waters here.
What I love about it, we've got this big conch shell. And Corey, it looks like we've got
quartz.
Almost quartz, isn't it?
It is.
Someone has decided, to decorate certainly this wall. And then obviously we've got, the tunnel coming under the stable yard here, and then going out this way.
As a structure, it's just fantastic, and the fact that there's so much evidence of surface finish on here, as we can see here, it's been lime washed over. So imagine this being stark white with the shells. It would have been a really, really bright and light, airy environment for you to come and sit and take in the waters.
That's what really intrigues me, the thought of a Georgian family who lived in Pitchford, coming into this underground plunge. There's obviously a fashion for cold water swimming at the moment. 200 years ago, guess what? They were cold water swimming. But I would love to actually restore this to what it was originally in the 1820s or 1830s. Because when people come on guided tours to Pitchford, I'd actually like to show them, what it was originally used for. Wouldn't it be wonderful for people to see, how the Georgians, relaxed and enjoyed themselves all those years ago? It's just a wonderful building. I think it needs restoring.
Just outside Durham at Branspeth Castle,
Have a official-looking T-shirt.
Oh, lovely.
Claire and her family are putting the finishing touches to a unique annual event.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Show us on the road.
Today, the castle will be back at the heart of the community. as it has been for the best part of 1,000 years. What's more, the theme couldn't be more local.
Good morning. Welcome to our castle. Here is your Dragon Quest form. You look ready to become a Dragon Master.
Brancepeth is the perfect medieval backdrop for Dragon Quest, which celebrates local legends of heroic knights who slayed dragons.
So that's a 14th century great helm, early 14th century.
And inside it's showtime. And warming up the crowd for the Lambton Dragon are Claire's mum, Alison, who has lived at Brancepeth since her family bought it in the late 1970s, and resident drama teacher, Martin.
It's a great story. We've got this wonderfully huge dragon that is just visually impactful. So even if I'm rubbish, they'll go away remembering this great dragon.
Backstage, though, one can't escape the feeling that Alison has drawn the short straw.
I think I've got more brain when the blood goes down to my head, you know? I didn't know I was a puppeteer, but it seems like as long as no one can see me, I quite enjoy theatre.
Our story is set 1,000 years ago. It is part of northeastern folklore. In the original story, there's a strange woman who actually is the Witch of Brancepeth Castle.
A role played today, quite terrifyingly, by Claire's husband, Mark.
It sounds good. It sounds good.
John Lambton, you will pay.
Martin's telling of the Lambton story is keeping this dragon and Alison patiently waiting.
Yeah, Martin tells a long story.
He wants you to make amends for all the
But eventually, the dragon's moment arrives.
Come and fight me! And there she was! He protected himself from the fiery dragon's flame, and he retreated! He fought again! There was a fight between John Lambton and the dragon, and he lures it into the River Wear, and he threw himself in! Come along, Wormy! Come in here and call off! The dragon leapt in! And the dragon circles him in the River Wear, tries to crush him to death, and John kills it. The dragon was washed away to meet its watery grave.
With the dragon slain and the crowd cheering, it's a job well done for the Brancepeth team. After the show, there's a chance for the audience to meet the stars, and Claire's happy with the day's work.
I think we've proved that this event is successful, it is sustainable. Our numbers were quite good, although we probably could have had more people in. Have you completed the quest? You're now Dragon Masters. All of this is just keep the castle standing, keep it working, make sure there's a roof so that it doesn't leak. The money will very, very quickly be used for something.
How wonderful to see local history and culture celebrated in such a way. And it shows that owning a country house isn't always about repairs and renovations. It's about keeping a great building relevant and useful in the modern world. We're returning now to Mapperton House in Dorset, where a familiar problem has reared its head for Julie Montague. But it's also a chance for her to embrace technology, and in a manner no previous generation would have dared imagine. The focal point of Mapperton's stunning valley garden is its ornamental pools.
The 18th century pool has amazing history. It was built for the purposes of feeding those who were living in the house. It was a fishery, it had lots of fish, and those fish would then feed those in the house and the wider community.
Over time, the pool has served for swimming and as a formal garden feature, but has not been without its headaches. This summer in particular, there's been a noticeable lack of water in the sky and the pool.
The water level is decreasing, even though we're filling up the pool, so we know that there's a huge problem. You know, when we first repaired it a couple of years ago, that was a huge cost. And you're thinking, right, I've repaired it. Fingers crossed it's going to last for at least another 100 years. We're like year 2 into it, and we've got a problem. Is there a solution? I hope so, because it's a well-known pool. People know about this pool, and they come and see it. And so it's sort of bumped up the list of, you know, high priority, but there is a cost that's attached to it, and it's a big cost. Hi, everybody.
But Julie has found a way of turning every Mapperton problem into an opportunity.
When you go to the gardens, we're going to be down there filming at the pool, and I will be in my funny cap and a bathing suit.
The leaking pool is about to become the star of Mapperton's latest social media post.
See you down at the pool. Thanks, everybody. Okay, that was so fun. We had no idea the profound effect financially and, of course, with visitor numbers that social media would have on this estate. Thank you.
I'm following on your YouTube channel.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I'm addicted to it. It's my weekly dose. I get from all of them.
Okay, well, that's brilliant.
What started as an experiment during the COVID pandemic has become a significant source of income for the estate.
Okay, so I'll change in there and then I'll just like walk and talk.
That's
yeah?
cool.
And
Yeah, get changed and then I'll put a microphone on you.
Julie now works with Chris Atkins to keep her followers up to date, and she is willing to do whatever is necessary to keep the viewers engaged.
in case one drops into the water and gets green slimy. Today will be interesting because there's a lot of green gunk. It's blanket weed, there's algae, there's little, you know, bugs everywhere. So Luke has sort of floated the idea of possibly...
It's clear Julie is now a professional in front of the camera and knows how to keep her audience engaged.
But we have a lot of thinking to do. So if you guys have some comments down below, never in my wildest dreams would I've ever imagined that I'd be walking out of Mapperton and people would want photographs with me, to have conversations, just to shake my hand because they've seen me on social media. I'm gonna head in. And by the way, it is still cold. So if you think that the British summer weather has warmed up this pool, you are incorrect. It is, I gotta breathe through it. Woo. Most of our audience, can you believe it, is American. Okay. I'm talking 70 to 80%. They love it. Here is this American girl who's come into this odd world, you know, taking over the running of, you know, a 500-year-old house. And just to see if I can find any cracks, but also wanting to create a community that feels that they are a part of helping to preserve this part of England's heritage. And that's so important. This is what I'm walking on. Do you see that? Can you see?
Through advertising, subscriptions and donations, Julie's followers are now funding work at Mapperton from thousands of miles away.
I'm literally ankle deep right now. Ankle deep. Let's just look at this. Because we're so far, Mapperton is so far from any major city, it's hard to get physical visitors here. I mean, that is one of the reasons that we decided to, you know, go down this social media route. I'm feeling with my feet, possibly right there, possibly, possibly, possibly. I have definitely found a crack here. Hello, thank you, it was so fun.
It looks freezing.
Good, good, good. So this will be
down all the way from the north of Scotland.
Did you?
Yeah, I've been watching you on YouTube for a long time.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm so glad you got to see this, especially because you watch the channel, so you know the drama of this pool.
Yeah. I shall watch out for the video.
Good, good. Oh, thank you, and thank you so much for coming. And do you have some really good cakes in the cafe?
Lunch already.
Good. In a nutshell, what we do online puts income back into the estate. It's as simple as that.
I need to immediately go and shower because
I would guess that Julie is the first Countess of Sandwich to make a splash in the world of social media. Next time on Saving Country Houses.
Oh, golly.
We're back at Ashby Manor as restoration costs are going up.
What started out as sort of a day or two is turning into a 2-week thing.
I think replace it.
Every day is money.
We meet the family that's lived in the Brecon Beacons for 175 years.
We have Dresth to ourselves for a big chunk of the year, and then we hand it over to other people.
Hello. Sorry, the rehearsal's been pushed back. We've just got
don't worry, too much to do before that.
Too much to do, yeah.
Should we meet up there at 4:30?
At 4:30 for rehearsal, yeah.
And there's progress with Chavenich's big sauna idea.
Dad, look at it. Oh my God. So cool. That is the sexiest sauna I've ever seen in my life.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history. There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol!
No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp.
Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
At finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? The more time one spends in the world of country houses, the more I think one thing becomes clear. In order to remain a home, they also need to be a business. And to make that work, owners need a certain amount of entrepreneurial flair. James and Emma Losley Williams are a young couple who, in their short time running a country house, are off to a flying start in that regard. And they're certainly not stopping for a rest. In the heart of the Cotswolds, their home is the Elizabethan manor house of Chavenage. These 2,000 acres of picture book English countryside have been James and Emma's responsibility for the past 2 years.
Happy birthday, Ruth. There you go. Happy birthday cake.
They have already taken a risk by investing money from the sale of Emma's flat into setting up the new Barn Cafe.
We have found this sort of second year of being open. We're getting a lot more people through the door.
And this summer, their attention is turning to the installation of a luxury sauna pod.
That's it,
So where do you want it to go? This is kind of our dream. This is the shepherd's hut sauna we're going for.
James, however, now has a second project in his sights, also aimed at turning Chavenage into a Cotswolds destination.
The number 2 project, which is what we want to do in the near future, to lean on the wellness and encourage people to come and stay here, is to basically make this a pond. It is actually a pond, but it's been left for decades.
Over the last century, trees and shrubs have taken over this small corner of the estate, and the pond has long since silted up, becoming more of a bog.
So the pond is a slight experiment.
So what I'd like to do is get a digger in there, create a nice pond, put ducks on it.
I've got this rather obscure view of the estate where I am slightly OCD. I want to make things look perfect. Now that's a struggle when you've got 2,000 acres because you haven't got enough time in your life to make the whole estate look perfect.
And then here, we've got planning for 4 glamping huts. And then you can lie, have your own space and be literally in the middle of the Cotswold countryside. And that is priceless.
Not hard.
And so I wanted to start on the pond down in the park. I know it was a pond, and I thought maybe we can reinvigorate it. That's again putting something on the estate that wasn't there before.
Glamping may be a long-term project, but James is confident he can prepare the area and resurrect Chavenage's pond quite quickly.
And then this is one of the areas. And luckily, the tree surgeons have been in today. Oh my God, that is a lot of wood.
So we've got to take out the dead trees because obviously it's just dangerous in case they fall.
Don't ask how much it costs, but this is 1,500 quid, 2 grand for that job. That doesn't change our life at all.
Well, it would if a tree fell on us.
That's how you can just lose cash. You think we might have earned 2 grand last week in the cafe and it's all gone on one tree?
Perfect.
Perfect.
With some of the biggest trees down already, there's an opportunity for James to do what he likes best. Get stuck into the work himself, with a bit of help from one of the real powerhouses of the Chavenage estate.
James and Raph are like a bit of a double act that you never really saw coming.
I don't know where Raph is. He said come and find me.
He's one of those people that can do anything. Got a problem with the car? We'll just ask Raph. You need a pond clearing out, ask Raph.
There he is. He's doing our roses. Rafa?
I know that if James disappears, he's probably out somewhere with Raph playing with some kind of machinery.
You ready? We're going to see if we can sort a pond out.
Yeah, sort them.
Hands. Look at the size of... He's literally hands the size of freaking spades.
James definitely couldn't do it by himself, so we're really pleased that we've got Raph, who is capable of anything in my eyes.
Having lived in the Cotswolds for many years, Ralph Winiarski and his wife both now work part-time at Chavenage. He is almost certainly the only member of the estate team who's ever been in the Polish army.
I love and enjoy every single day in here. Hello, James! Ah! Got you!
Right, Rafa, this is soon going to be an oasis. Imagine ducks, clear water, maybe even a water feature, beautiful oak trees, cabins. This is going to be our kind of wellness area.
But with no real budget to achieve James's vision, it's up to him and Ralph to make this dream a reality.
If we get chainsaw, if we get hedge trimmer.
What about safety helmets?
Don't never forget your safety helmet.
That's the main thing.
Exactly. Raf is the most incredible. He is the most loyal and the hardest working bloke I know.
I lost my shoe. Straight into my knee.
Unfortunately, we only can afford him Monday and Friday. I'd love to have him 5 days a week because the amount of work we'll get done is incredible.
No, go again. No.
Don't worry, get the big guns in, Raf.
Go on, big gun. I need to speak with James about pay rise.
The sound of petrol! I love working with him. He's a really strong pair of hands that I probably couldn't do without. I'm all for someone who would just jump in and just crack on and put a load of energy into it. That's one down.
It's a good job this newly appointed Lord of the Manor isn't afraid to get his hands dirty.
A tree surgeon on these big trees, 600 to 1,000 pounds a tree, so if you didn't do it yourself, you wouldn't be able to get anywhere. You've got to want to graft. I'm trying to create a better estate for the one I was given, and hopefully, as a custodian of this place, I can hand it over to the next generation in a better place I found it. Hopefully, you know, with a pond that wasn't there before.
Come on, puppy. That's better.
But with only a two-man team on the job, Chavenage's reimagined pond could be a long time in the making.
This is wet, so this will actually hold water. I think we're onto a winner, mate. This is actually an exciting plan.
People thinking in some jobs it's 5 minutes, but they are no 5 minutes. It's loads of work.
Could take us a week.
Weeks, months.
Months.
Maybe to Christmas.
Maybe till Christmas.
At Chavenage in the Cotswolds, attention is very much on new projects that will hopefully bring money into the estate. But of course, all our houses are historic buildings, which require time and money just to conserve and maintain them. At one of our houses, that is very much the focus, except the concern is not the house itself, but its celebrated gatehouse. On the western edge of Northamptonshire, the gatehouse in question belongs to Ashby Manor House. The house is presented quite beautifully, thanks to 10 years of hard work from its Australian owner, Nova Guest.
The dahlias take so much water.
The Tudor gatehouse lies close to the road and the church, and it's famous for its role in hatching the gunpowder plot, and is now the site of Nova's latest restoration project.
We're going to bring the cherry picker in, so we need to get it as close to the side of the plot room as we can. So we're clearing all this because it's full of brambles.
Largely overlooked by recent generations, the plot room now has Nova giving it the care and attention it deserves. She plans to transform it from neglected space to a tourist attraction to showcase its important place in British 17th century history, starting with restoring its external walls. And leading the restoration work is local stonemason Les Simblett.
Just drop it there.
Les will be using a cherry picker to inspect the leaks and cracks that have become noticeable from the inside.
Initially, I think the best thing is just really to do a bit of a general survey, check, and we're particularly looking for where the water's ingress is happening.
Do you feel high up?
Not yet. So this is a typical example of the sort of problems that we're having. Where the water's running down the face, no absorption on the cement, running straight into the joints, into the structure of the building. So here you've got this hairline crack. When they repaired it in the 90s, they put sand cement, and you can see that's very, very hard. So wherever possible, is trying to expose that gap and fill it try and you can see then that the gap gets bigger, and then we can start filling that with the oakum cork, which is traditional boat material, goes back to Viking times.
Made from hemp or flax fibres, oakum was the key natural product that kept ships and timber-framed buildings watertight for centuries.
We can then push that into the joints, which stops the water penetrating.
Les is using similar methods as the original craftsman who built the gatehouse. But the costs associated with this kind of specialist work have a tendency to spiral.
It's very difficult budgeting, having budgets in this house, because yeah.
This is where the problem where you can see from the inside where we've got the leak in. So you can see that's all moving.
I imagine when you're dealing with new houses, you can have very realistic quotes for things.
I think replace it.
But here, as you get into a job, you don't know what you're going to find.
They're quite big voids that we've got here. It's just totally rotten away.
The whole thing gets blown up.
We've got a bit of linseed oil. We can oil the timber so that it gives it a little bit of resistance to moisture ingress and conditions the timber. A lot of these timbers that are black and white really date back to the Victorian times. This would have been a smooth face originally, and then they exposed the beams because they thought it looked nice. A lot of the time they painted the beams with black tar, and that's the worst thing you do. You'll find that the timbers rot so fast, it's ridiculous. But I still see people now putting black tar on the oak timbers, and it makes you want to cry really, because it's just totally wrong. We fill it with the oakum. That will fill the gaps. That's really why we've made the gaps slightly bigger, so we can pack that in. And then on the bottom here, you can see that's going right into the joints. And that gives a flexible waterproof bond. It'll stop the water penetrating. We're now packing it with the troweling mastic, which is double boiled linseed oil. We mix it with a burnt sand, which is a fairly traditional thing for use on timber frame buildings. You can see how big those voids are by how much that's going into. So we pack them all in by hand. Lime mortar now to fill this one.
What we do to help these old buildings and look after them, a lot of effort.
The hardest thing is deciding where to stop and where to start. Don't open a can of worms.
But whilst Les is able to fill voids and sealed cracks relatively simply, the work leaps to a different scale if entire modern panels need replacing.
The more you look at it, you see more problems, as usual. And you realise a lot of the panels are loose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 30. About 35 panels. So whatever time it takes for that, we multiply by 35, that's probably the time we need to allocate for it. The main question is, do you want the repairs to last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years?
Having been up close and personal with the worst of the wall, Les delivers his verdict.
I can't decide whether it's good news or bad news.
Oh, golly.
The repair's going quite well. You can see we've filled the joints in all the timbers on this left-hand side.
Yes.
But some of the panels are quite loose. My recommendation would be to probably take them all off and start again, because it might be just as quick.
Right. Well, it's more extensive than I thought in terms of the work that's needed to fix it, because we have to actually remove panels and put new ones on. So what started out as sort of a day or two's cherry picker hire and Les is turning into sort of a whole 2-week thing. It's probably somewhere between £1,500 and £8,000 or something, I think. Of course, it's a side of the plot room, you can't even see it from our house, in a corner which is usually covered in brambles that no one can see, but this is what we have to do. It's like the money you can't see in these houses.
Just like Ashby Manor, all the country houses we've looked at so far have histories stretching back centuries. But it's time for something rather different, as our next house is positively youthful, less than 2 centuries old. It was built by a wealthy Victorian who was keen to escape the city and establish a classic rural seat for his family. That family are still there to this day. We're heading across the Welsh border to the Brecon Beacons, where we find Treberthydd House. With its towering Gothic arches, Treberthydd was the height of fashion when it was built by Robert Raikes in the 1840s. It's now the home of his great-great-great-granddaughter, Sally, and her husband, Hugh.
So we're going upstairs now to where the bedrooms are. And between the divide of the house, between the children's and servants' bedrooms and then the adults' rooms, is a height chart, which documents the height of all the children who lived here through the years. You'll see it's pretty chocker. There's not much space for our kids' heights, that's for sure.
J.S. Holland is a cousin, is that right?
I think so.
In 1938, he held the title as the tallest until your brother, Hugh, came in 2002.
Seeing all these characters on this height chart makes me feel that we should get another height chart opposite here on the other side of the frame to start the next lot of generations. So our kids are the 7th generation of the house to be here, and they're not on this, so perhaps it's not too late for us to start continuation on this side and hope that we extend to the 15th and 16th generation, who knows?
Treberthydd may not be as old as some other country houses, but it is not without its complications.
Treberthydd is an early Victorian house. You've got turrets, there are 3 turrets, and you've got Gothic archways, 9 different designs of leather windows. Did we count 23 chimneys? And all the chimneys, some of them are slightly wonky, but we're pretty sure they're okay.
So the scariest bit about this building and its architecture is the maintenance it requires. Not any ghosts and ghouls.
One of the joys of Treberthydd is that so much is as it was 175 years ago.
It's an amazing bit of intricate design.
This is the hall. It's very dark, it's deliberately dark. The Victorians didn't like sunlight in the way that we seek it out today.
The tastes of the very religious Robert Raikes, who built Treberthydd, can still be found throughout the house, and nowhere more so than in his library. And the house also boasts various heirlooms that are clues to the lifestyle of its original household.
This is an example of somebody that has too much time on their hands, really. So over 3 volumes, they have written out the Bible.
Whoever wrote this Bible was very religious, very devout. I think the whole family were. It's quite striking to think of how their lives were versus how our lives are today in terms of what they would have done and their day-to-day activities. And
yeah, unfortunately, we don't have time to write out the Bible.
Having been run as a private home for generations, Sally and Hugh are now picking up what her parents' generation started in turning Treberthydd into a home and a business.
We spend a lot of time in the garden in the summer, but it's also the area that we have wedding ceremonies up on the formal lawns there. And just over there, we have a marquee that goes up for about 8 weeks between the end of May and the end of July.
The weddings are all part of the mix of what we do here to keep the house going and to bring in income.
Yeah, the fundamental thing is we couldn't afford to live here without
doing all this.
Doing that.
Yeah.
But Sally and Hugh are not the first generation of the family to feel the pressure of money whilst running this extraordinary country house.
Robert Raikes fell on hard times and he could no longer afford to live here. And then this is an advert from that time, and it's fascinating reading the detail and how it's described. It's described as a gentleman's residence, 14 bedrooms, 3 dressing rooms, each fitted with hot and cold bath. And in the end, it was let for 15 years. It almost left the family, but then it didn't because Robert Rakes Jr., so my great-grandfather, felt he could come back on and take it on again. It narrowly missed leaving the family altogether.
And 3 years ago, it was time for Sally, Hugh and their 4 children to take over from Sally's father the challenge of running Treberthith.
I guess every generation who lives here wants to keep it going and doesn't want to be the one to lose it.
In the heart of the Brecon Beacons, Sally and Hugh Martineau are the 6th generation of their family to live in their Victorian country pile, Treberthith House. It's all a far cry from their city life of old.
I lived in London for more than 10 years, worked as a journalist, and yeah, it's a very different existence here in the country.
And the change in scene to a new life in the country means that Sally has had to learn plenty of new skills to keep the income flowing and the house running.
So we're off to go and look at our beehives. We've got 3 beehives down this driveway here in a corner of the field. I did a beginner's beekeeping course on Zoom in lockdown. Been doing it ever since then. And I started off with 1 hive, then 2, and then 3. Beekeeping I love, it's just a real escape. It's a very relaxing thing to do.
Right, that's all honey.
Well, when we decided to move to Wales, I did get teased a bit about how my life would be about making jars of raspberry jam. But it's turned out to be jars of honey, which is absolutely fine by me.
For the first time this summer, Sally will have enough honey to start selling her new produce. Plus, it's an excellent way of engaging her 8-year-old twins, Bertie and Duncan.
Getting into rhythm. My workers, yeah, they're doing a great job.
Tasting it is the most important part, kind of.
And it's a very short commute to Sally's retail outlet, Treberthith's own plant nursery.
The walled garden is still part of Treberthith, but Alison's leased it for maybe 10 or 12 years now, and she's transformed it into the most beautiful space. Hi.
Hi, Sally. Honey, we have honey.
10 jars of solid honey and 10 jars of liquid, but there's more. What is the price of a jar of honey these days? £6.50?
Yeah.
Something like that? See how that goes?
But of course, a sideline in beekeeping will not generate the income Sally and Hugh need to keep Treberthith as their home, which is where their bespoke marquee comes in, designed especially for country house weddings. But there are only a handful of weddings at the house each summer, and they are styled to suit the tastes of each couple. And they can make use of the custom-made marquee, the handiwork of designer Roland Stokes.
I made this marquee for this place, this space, so it was custom built for here. There's some curves on the valance, which is a style I use in most of my structures, which they do relate to the Gothic arches that can be found on the house.
We wanted something that was going to be in keeping with the house. Making sure that we got the right fit for the location was really important.
And it's blank canvas, so couples can do whatever they want in here. They can put a plinth up and hang flowers from that, or a disco ball, or extra lighting.
And Treberthith is soon going to be hosting its biggest wedding of the year.
These are Roland's handmade trestle tables and chairs. He's added an extension on either side for this particular wedding.
Space enough for the expected 174 guests.
Upside down. We enjoy weddings here. It's a really momentous day in the lives of a couple.
Lovely.
So for us on the sidelines, it's just really, really lovely to see.
It's taken a lot of brain power to just do this table.
If it all goes to plan, it's brilliant.
There is nothing like the deadline of a wedding to focus the mind of everyone involved. Most country house projects, on the other hand, rely rather more on the owner's own determination to get things moving. Back at Ashby Manor in Northamptonshire, that determination is on show for all to see. Ashby's owner, Nova, took stonemason Les's advice and opted for a thorough restoration of the external timbers and panels.
Gosh, it's like looking at a work of art. Aren't you amazing?
We've done everything properly. Every panel's sealed.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And on the corner where all the big voids are, we filled that with lime mortar and put the troweling mastic on top of it.
Yes.
So I don't think you've got any problem there at all now for 20, 25 years. Lifetime guarantee from these, not going to be very long now.
Exactly. I won't be able to chase you up on that, obviously.
The Tudor Gatehouse, home to the gunpowder plot room, has received a major lime mortar facelift.
Les was here, I think, all in all, he was here for a month. So it was vastly longer than we thought, but he's done a really proper job. So wonderful the whole thing has been sorted out, and that is such a weight off my shoulders. So now we can sort of start to look inside and make sure, you know, we can properly start restoring the inside, knowing that we've dealt with the outside. It's good news. Vastly expensive good news, but still good news.
The less good news is that all Les's external work has created a fresh mountain of dust inside the old gatehouse.
Oh, God. A big broom, get the big bits up, and then we can start vacuuming.
Beyond the dust, there's also the small matter of what Les found in the loft over a month ago.
We've decided that we're going to remove the bird's nests because there's old crow carcasses in there, dead squirrels, all sorts of ticks and lice. So I want to make sure I've got fully booted and suited. We try and minimise any infestation because I don't fancy itching all day.
Well, I've just put on my cooking apron, thinking that might sort of generally help. I'm not sure if it's really extensive enough, but we will see.
My powered respirator, complete my outfit. I'm going on to Mr. Universe next. I'm ready.
Once we get these dead birds out, I want to clean the whole thing up. I've got an industrial vacuum cleaner I'm going to spend the weekend hoovering and just see if we can start to think about if my plan is right.
Nova's aim is to open the room where the gunpowder plot was planned to visitors. But there's a way to go yet.
Oh, my word, look at it. Nothing can quite prepare you for this.
There's 4 of those. As I say, there's dead carcasses in them, there's all sorts.
Holy moly.
For now, this room is best tackled with powered breathing apparatus.
Ugh.
That's made no impression on it at all.
It's just one.
There's about to be about 10 of those, I think, on that one nest.
It's a big job. A very big job.
I'm going to try plan B. Pitchfork would be ideal.
However long or dirty this job gets, it's clear Nova is up for the challenge and set on presenting this small room in Northamptonshire in the best light to create as authentic an experience as possible.
Can't wait to light this fire.
Another 5 loads will be there for the first nest.
So if we do reimagine what the plot room may have looked like, I'm going to take some serious advice on that, because we need to source 16th century furniture, which is quite difficult in itself. And then I just wonder if it's right to reimagine what the room might have looked like. But you do imagine plotters sitting around a table, hatching a plan to blow up the Houses of Parliament.
"60 miles south, in the heart of the Cotswolds, there is progress at Chavenage Manor, home to James and Emma Loseley-Williams. James's pet project of recreating the old pond is well underway.
The pond. It's been a labour of love. I've taken a lot of the trees that were encroaching in on the pond out, I then got a 3-ton digger in to get all of this silt out and create kind of a bowl shape. But I'm happy with it. It looks vastly different to what it did look like.
James has done a lot of the digging out himself, but before he goes any further, Raph is back to help with a spot of housekeeping.
So I reckon if we can get the branches round the corner. Are you all right in the tractor? Do you want me to show you how to do it? You sure?
I don't need your help. Everything will have ignition and engine I can drive.
Watch out for my dogs, I don't know where they've gone. Raph loves using the machine, so I can get him doing all the heavy lifting.
And whilst Raph is tidying up, James can plan the next stage.
Where we are now in the Cotswolds, it's all Cotswold brash, so you can see that with all the stones. So what they had to do is to line these ponds, they had to import this clay. And so it's proper, it's not mud, it's proper clay that you could potentially put in a kiln. And that is the liner. And that is what I'm trying not to scrape up or scrape out. So I've got to try and leave as much of this as possible and reline it, because all the roots have basically punctured it. But it's quite amazing. That is the liner of the pond. And you can see the difference. And this is all the silt that I need to try and get out. And then this is the water level. This is fantastic news. It hasn't rained in like 3 weeks, so the water is holding, but the water's low, really low.
Although James is pleased with the pond's potential, the change in seasons means that Mother Nature is a threat to his grand plans.
I've basically got time against me because I need to get all this silt out before the rain comes and this starts filling up. And that's basically the challenge I've got ahead. That's Winter. She doesn't really help me that much. Dig. Winter, you gonna dig? Hey? At the moment, I'm not regretting it. But if it doesn't work and we don't get it done before the winter comes, I might be regretting it.
At Chevenage in Gloucestershire, it's a busy morning at Emma's Cafe, but anticipation is in the air.
Yeah, I can manage.
You sure? With James's pond project on the back burner for now, he and Emma and the team are awaiting a new arrival.
It's the big day. We're pretty excited, to be honest.
The long-awaited luxury sauna pod is due to be delivered.
I'm just hoping this is going to work, because this is going to be terrible if it doesn't. I've persuaded them it's going to work. But I'm really excited because this sauna is at next level. This is like the Rolls Royces of saunas. So if no one used it, at least I can use it. That's the idea.
I'm actually quite excited that people are here because then we can like talk to them about it and hopefully get people like excited about what's going to be here.
We need to give our sauna a name, really. Jeffrey or something.
Maybe we could get in the sauna tonight. I didn't even think about that. I just thought about getting it here.
Another potential sauna tester could be James's father, George Losley Williams.
We've got this sauna coming in today.
Oh, cool.
Are you going to be on the members list?
Yes, I will.
Do you want to be... You and Caroline are our first users.
But amid all the anticipation, there's work that now needs to be done quickly.
You need somewhere to keep your screws. So what we need is a tool belt, James.
Oh my gosh.
So
this is fantastic.
Turn around. And there we go.
Hold on.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Right,
Feel like Bob the Builder.
Chevenage's go-to builder, Big Al, and his young apprentice are building the base of the sauna changing rooms, starting with marking out the position of the timbers.
No, that's inches. We want centimetres, James. Because what you do, 450, the next one will be 900.
Yeah, but that's...
This is where your maths comes in, I'll help you.
Brilliant.
OK, keep going. So 450 on 900 13.50.
13.50, thanks.
There we go. It's a long time since I've had staff, James.
2,700.
You're like a pro, James. All you've got to think about with this is to how much money you're saving by not employing proper builders. Right, 450. 450. We all want to tell people how to do things. I generally think I'm not very good at it. I don't think I have the patience, but my lack of patience, James makes up for in enthusiasm.
900, 13.50.
Spot on, you see, you're on it.
I still am terrible at maths. Both Emma and I are famously awful at numbers.
Yeah.
Which bodes well for
yes, running businesses.
Yeah.
If we just get one each, I'll start at the other end. Just line them up against your blue marks.
Measuring complete, it's time to fit the joists.
Doesn't matter if they don't go straight in first thing, we can hit them with a hammer. Right, now it's power tool time, James.
That's where I come in handy. That's one job that doesn't need maths.
Great.
Just like that, we're creating. And the idea is that we're going to do this deck, create the base, move it to the site, and then we'll build the changing rooms on top. Get your hammer out, lad. She's coming along, buddy.
To finish the deck off, we put braces in between each of these, and they're called noggins. And then that stops the wood from twisting.
240. Having a bit of a mentor like Big Al, who has done the trade and who's keen to give me the patience and knowledge, is worth a lot. I don't think I'd be able to do half these projects without someone like Big Al. 40 years ago, you wouldn't have found the Lord of the Manor doing this.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I love it, don't get me wrong, but how times have changed. I mean, we had cook, sous chef, butler, co-butler. Currently, I have one full-time employee, and that's your other half who works in the office. It's not possible to pay for it.
No, it's just
we can't pay ourselves, let alone other people.
It's big change.
Elsewhere on the estate, word has got round that James and Emma's new toy has arrived.
This is the big moment. We've got a sauna coming onto site.
But as it turns out, this is not the sauna, just a delivery of supplies to the cafe.
We've got a bit of a traffic jam going on. Yeah. What should we do?
I can back up a bit.
Yeah, that'd be great, mate, if you could.
So the wait continues.
I think it's a really good idea. I mean, I'm going to make use of it, so hopefully other people will as well.
Well, you got to pay, Dad.
I've got to pay. I always pay.
I know you do.
I try and always pay. Yeah. No, I think it'd be a great idea. I think the whole kind of development of this place has taken on a new turn with this, and hopefully it'll encourage more people up here.
Dad, look at it.
Oh, my God.
How nice is that?
Everything's turning up.
Oh, my God.
Is so cool.
That is the sexiest sauna I've ever seen in my life.
This morning I was worried and I was having all these concerns. I woke up in the night and I thought, are we going to make any money? And I was getting really stressed about it. And now I've seen it, I'm like, no, it's fine, we can make this work. And now I feel like 10 out of 10 excited.
Sauna's coming, mate. If you're around.
Maybe we'll stick around.
Yeah.
You see, everyone likes the sauna and a cold plunge.
Chevenage's sauna takes inspiration from the shepherd's huts of old, which provided shelter wherever the flock was grazing.
Everyone's having a look what's going on.
The only question now is where to store the hut until it's ready to be installed in the field across the road. But its high, curved roof means the team are unsure how to transport it to its temporary location.
We'll stick it there, about that bit. 3.25, that's going to be close. We need 100 mil off.
How much is 100 mil?
4 inches.
Oh, it's quite a lot.
Too tight.
Should we go round the front? Should we check out the route?
Yeah.
Let's try that. So we were hoping we were going to get through the middle of the barn to position the sauna in a place by the cafe where everyone can see it, but it's too tall for the barn to get through the door. So our second option is to bring it around the front. We may have to move some customers, which is always difficult.
On the plus side, it presents James and Emma with a golden opportunity to parade Chavenage's newest addition to potential sauna customers before it moves to its permanent home in the nearby field.
That's all right, you're okay there. You're okay.
That bench is unbelievably close. That really is as stunning. It's absolutely lovely.
Would you come and use it?
Can't wait to get in there.
Yeah, yes! Oh, good.
What do you think of that?
That's perfect there, mate, I reckon.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic, guys.
Come forward a bit, Will.
That was expert driving, I have to say. That was absolutely expert driving.
This is where it's at. Even if we don't make any money, just having this here is going to be worth it.
Well, I think it's very smart. Bigger than I thought it was going to be. We're looking forward to using it, really. Yeah.
Do you want to just whip off, Dad? Go on, whip off. Get your six-pack out.
Get the six-pack. I've yet to see the sauna in operation. It'll be interesting to see how it goes down.
Perfect. Can we get a similar look? Yeah, it's going to be the start of my health and wellness journey, guys.
The sauna. If it works, then great. If it doesn't, we've learned something. Everything we do and everything we try, yes, some may work, some may not, and that's what that's what you sign up for.
Next time on Saving Country Houses.
We are off to the picture tree house.
We're in Shropshire for a tour of the world's oldest tree house.
It's unique.
Where Queen Victoria played as a young princess.
I bet she looked out of that window towards the realm that she was going to rule over.
There's a wet start for Treberthith's wedding of the year.
Everyone's a bit nervous. Your heart will sink when you see the rain coming down. It's a bit of a moment.
And we're in sun-soaked Dorset to follow the progress of Mapperton's newest gardener.
When I look at these tools, my jaw drops. I mean, I know that's a saw. This is the big moment. This is the first time I've ever come into these gardens where I'm actually going to start to chop.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history. There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol! No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp.
Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
At finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
to keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? From house tours and open days to gardens and cafes, there are many ways in which a country house can earn its keep in the 21st century. But there's one very regular money spinner that can't be ignored: weddings. Some houses host dozens each year, often squeezing 2 into a single weekend. But at our next house, the owners are taking a much more bespoke and hands-on approach to hosting country house weddings. We're returning to the Brecon Beacons National Park and the Victorian splendour of Treberfydd House. This magnificent Gothic revival home has been owned by the same family since it was built in the 1840s. 3 years ago, Sally Martineau took over running the estate from her parents.
Should have done this about 5 hours ago.
Along with her husband, Hugh.
It is handy to be hands-on, which Hugh very luckily is.
I can be a plumber, an electrician, farmer, and a chef, all by 9 o'clock in the morning.
Tomorrow, the family will be hosting their biggest wedding of the year, an event that's set to take over many parts of the estate.
It's nice for wedding guests not to be cooped up in one space all day long. You've got the house, you've got the marquee, you've got the gardens.
Yeah, every now and again you might find someone asleep in the hammock.
That's been known to happen. It's good fun having everyone here for a wedding. It's just really, really lovely to see.
This is the seating plan.
At the heart of tomorrow's event will be bride Duany and groom Gareth, surrounded by their many guests.
Yeah, too many. 174, including the two of us, and then a few for the evening as well. So, yeah, very excited. Very excited.
Big fat Sri Lankan Welsh wedding.
The event is set to be an international affair, with Gareth's Welsh and Duany's Sri Lankan heritage on full display.
We went to university together in Birmingham.
And it's been 8 years, 8.5 years, and here we are.
So I took my time.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going to be great. They've got a Sri Lankan ceremony and they're going to build a platform and an arch. They've got Sri Lankan food. There's a Sri Lankan caterer coming down from Manchester. So it'll be fun.
Once Duany and Gareth discovered the freedom that Treberfydd offered them, they knew they'd found their perfect wedding venue.
As soon as we spoke
As
to
soon
Sally,
as I spoke to Sally, yeah.
it was like, it's your wedding, do what you want.
Do whatever you want.
So
She said, yeah, she
like
was
a blank canvas, really.
absolutely perfect. We're feeling so lucky to be getting married here. It's incredible.
For Sally and Hugh, however, this wedding is set to push their hosting skills to the next level.
We've got 174 guests in total, of which 38 are staying on site. We've got 10 staying in the house, which we're doing bed and breakfast for. And then the rest are in our self-catering places.
And with so many guests coming to the wedding, Sally and Hugh have spotted a new income stream, and this summer have introduced a glamping area and a pair of luxury bell tents.
They're just up for the weddings and they're for wedding guests to use. I mean, it's so convenient just to roll out the marquee and down to your tent at night. Easier option. So it's basic, but it's nicer than camping. There's something for everyone. I mean, not everyone's going to want to stay in a bell tent for a wedding. Other people prefer to have a shower and a bath and everything.
And speaking of hot water, with guests arriving shortly and 24 hours until the wedding itself, it's really not the time for the house's giant boiler to shut down.
So this is the wood chip boiler. This is what heats the house and 2 of the self-catering properties. The cell wheel's blocked, and I need to go and see if I can unblock it.
This giant contraption runs on nothing but wood, 40 tons a year to be precise, 70% of which is harvested from the estate. It is cheap and sustainable to run when it works.
I just need to see if I can get it turning. It's great from a heating perspective, but just due to the mechanics of it, you still get a few issues. I'm hoping I'll be able just to pluck out whatever has blocked this. There we go. A gnarly bit of wood chip. Really, the chip should be shorter, but the chipper just failed to do that. That's the kind of stuff that will ruin my day. That's it back up and running, so that was a reasonably easy fix, that one. Sometimes it can be a little bit more challenging.
Back at the house, the bride's friends and family are busy preparing, blissfully unaware of the trouble that's been averted. But host Sally has just spotted...
Oh, it's a cake.
Another problem in the offing.
I suppose keeping it dog-proof. Yeah, sorry. Let's get the dogs out and the door shut.
Yeah, come here, Maisie.
Evie, good girl.
Oh, this is Evie.
Evie
Yeah.
and Maisie.
Yeah.
They're both friendly, but she's the one with the appetite, so she
Oh,
will.
is she?
Yeah, she'll
Okay.
go for the cake. That would be a nightmare if the dog got the cake. So let's not let that happen.
Thank you.
Maisie ruined a Christmas dinner once by eating a lot of ham and turkey out of the larder, so there's precedence. There we go.
For now, at least, Maisie will have to make do with a shoe and a lot of attention. There may be a wedding tomorrow, but that doesn't mean that normal work around the estate can stop, which includes Hugh and the children tending to the livestock.
We're off to move the sheep. The sheep have been in a field. When did we move them over, Molly? It was Sunday, was it? And we need to get them out of there because they're running out of grass.
Moving sheep along a road is one job.
Right. Give you a walkie-talkie.
Where having 4 children definitely helps.
Molly, you go up and open the gate.
Where am I going?
You're going to be down there ahead of the sheep
Yep.
with Molly.
Okay.
And with no sheepdog to hand, Hugh will take all the help he can get.
Come on. A dog would be more effective.
And with preparations for Treberthith's biggest ever wedding in full flow, time is of the essence.
Go on, girls. Up.
So Hugh decides to become his very own motorized sheepdog.
I love sheep, but they never quite do what they're supposed to do. Up. Come on! Up! That's it, girls. Up, 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 up! Right, Molly, you can open up the gate now.
It's good to see the next generation of the family working hard to do their bit.
There's a car!
Okay, just let the sheep run past it.
To help out on the estate.
They're pretty lucky to do this sort of stuff, I think. I'm not sure they realise that yet, but they will.
Do you want to check and see if there's any stragglers round the back?
Yeah, go for a run round, Dunk.
Oh.
There's one.
Okay, all clear.
That's a relatively successful move.
Yeah.
Back at the house, more and more people have arrived for the wedding. But things are falling a bit behind schedule.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, the rehearsal's been pushed back. We've just got
don't worry. Don't worry. Too much to do before that.
Too much to do, yeah. Everyone didn't arrive till just now, have they? Okay. So, yeah, push it back.
So should we meet up there at 4:30?
At 4:30 for rehearsal.
Yeah.
And there's one other factor that's on everyone's minds. The threat of rain tomorrow morning.
Been checking the weather apps every few hours, and it's been changing every few hours, literally.
Because it's an outdoor ceremony for tomorrow.
The Warriors having obviously 175 guests sitting on the lawn, and then the heavens open.
Oh, how we British love to discuss the weather. We laugh that it's our national obsession. But if you're planning an outdoor wedding, as they are at Treberfydd House, then I think a degree of obsession is quite justified. At another of our houses, weather is also a concern, not because of any one event, but for the long-term preservation of a most unusual piece of national heritage. We're returning to Shropshire and to Rowena Colthurst and James Nason, owners of Pitchford Hall. This stunning Elizabethan manor house has been part of Rowena's family history since it was built.
I feel proud and happy, but equally I do feel a great sense of responsibility.
Inside, it comes complete with a host of Tudor treasures. From secret doorways to the odd trapdoor.
Yeah, it's fun on the tours because sometimes Edward and Serena are hiding behind the other side of the door.
We hope you've enjoyed your tour of Pitchford Hall.
But when it comes to entertaining children, one historic feature of Pitchford was custom designed for the purpose.
We are off to the Pitchford Treehouse.
It's meant to be the oldest treehouse in the world.
James and his eldest daughter, Georgiana, are walking in the footsteps of all young visitors to Pitchford since the treehouse was built in the 1670s. One of these visitors was a princess by the name of Victoria, who played here as a 13-year-old, a few years before becoming queen.
We think in the 1600s there was a fashion, for tree houses or follies. There were 3 tree houses in Shropshire within about 20 miles, 30 miles, and those 2 have now been lost. So we're the kind of only remaining tree house. I think someone did ask you once, did your father knock it up for you and construct it? And she had to gently tell them that actually it's from around about 1670. Make sure I've got the key. Here we go.
The inside is something quite unexpected too, as the treehouse boasts an ornate 18th century interior.
Well, I think it's just magical. When you come inside and see all the 1760s plasterwork, Apollo, the god of the sun, and then a lot of the designs that tie in with designs on the house.
And these same features were once gazed upon by a young princess.
We know that Queen Victoria visited this treehouse because she writes about it in her journals. And I bet she looked out of that window, towards the realm that at some point she was going to rule over.
Evocative though this ancient treehouse may be, it's not without its headaches for its owners. The Gothic window frames have entirely rotted away in places. And on the outside, restoration work carried out in the 1980s is now a cause for concern.
They use this hard, sand, cement, and you see it's almost kind of the panels jut out, and eventually they will just chip, and we'll just lose chunks. So it's really important for us to replace these panels.
But it is not just the exterior of the tree house that is in need of expensive help. The tree itself often requires urgent attention.
The tree is a broadleaf lime, and it's meant to be the oldest in the British Isles.
Records suggest this lime was planted in 1550. It was already well over a century old when the tree house was added.
The centre of the tree is almost totally hollow. 2 or 3 people could probably hide in that hollow.
Several decades ago, the tree needed some extra help in its battle against Mother Nature.
There was a big storm, so at that point they put some kind of steel supports on the tree house. But you do worry. It's got leaves. It looks okay, but I know it must be reaching the end of its life.
With that in mind, 8 years ago, James and the family put a tree succession plan in place.
We know we'll lose the lime at some point. We've got to have Plan B, and Plan B is this little lime tree. One of the first things we did when we came back to Pitchford was get this cutting from the lime. There's 6 of them, and they're all planted at Pitchford, but this is the one we hope will, at some point, we'll be able to move the treehouse to this lime.
So I guess you're talking about 100 years from now. So I don't know how many generations forward that is.
What are we, yeah, we're 21, 25?
Yeah.
But whilst that feels like a project that will be for the future generations, James has plans this summer to give the ancient lime a bit of a makeover. I always find the history of ancient trees so extraordinary. The Pitchford lime played host to Queen Victoria, and yet it was already a sapling before Elizabeth I came to the throne. Remarkable. But now, we're travelling to the southwest, where the owners have a habit of preserving the past by embracing the very modern. 6 miles from Dorset's famous Jurassic coast, we're paying another visit to Mapperton House.
This is the hall. This has all the portraits, really, of Luke's ancestors.
Mapperton is the home of Luke Montague, 12th Earl of Sandwich, and his American wife, Julie.
Yes, and there are some pictures that we prefer more than others, I think it's fair to say. That is the great aunt of Samuel Pepys. Not a very attractive portrait. We're constantly bickering as to whether she should be turned around the other way.
One other portrait, however, proves that Julie is not the first woman to cross the Atlantic to join the Montague family.
I'm not alone. There was an American who came before me, the 9th Countess of Sandwich from Chicago, and we have so many similarities, it's a bit bonkers.
Luke's great-grandmother, Alberta, was once in the same position as Julie. A century later, Alberta has become the subject of a groundbreaking exhibit at Mapperton that the couple hope will bring in more visitors and more income.
We've got these wonderful diaries of hers and correspondence which we've been able to put into and transcribe into an AI system.
Which, having learnt all about Alberta's life, is now ready to hold a conversation.
Let's see how she's doing today. Hello, Alberta. It's Luke, your great-grandson, and my wife, Julie. We are in the library at Mapperton.
Luke, dearest, how wonderful to hear your voice, and Julie's too. How perfectly delightful to be in conversation with you today. Indeed, your presence quite lifts the spirit.
Oh, it's quite moving every time, isn't it?
Wonderful.
It's not obviously her voice, but it sounds as though she might have spoken in that way.
Definitely.
It feels a little bit like my great-grandmother.
Yeah. Hi, Alberta. It's Julie. And from one American to another, I was just wondering if you could just give me some advice on how you coped with the move over here to England and also marrying into the Montague family.
Julie, my dear, from one American countess to another, I send you all the warmth and strength such a role requires. When I left America, I carried with me not merely my trunks, but my upbringing and the spirit of independence so deeply ingrained in us. So my advice to you, dear Julie, is this: never shrink. England will try to shape you, but you too can shape England.
I got tears in my eyes with that one. I mean, that was...
It's astonishing. It's really astonishing.
There you go. That's why I speak to her often.
She's your therapist.
She is.
With AI Alberta up and running and all set to bring in more visitors, Julie can concentrate on her new challenge for the summer, the Mapperton Gardens. She is taking over from Luke's mother, who has managed the estate's biggest draw for 40 years. But Julie is a self-confessed novice gardener. Firstly, there is a hydrangea that's threatening to take over.
So as a visitor, there is no way you would know that there is a statue behind this hydrangea. I'm gonna step up here. This statue's lovely. It's sort of got a huge beak there. Look at these lovely wings. And now that I've seen this griffin, I want it to be seen by the public. Let's cut.
So dressed very boldly for the occasion,
Okay.
Julie is heading for her first morning with Mapperton's garden team.
Well, the only thing I'll say is I'm a bit nervous. I hope I'm not making a mistake.
But Julie is not on her own, as Mapperton's professional gardeners, Susie Knight and Lander King, are on hand to stop anyone getting too reckless with their shears.
I'm really looking forward to it. Julie's just got boundless energies, which I think is going to help me when I'm feeling tired. She just like lifts you up and she's fun.
The biggest challenge for me personally that I think taking on a garden like this is actually learning the Latin.
Hydrangea aspera.
Hydrangea aspera.
Velosa.
Velosa with a V.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are a proper gardener, you know your Latin. Okay, hydrangea aspera velosa. You have to say it 3 times. Hydrangea aspera velosa. Hydrangea aspera velosa. Ask me at the end. No, the name of these I couldn't remember.
Loppers.
Loppers. Okay, brilliant. And you just go like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, where should I do it? This is the big moment where I'm actually going to start to chop.
It's the height of summer in Dorset. The gardens at Mapperton House are in full bloom and being tended to by their novice gardener, Julie Montague.
Okay, so I'm going to cut here. I'm going to do the first cut, everybody. Oh, gosh.
Yay!
There we go, yay. I'm actually chopping. All of it's going, Landa, yeah?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, right, well done. That's dead.
Although not everything is as easy as the pruning. Dear Julie, it's those Latin names that are the tough part.
Hydrangea. Oh, Hydrangea alpis veloce. Was that it?
Hydrangea aspera. valosa.
Hydrangea acer veloce.
Really? You've got like...
Hydrangea agris veloce.
Tending to formal gardens is just one time-consuming part of saving a country house. Mapperton's wider estate stretches to almost 2,000 acres of farm and woodland. So, to manage costs and move with the times, the Montague family have had to think cleverly about how to steward the land. And today, Luke and son William are on a mission to herd some cattle as part of a rewilding initiative.
I've not done herding of cows yet, so I think Mum wouldn't do this.
Yeah, she doesn't like getting close to cattle at all.
No, she doesn't.
No, but you've got a stick here.
Yes, I don't know how this would fare against a
charging
bull.
And these are not any old cows either, but a herd of rare white park cattle.
These are large animals. They've got big, long horns. You don't want to get on the wrong side of them. Want to try some stick waving?
Stick waving.
Yeah, well, maybe, yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that.
I think, you know.
Yeah, we'll give it a go anyway.
Since 2022, the Montagues have been championing the rewilding approach, which will see the return of more scrub and woodland to the estate.
Government policy since the Second World War led to a lot of very intensive farming because the need was to get inexpensive food on the table, and really we need to be getting a balance between food production and nature recovery.
But despite the name, rewilding requires some careful management, which is why today the cattle are moving home.
We don't want to overgraze and we don't want to undergraze. And so from time to time, we need to play the cowboy and move them around.
Luke and William are meeting estate manager Claire Kingston to formulate a plan.
Hi, Claire.
Hi, Claire.
What treats have you got for the cattle to encourage them?
Well, it's actually sheep food.
Sheep food?
It's lamb nuts, best rabbits.
Is it? So it's that noise, is it, that's going to bring them on?
They've heard it already.
They know we're here.
Moving cows from one field to another sounds simple enough. But White Park are not your typical herd.
They're an ancient English breed. They are not like domestic cattle who are very accustomed to people and very accustomed to being fed by people. And so temperamentally, they're in charge. If they don't want to move, they're not going to move. Claire, will you start rattling at some appropriate moment? Our job is to go and get behind them. Come on, cows.
Come on.
Wrong way.
No.
No, wrong way.
Up this way.
Come on then.
I'm going to go down the bottom here, William, and try and head them off the other way.
They clearly don't want to be moved.
So look, they're already off.
But Luke's not doing a very good job at rounding them up.
Wrong way.
Come on!
Stop for a moment.
Will's first proper encounter with the White Park. And they've gone totally in the wrong direction.
They've gone to the complete wrong gate.
Let's go back and regroup. That was what his generation would call a fail.
It was a massive fail.
That was a total fail.
Yeah, they just clearly like it in here too much.
They figured our plan, and they've gone to the most inconvenient place they could possibly go.
Yeah.
But temperamental cattle aside, the Mapperton Rewilding Project is already seeing results.
It's been amazing to see what's happened, because I just remember this when I was growing up, just being quite slightly dull, and seeing all this different flora come alive, and all the animals and everything has been amazing to watch.
The invertebrates that have come back, the bird life that's come back, and the way that the woodlands have recovered has been quite remarkable.
Back Back in the gardens, Julie, Susie and Landa have almost finished uncovering the first of 2 griffin statues.
Look, this is incredible, this reveal. This is unbelievable.
Revealing the lost griffins is a magical moment for Julie as she steps into her new role in charge of Mapperton's gardens.
We're nearly there. Yeah. There's a plaque over there that lists the names of the gardeners who worked on this garden from 1920 to 1927. Of course, they would have seen the griffin, and to be able to cut back and showcase this again, I think is wonderful. And it's a wonderful, in one sense, tribute to them because they were the ones who literally made this garden. Okay, should we stand back and look at the one that's been able to breathe and open up?
Done it.
Done it. Yeah.
It's better, isn't it?
This looks so good.
It's opened up a whole new photo opportunity for visitors.
Yeah, it has. I'm going to be the first one to take that photo with the 3 of us.
Okay.
All right, should we get on to the next one?
There's no stopping you, is there?
All right, let's go.
When your blood's up.
Well, completing this first task, it's given me definitely some confidence, and I need that moving forward. But of course, I'm still, I'm a junior. But I think for, my first day, my first big job, it was a huge success.
The griffin may be back on display, but what was that hydrangea called?
Hydrangea aspera villosa.
Yeah.
I got it. Hydrangea aspera villosa. Oh, okay, great.
For what it's worth, I think you can be a very good gardener and still be terrible at Latin. How interesting, though, that the future of Mapperton's Wilder estate is, in some ways, a return to the past. Back at Pitchford Hall, they are looking to the future too. Their ancient lime tree cannot go on forever, but whilst they plan for the inevitable, they are doing what they can to care for this living landmark.
It's fascinating.
This morning, James Nason has tree surgeons Dave Thomas and Rob Davis on site.
Every time I see, the weather forecast talking about a storm coming across Wales into Shropshire, I'm absolutely terrified.
With the country's weather becoming more extreme, Dave and Rob are giving what is believed to be Britain's oldest broadleaf lime a spot of geriatric care.
It's almost like a haircut.
Using impressive acrobatic skills and nerves of steel, Rob is removing branches and clumps of mistletoe.
How far can you go up the tree?
You could go within a metre of the top.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
It's quite comfortable.
Yeah, you are.
Up there.
You've got to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And you've got to like trees as well. I've known Rob for over 20 odd years. He's very safe.
There does seem to be quite a lot of mistletoe which come out, which from my perspective is obviously excellent. Yeah, it's actually more than I expected. The mistletoe is parasitic, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
And it just creates weight that we don't need in a tree, in a pitch of lime.
Yeah.
Because of this sail effect.
When the wind's coming through, it just adds to the volume of stuff within the tree. The wind can't travel through it like it would normally. But by reducing that sail area by just 10%, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Sail area by one heck of a lot.
Yeah.
And important work like this to save Pitchford's precious natural heritage is expensive. Top tree surgeons like Rob and Dave don't come cheap.
I've had a look around it. It doesn't look good on parts of the tree.
It's hollow in the middle, isn't it?
But it's still standing.
Yeah.
Depends what nature throws at it.
And nature's throwing quite a lot.
Nowadays
this,
it is.
Nowadays.
A lot more, yeah.
Yeah, a lot more. You know, these winter storms. We've got the mistletoe. It's quite weighty. What he's also done is taken out this dead wood from the tree. So it's a great job. Maybe I can sleep slightly better at night thinking, well, at least we've done our best.
James's plan is to give the lime tree a haircut like this every 3 to 5 years.
Such an amazing tree, that, isn't it?
Its future may be safe for now, but all James and Rowena can hope is that under their watch, this important piece of Pitchford's heritage will reach its 600th birthday. At Treberffydd House in Wales, it's the morning of Duany and Gareth's big wedding. But as feared, the weather is not looking good.
Your heart will sink when you see the rain coming down at breakfast time. A bit of a moment. There's always the worry about the weather, particularly where we are in Wales, it's unpredictable.
But the show must go on. And working hard outside is Alice Vine, the florist.
Here comes the rain again. I mean, UK wedding, you have to think it's gonna rain. But, you know, like, it's kind of just part of the story of the day, isn't it? If it rains, there'll be umbrellas and it'll be really romantic and fun and it makes a good party because everyone will stay together. Right then, jolly peonies, in we go.
With 38 of the wedding guests staying overnight at Treberffydd, homeowners Sally and Hugh Martineau also have their hands full.
Hugh does the cooking. Hugh poaches the eggs, and I do this bit. I think everyone's a bit nervous, which is kind of normal, and everyone's up very early. I heard people around sort of 6-ish, but yeah. No, I think there's definitely excitement is building.
Breakfast is out the way, which is the main thing. Now it's putting some bales out for the fire pit for later on. Chairs is the next thing, although they seem to be making a start on that.
They're putting them out loosely.
Yeah, that's
your concern.
That's my problem. Right, I better go and see what's happening with these chairs. Come on then, Maisie.
The good news is that the rain has stopped. And things are definitely looking brighter.
It's really quite hot now. And the sun's coming through, burning off the damp, so yeah. Still crossing our fingers.
And with the weather beyond anyone's control, all Sally, Hugh and the team can really do is be ready on time.
So the ceremony's at 1. I normally like to be done and out an hour before. So I've got to be speedy, speedy.
The 174 chairs, meanwhile, have quite a way to go.
There's a sort of way of doing it, so we kind of create a fan or a herringbone shape, so they kind of spread out as you go out up the hill. So it takes a bit of an eye.
How many have you got in that row there?
This one?
Yeah. I think the first 2 rows need to get up and down, so they'll need a bit of space for movement around. And then we can be a bit tighter with the ones behind that. Just keep the spaces even between them. I think you've got an extra row in there.
You've got more space.
You're always going to have a little bit of imbalance because it's never central to the grass, it's central to the arch.
So that lines up with this one then, does it?
Yeah, broadly.
Ish.
Yeah.
Having now hosted around a dozen weddings a year over the last few summers, Hugh and Sally have become experts at their craft.
It's just the right sort of gradient where you can sit on a chair and look down but not topple over, so it's perfect for weddings.
But this event's unique touches are bringing a special sense of occasion for Sally.
Well, I was just thinking that arch is amazing. It's so beautiful. That's really transforming this space for the ceremony.
The flowers frame a Sri Lankan ceremonial platform called a purua, where the bride and groom will stand to exchange their vows. With enough chairs for everyone laid out in perfect symmetry and the weather just about holding up, there's enough time for a last-minute lawn mow from Hugh before the guests arrive in their finery. And now for the big moment.
I'm going to ask you to rise to welcome the groom.
As Gareth and Duwini start their married life together at this historic country house. With everyone sitting down and the wedding running smoothly, there's no relaxing for Hugh, as he has to keep an eye on the wider estate. And while yesterday it was sheep, today Hugh needs to check on the cattle.
This is our small herd here, and they fit really well within this landscape as well. These are white Galloways. White calves, they're looking well. On hot days like this, you see the benefits of having trees in the middle of the field as well, because the cows just congregate. They find it far more comfortable under the shade of the trees. I'm just going to point out this tree here to you. It's got an amazing canopy. And they say that an oak tree, for every metre in circumference, is about 100 years worth of growth. And that tree over there is about 8 metres in circumference. So we think that that tree is probably somewhere between 600 and 900 years old. But yeah, it's a beautiful tree. There's a pair of nesting kites that just sit on top of that. Oh, there's one over there, yeah.
And Duwini and Gareth, please hold hands while you do that.
But with 170-odd people back at the house, there's little time for bird spotting.
Hello, congratulations. Thank you. All right?
Indeed, Hugh has become used to finding his house full of wedding guests.
It's normal now.
The guests are now in the marquee, which means it's back to chairs for Sally and Hugh.
A little weary. I've had a 3:30 p.m. coffee.
It'll be better once all the chairs are inside. Just about ready for a beer.
He's had one already.
Whether it's a first or second beer, with another successful wedding under their belts, Sally and Hugh are carving out a new way to preserve an estate that's been in the family since it was built 175 years ago.
Yeah, it's gone great. Everyone's really happy. And it's been really dry and warm, so that's a result. Everyone's probably looking forward to their food right now. And it smells amazing. I can smell the Sri Lankan food from here, so yeah. Can't believe that the rakes of old would have imagined that this would be the way that we live and run the house today. But here we are, and this is what we do. I think they're lighting some sort of candle. It looks like some Sri Lankan tradition. Never had a Sri Lankan ceremony here before. It's been a lovely atmosphere and really fun just watching it all the amazing saris and outfits. It feels lovely. It's a really nice feeling.
Next time on Saving Country Houses, the mistakes of the 1980s are revealed at the Pitchford Treehouse.
This is galvanised steel mesh. It's just your basic sort of builder's stuff, but it's just totally wrong.
An expert pays a visit to the Chavinage attic.
Good God. And would you say This is one of the biggest private attic railways?
From my point of view, it is the biggest private attic I've ever seen, yeah.
Wow.
And we meet the delightful house in Wiltshire, where 20,000 visitors and a septic tank prove to be a challenging combination.
Managed to get the emergency call out so we could get it pumped out.
Everyone's always desperate when they give you a ring.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history. There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol! No, 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 wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp.
Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
But finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? For many country house owners, time and money is focused on the great building itself. Their houses may have listed status, having been recognised for their historic significance. But we're visiting a new house today, which, whilst being Grade 2 listed, is not the star attraction. Its gardens are Grade 1 listed, the highest level, and deemed to be of exceptional interest. And a treasure like this may be no easier or cheaper to look after than bricks and mortar. We're heading to southwest England, on the border between Somerset and Wiltshire. It's where we find Iford Manor. Tucked away at the bottom of a valley, Iford's splendid Georgian front overlooks a road and a river, as if determined to be noticed by passers-by.
Better get the bins in.
Although the reality of owning this handsome manor house is often rather less grand.
One of the world's great levellers, isn't it? Bin day.
Iford and its 1,000-acre estate is the cherished home of William Cartwright Hignett and his wife, Marianne.
Iford is a very special place. It's a little corner of England tucked away in a little valley just outside of Bath. And it feels like time hasn't touched it here for centuries. I think Iford's a place that's an escape and a place for people to really just be and get away from the outside world.
The challenge for William and Marianne is to maintain Iford's idyllic qualities whilst turning it into a thoroughly modern business.
It needs to be loved. Whether it's a child or whether it's a dependent grandparent, I don't know.
It's definitely dependent.
It's definitely a dependent.
For William, Iford has always been home. His family bought the house in the 1960s.
The most amazing place to grow up. I'm an only child, so my friends were, as it were, the team, the landscape, the bunnies, the wisterias. Everything here is my family. When you are in a place for longer than you can remember, it becomes part of you. You merge. This is where you have to earn your cup of tea, because there's hundreds of steps in Iford.
Having met Marianne online, Iford immediately became an important part of their relationship.
She and I walked around the garden, and usually a wander around the garden might be an hour and a quarter, and in this instance it was 3.5 hours.
When I married William, I also married Iford, and I often describe Iford as being like my oldest child. And it's just so special to be the guardian and custodian of this special place.
But as well as keeping up the centuries-old building, this entrepreneurial couple know it is essential that they maintain Iford's biggest draw. Behind the manor house lie the charming Italianate gardens that cascade down a terraced hillside. Nearly 20,000 visitors a year now come here to enjoy the garden's delights, but they were designed as the rather more private retreat of Harold Peto, a visionary garden designer who bought Iford in 1899. Iford is still packed full of the plants, features and surprises that Peto himself created.
Harold Peto built this wall, and the wisteria predated it. It must be one of the oldest in the country, because it's got to be about 1820s, something like that. And wisteria only came to the UK in about 1815. Being a respecter of things that went before, he stuck it through the wall, which is quite fun.
Peto's talents range from architecture to garden design to interiors, and his work took him all around the world.
He was working predominantly in Europe for aristocracy and the royals and the big American industrialists and people like the Rothschilds. He built these incredible villas and gardens and was obviously very successful at it because he was able to buy Iford.
The difference here is that Iford was Harold Peto's to experiment with at will. That is why this garden will take you from southwest England to Japan and to the Mediterranean. But the truth is, a garden like this can be just as challenging to look after as an historic house itself. And over the years, William and Marianne have found themselves facing many unexpected challenges.
I think it's one of those things that when you are responsible for looking after them, to be honest, you never quite know what's going to come next. And suddenly in front of you, the cloister, the most wonderful folly garden building that you can imagine. It was built by Harold Peto and completed in 1914, and it's a real surprise.
Few country houses can boast a Romanesque cloister in their back garden.
You feel like you've sort of come into something really historic and old, even though it's only 1914, so it's not as old as you think. He brought marble back from Greece that he turned into all the columns and various things, and lots of antiquities are within it.
Although today, this feels like the most peaceful and contemplative spot in the whole garden, In recent years, this amazing feature cost the couple sleepless nights and more than a pretty penny.
2018 was the last time there was a big drought, and we have a real mix of soils here at Iford, but underlying part of the garden is a fuller's clay layer, and the clay dried up, and it was underneath the cloister. And unexpectedly, there were some cracks, and it suddenly started moving very, very rapidly, and the cloister is a very fragile building. It turned out it didn't have any foundations, so that was a bit of a problem.
Surveys revealed major subsidence in one corner of the cloister. This and the building's movements were then monitored over months before scaffolding was erected, the roof supported, and several walls and columns removed. The subsoil could then be dug out and foundations finally added.
The project was challenging. We had to underpin 50% of this building without taking the building down properly. I think there were 30 trades involved, and it took 7 or 8 months. It was quite a job.
And when they did drop the roof back down onto the columns, when everything had been built back up and they took the scaffolding off, the foreman came in on a Sunday and didn't tell anybody, because I think we had all expected at least one of the columns to shatter.
This summer, though, it's another of Peto's structures that is in need of attention.
It's a long-awaited project. We are starting to take down the original greenhouses, the Harold Peto greenhouses, which are in the walled garden. They've been stood there for 120 years. They've been maintained a bit here and there. One of them has taken down about 20 years ago because it was just plain dangerous, and the other one's got to a point where it's really end of life. So the time has come to replace them.
But this isn't simply a case of popping down to the garden centre for a replacement. This is a 12 by 22-foot Edwardian glasshouse with 94 panes of glass. And to retain the estate's historic charms, it will need to be painstakingly restored.
Everything in heritage, if done properly, costs more. It's just the way it works. And I think it's something you just learn to accept because it involves artisan techniques, which are slower, harder to come by.
And when you are building bespoke, the element of the unknown is also a worry for the country house custodian.
Things don't always go to plan. There's always a chance that things can go wrong.
At Iford Manor, owners William and Marianne never tire of their idyllic and peaceful spot overlooking the River Frome on the Wiltshire-Somerset border.
It's hard to believe that we're just outside of Bath, just hidden away.
But the Cartwright-Hignett family home has a surprisingly industrious past. It hasn't always been a country house.
2,000 years ago, there were Romans, and they were kind of doing sheep for wool for the Birrus Britannicus, the great overcoat of the day. And roll forward 1,000 years, and you get the Saxons still doing wool and cloth at Iford, and then roll forward another 300 or 400 years, and you end up with a stone bridge being built under the monastic ownership of Iford, and it's still wool trade. So it's really the wool cloth industry at Iford for 1,500 years.
And it was ultimately money from the wool that wiped away that history and developed Iford as the country house we see today.
In its current form, the house originates in the 15th century, late 15th century, with this section here being the brew house, which is where, of course, they made the dyes and the beer for the workers and all of that. But it's a cloth industry set of buildings. Factory owner's house, brew house, some sheds, transport department. Oh, and a pub. There was a pub, they say, but I've never found evidence of it.
There is evidence, though, of Harold Peto, the celebrated landscape architect who called Iford home until his death in 1933. And now, almost a century later, current custodian of Iford, William, is planning to replace one of Peto's original and now dilapidated greenhouses, but in the most sensitive way possible, to honour its Edwardian heritage.
The lovely opportunity here is to keep the structure and the design of the old greenhouses by retaining the ironwork. And the ironwork dictates things like the roof pitch, and it dictates technicalities which are stuff that, you know, a modern greenhouse might have improved on. But actually there's something to be said for keeping a historic form. You know, we don't try to improve on Gothic architecture on an old cathedral just because it's old. So let's just keep what we've got, but make one that's modern.
The man tasked with seamlessly fusing the old with the new is head gardener Steve Lannin.
Steve, what have you noticed?
And he's relishing the opportunity to lead such a unique restoration.
So, this glass here has got this lovely sort of fish scale detail to it. That side, it isn't, it's straight. Somebody's replaced that side of the glass at some point, and it's all flat. It hasn't got this nice curve in it.
You're right, it's all modern glass.
Yeah.
That is a thing.
It is a thing.
It is a thing.
I thought it would be a shame to smash this stuff up. Maybe we could reuse this nicer glass to make cold frames. Having horticultural glass above your head is not ideal now, and it's all going to be replaced with safety glass. But if it's just in a cold frame and it's not above your head, we could reuse it. It's one of those projects that comes along once in a generation, and you have a real opportunity to leave something behind that is hopefully high quality, long-lasting, and does justice to the design. A really nice thing to be able to be a part of and leave a bit of a legacy, actually.
Yeah, these have done 120. So it's done pretty well for itself. But, you know, if we got 50, 60, 70 years out of it, maybe my grandchildren might have to think about doing something.
But apart from some unusual curved panes of glass, how much of Pito's greenhouse can actually be preserved? Steve is leaving no stone unturned in his bid to solve the challenge.
So I spent ages trying to find out who could have built them, and it actually says it on them. It's Tucker of Tottenham. And I found a brochure from about 1910, and it shows this design.
Well, that dates it, doesn't it? More
it does, it does.
Managing heritage is different to managing a building in a modern context, because you're always trying to do things in a way that is relevant to the day-to-day, but that is respectful of what went before.
The main thing that we're going to do is to retain the pitch, and to do that we're going to reuse the ironwork that's in here. As this is taken down, we'll get these sent off, shot blasted, and brought back from when the new greenhouse is put up.
So I'm hopeful that we can retain really an enormous amount of the historic properties of what we've got, the fabric, exactly.
With a potential bill in the tens of thousands, the restoration of the greenhouse will take more than a year to complete. But William knows projects like this are key to keeping Iford on the visitors' destination list.
You never know what's around the corner. All you can do is plan for the best and prepare for a contingency.
The replacement of a greenhouse feels like quite a simple project. And yet the team at Iford are making it more challenging than necessary in order to preserve their connection to the wonderful Harold Peto. I think that will serve them very well in the future. A little further north, James and Emma Loseley-Williams are even more keen to preserve one connection with a previous owner. But they know very little about what they've inherited, even less so whether it could play a role in their future. In the heart of the glorious Cotswolds, and for the past 2 years, along with their wider family, James and Emma have been running Chavenage House. This wonderful Elizabethan manor has been in the Loseley-Williams family for over 130 years. But looking after such an historic estate comes with multiple daily challenges.
Look, this has only just been repainted, and this is condensation. So in the winter, it just drips, and then you've got it's never-ending.
Constant work.
As new custodians, James and Emma are bursting with ideas for developing the estate, but they are very much learning on the job.
If I'm totally honest, I don't know at this point what the estate finances are looking like entirely, but I know that we will probably spend the rest of our lives trying to keep this place financially stable.
We are hand to mouth right now, so we've got to find innovative ways to generate a revenue, because otherwise we're not going to be able to put the heating on and we're not going to be able to sustain the house, and that would be devastating.
Today, though, they're stepping away from day-to-day activities to spend time on something very personal and potentially income-generating. They've invited an expert in his field to assess one of the estate's most unique assets.
Welcome, Peter. Welcome to Chavenage.
Fantastic place.
Thank you for coming.
Peter Lord has travelled from Cardiff, where he runs one of Britain's leading model railway shops.
I had my first train set when I was 6 years of age, and I've had the lifelong interest and been very fortunate to be able to turn it into a business.
This is where the public normally see, but they don't normally see this part.
Okay.
Peter is the ideal man to give an opinion on the remarkable passion project of James's grandfather.
I don't know anything about what I'm about to see, so I'm going in with a very open mind, but a very curious mind as well.
Hello. Hi, Peter. How are you?
Yeah,
Welcome to
very
the
well.
attic.
Wow. So, an attic. Good God.
For several decades, this space was the peaceful retreat of James's grandfather and model railway enthusiast, David Loseley Williams, who died 2 years ago. This remarkable collection is testament to David's passion for the railway.
So it starts here and goes around there on these turntables, and then it comes through here.
And there's more.
And there's more.
That's incredible.
Over the years, James's grandfather wrapped his model train around eaves, shaped it around windows, and spread it to many of Chavenage's gables. And Peter is here to see if it might be viable to get it up and running once again as a visitor attraction.
It's good to see with the controllers as well. They're good quality controllers.
Oh, really?
Made by a firm called Gauge Master. British built, top quality.
Really? And then he's got these, and I don't understand how all this links up, and I think I'm going to have to do a map of the site.
It's all done in sections, rather like the real thing. So if you like, he'd be in this area operating probably what you see around us in here.
Yeah.
And that's basically what that is. The panel there is the display of this particular area here.
Looks like it's on hinge. Oh my god.
And then you've got all the circuitry behind it. That would probably need looking at, but looking at it, it's fairly recent, you know. And again, it's all, as you would expect, top quality.
It's been thought about, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's the prior planning, isn't it?
In the past few weeks, James and Emma have spent hours tidying up the attic. But with no expert knowledge themselves, they're relying on Peter to tell them just how big a draw this railway could be for potential visitors.
He built it for himself. He didn't show anyone it.
Ah, right, okay.
So he just liked to just go away from the estate, go away from the manor, and sink in.
This
is his paradise.
This is the de-stress area.
Yeah. This is meant to be Austria, I think.
In the snow. Yeah. Time and effort to do that.
I know.
My grandfather was very into skiing.
As we can see.
He's done different scenes that he was interested in.
What he's doing is recreating his life, isn't he?
Incredible.
Isn't that amazing?
In miniature. And that's what he's done. And there he is there. One of those, skiing.
Yeah, he's skiing.
Yeah. You know.
Through the town.
Yeah, in the little village there.
And I think he bought the trains that he went on.
Which remind him of his
Yeah.
holidays,
His
yeah.
holidays.
Yeah. Well, actually, that is one of my models.
No.
No.
That's come from us.
Oh, you're joking.
No. The weathering, we were known for a distressing of models to make them look
Oh, so that's
worn
not
and
just
battered.
because it's old.
No. That's been recreated. That was done by Adrian, my business partner. I can tell that because of his unique style.
Oh my gosh, I'll have to take a picture of it.
There we are, yeah.
He's been to your shop.
Well, that model came out about 11 years ago.
And how much would that be worth?
Well, at the time, it was probably about 130, something like that.
Oh, quite expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never sell it, but
No.
it's just interesting to know.
Yeah.
Isn't that mad to think my grandfather was one of your customers?
Yeah.
And like this is where all your trains were going?
Without even knowing.
And would you say this is one of the biggest private attic railways?
From my point of view, it is the biggest private attic I've ever seen, yeah.
Wow.
It is phenomenal.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
But the question is, just how big a job is it to get such a giant train set up and running once more? At Chavenage in the Cotswolds, owners James and Emma are in one of the most inaccessible parts of the house. The attic is where James's grandfather built his pride and joy, a model railway set. It is the biggest set that expert Peter Lord has ever laid eyes on. And now it's on to the next stage of breathing new life into this project.
Should we see if I can get you one going?
Yeah, we've certainly got power. We've got it lit up.
Oh, it's moving!
Oh, there we are. Yeah,
Train!
Train, yeah.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Go, 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 train!
See how far it goes.
We'll leave you here for a couple of days then.
Yeah. Just send the sarnies up.
Yeah. Yeah, coffee will be delivered. Yeah.
Whilst there's hope for this future visitor attraction, there is a big difference between getting the odd bit of track clear and the whole attic layout running and fit to receive visitors.
Unfortunately, it is a little bit untidy over time, you know, with the dust collecting. I think the way I would do it, if I wanted to set it back up again and get it running, I think the way I would do it would be to perhaps just concentrate on 2 of the main lines and get those up and running so you can take advantage of the whole space.
Really? Okay.
Rather than trying to get everything working, just get the core part of the layout up and running. On the plus side, you see, we know that we've got good quality track. We know that we've got good quality controllers.
Interestingly, I think this is where I'm going to be hiding when Emma, my wife, gets cross to me. I think
Hey, well,
now I
it's a
know
good
the
place to
project,
be.
I can kind of work.
Yeah, I'll come and join you.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
good place to be.
And with a new plan starting to shape up for the railway, on the way downstairs, James can't resist showing Peter some of the items from his grandfather's collection that he and Emma have already cleared out of the attic.
There's more.
There's 342 here.
Right.
And we reckon there's another 500 upstairs.
An exceptionally large collection of model railways.
And there's one final train that James has known since he was a child, having walked past it thousands of times.
Oh, yes. Right, we know what that is, looking at it.
What's this?
That is...
I'll just move this, probably valuable pops.
Yeah, Chinese.
Yeah.
That, I suspect, is a pre-war Hornby locomotive.
Wow.
Yeah, it's in beautiful condition.
100 quid?
A little bit more than that.
Oh, really?
If it's in its box, probably about 700.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
could be more. It's been extremely well looked after. Every boy's dream, pre-war. Yeah, very nice.
I've walked past this my entire life.
Right.
Only until now you've told me about it that I know what it's all about.
Having tantalised Peter with this treasure trove of trains, it's time to ask the all-important question.
What do you reckon about making the model railway a feature in tours? Could I actually monetise people coming to visit and see it? Or is it not good
Difficult
enough?
one, that one. I think you'd have to put quite a bit of work into it as regards security, little fingers. And again, you'd probably have to have a number of operatives to run it. You see, that's the thing, because it's in sections, isn't it?
Yeah.
So one part of the attic would have to be talking to the other part of the attic, well, as the models are going through. It will take an inordinate amount of work to bring it back to life.
My grandfather died 2 years ago, and there's a big turbulent change of era, and that's daunting. And I think it's not a sustainable business unless we work 100%. You know, we literally have to create revenue. We go under. The cash flow is not there.
Well, I hope you can come back when we've got it running.
Thank you for letting me have a look at the
Always
vast
welcome.
collection.
The more train enthusiasts we can get in here, the better. I think my grandfather would be very pleased.
Yeah.
I'll get a busload round next
Yeah,
time.
exactly. Let's do it. Everything we do and everything we try, yes, some may work, some may not.
From model railway sets to Edwardian greenhouses, one of the curious challenges of country house ownership is spotting the potential value of your more unusual assets. Our next house certainly boasts something unusual, and the owners are in no doubt of its significance. Much-needed preservation work is now getting underway. Halfway between Shrewsbury and the Shropshire Hills, we're paying another visit to Pitchford Hall. This Tudor manor house is celebrated not only for its half-timbered facades, but also for its unique garden treasure. At 550 years old, this is thought to be the oldest known broadleaf lime tree in the country. And within it, what's believed to be the world's oldest treehouse.
It dates back to 1670. It's also, I think, the only listed treehouse in the UK.
It's been entertaining young and old alike for over 350 years, including Queen Victoria herself when she was a young princess. But this summer, owner James Nason is set on correcting some relatively recent maintenance mistakes made before he and his wife Rowena took possession of Pitchford.
As part of the 1980 restoration, they used this hard cement, and that's not right for a heritage building. So we need to change it, you know, chip away the cement and put in lime plaster.
And when it comes to a job like this, the Nasons turn to local artisan builder Nick Tatchell, who knows the charms and challenges of the Pitchford estate like few others.
Virtually every panel here needs some attention. There's been 3 or 4 repaired on this elevation, but it's a poorly thing. So this is what was taken out. This is galvanised steel mesh. It's just your basic sort of builder's stuff, but it's just totally wrong. You can see it's obviously cement, and the galvanised steel is starting to fail. It's rusted, and then we get slabs falling out, and the whole treehouse has been repaired with that. So that's for the scrap heap.
To give this piece of Pitchford's history its best chance against the elements for another century, Nick will be replacing the steel mesh and cement with something more sympathetic to the original oak frame.
Breathability, that's the main thing. Oak is super tough, but if the damp gets in and it softens, because it's a very starchy wood, it's like £1/4 pound of a cheese to woodworm and all the other bugs that would like to live off it. So by using lime and the lath, it allows the building to get wet and dry, and it can dry through the plaster rather than dry around the edges of the oak. Because if you use cement, the cement is waterproof, so the moisture can only escape around the cement, which is why you then get rotting around the oak frame. So providing you allow it to breathe, then it'll be fine. These are oak laths. We're replacing the galvanised mesh that's failed with oak lath. And then it'll be plastered with lime plaster. It's pushed through these gaps, and as it falls through and hardens, they bind it, and it goes rock solid. They call those snots, just because of the way it obviously falls through. You can see here that it's done a similar thing with this cement, but obviously we've been using lime. Instead of stainless steel screws and oak lath they would have used iron nails. Painstaking stuff, because each lath has to be fitted individually. Pilot drilled. It's really time consuming. All this oak comes from the estate as well. So every single piece is bespoke, which is where the time goes.
Nick suspects that every panel on the treehouse will ultimately need removing and replacing. A job to relish on a nice summer's day.
It certainly beats being behind the desk, particularly when you've got this scenery around you.
It's also giving him a chance to inspect the rest of the treehouse close up.
Squirrels are the bane of this estate's life. Grey squirrels get in, they nibble all the oak, nibble all the lead, and cause general mayhem.
Nick is likely to spend the whole of the summer working his way around the treehouse, juggling it with other jobs across the estate.
Now mix up the plaster now, because that one's all done.
Lime plaster has been used for thousands of years, from the Great Pyramid to Edwardian interiors.
To mix it by hand as well, really.
The standard recipe is simple enough: lime, sand, water, and one other key ingredient.
This is hair that they used to mix into the plaster to give it its cohesive strength. And it's this is actually yak hair. It's bit by bit, it's little and often. You can't just chuck a load in and mix it. You have to separate each hair, which again, you can see why the process takes so long. Up we go. So you can see all the hair, and that'll bind it together. And you just press to start with. It's not about covering it, because we want that to go through. The first coat you've got to be more careful with. And then I'll do a top coat, which is a harder plaster. It can take a week to do a panel, but you have to keep revisiting, and that's where the time goes. It teaches you patience, and I'm not known for mine, so you can't rush it.
Emulating the craftsmen of the past definitely isn't a fast job, but if Nick's patience lasts, this one corner of the Pitchford estate will be in good shape for decades to come.
Nuts. Ah.
We're returning now to Iford Manor, a house whose trump card is its wonderful garden. Laid out as the private retreat of a former owner, the landscape designer Harold Peto. But in today's world, how do you turn a much-loved garden into something that will draw in the visitors and the revenue all year round? In a delightful corner of Wiltshire, this is the challenge that's been faced by Iford's owners, William and Marianne Cartwright Hignett. And they've been nothing short of bold with their solution.
Here we are, about to enter the new entrance that we made, a bit of a secret garden, hidden way into the courtyard.
Like many country house owners, William and Marianne have diversified the family estate by creating two beautiful new eateries for Iford's visitors. A high-end restaurant and a more casual cafe.
This used to be an old courtyard just for storage, really, not used for anything.
But since 2021, it's become a focal point for the entire 1,000-acre estate.
This is a really critical plank to making Iford sustainable in the long term. It connects us to our community on a very regular basis, but also just financially speaking, it hopefully puts through enough turnover that this place is viable on the long term.
What's immediately obvious is that this isn't your run-of-the-mill tea shop.
And the John Dory for you.
Thank you very much.
William and Marianne are determined to ensure that their customers return time and time again.
Simple salmon, but it looks lovely.
The restaurant is led by head chef Matthew Britton, who brings Michelin star experience to Iford's kitchens.
The beef and the lamb comes from the estate. Majority of the apples and the fruit from the estate, the vegetables from the estate. So, as in air miles, it's very minimal, really. I think as time goes on, we will use even more stuff from the estate. I think country manors need to diversify and do something different, and I think Williams chose to do this, and luckily it's worked out. Some of our staff are very local as well, born and bred, like Amy, my sous chef.
I walked to work, I came here as a kid, and now I get to work here as a sous chef, doing some amazing things.
One terrace downhill, it's a similar story at the cafe, where baking happens in-house.
Pastries have gone well?
Yeah, pastries are good.
Excellent.
Worked here for 3 years now, and yeah, it's the best job I've had. I started when I was 14, and since then I've got so many new friends as well. I love it, honestly. It's great.
Paris is my sister as well.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Here, we're in a position where flexing means being more engaged with the community. I couldn't be more proud that we're doing that. How else can we keep places like this alive if they aren't loved by tens of thousands of people?
I live up the road, so I'm a regular. I walk down here and have coffee and croissant every week.
Would you like to be inside or outside today? Outside? Perfect.
This new culinary string to Iford's bow isn't just bringing a fresh buzz to Iford, it's also generating vital revenue that can be ploughed back into the estate. Such as the careful dismantling of Harold Pito's original greenhouse, now being worked on by a team who helped build the restaurant and cafe.
Working on the project today are our building team, who we work with a lot, Matt and Will Andrews. They are father and son. It's so nice working with a family firm. They have the same ethos that we do, taking it steady, doing it once, doing it right.
The next stage here, we're just going to take this opening fan light out. It can be a little bit tricky. Just try and take the paint out of the screws, unscrew it. One of us on the screwdriver, one holding the window, and then we'll try and lower it carefully down through.
It's handy to have an extra pair of hands sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. Prep ready for them. But this is quite big scale, really, and just a bit unusual. I mean, you think how many years this has been here? It's down to us to take it down.
And it seems that working in tandem with their nearest and dearest is paying dividends for this father and son team.
Lots of people always say, oh, how'd you get on? Do you not argue all the time? But yeah, we don't seem to yet anyway, touch wood. But yeah, definitely learn a lot from him.
All yours. Okay, smart.
But who's really in charge?
Mum.
Good answer. I don't know the absolute age of it, but with most things, especially greenhouses, it's difficult to get a coat of paint on, so I think probably they do get ignored over the years. These brackets, they're modern, so somebody's had a go at it. Whether they've just put new brackets on an old frame or whether that frame has been renewed, I don't know. Certainly the greenhouse has been there a while.
Matt and Will have become key parts of the team at Iford.
Drop that, okay. Well, I started off 20 years ago doing small jobs around the estate. The scallop stuff's the original, yeah. And then gradually we've sort of done more and more. I didn't ever think Will would come into the business. Turned out really well.
Once the cafe was done and we saw the product of what we'd done, that really sort of reeled me into the line of work, I think.
But once you're part of the team, you can be called in to help with almost anything. And not every job here is as pleasant as restoring a beautiful historic greenhouse.
What's the capacity of their lorry?
2,000 gallons.
2,000 gallons. So, yeah, we'd be at least 1,500, wouldn't we? A bit more.
Welcome to Iford Manor's septic tank.
I think one of the things that I was blissfully unaware of growing up was that not everyone is on main sewers.
Fresh from the greenhouse, Will is turning his hand to averting a sewage disaster.
I think the last time we emptied was about 3-4 weeks ago, something like that.
With sort of 500 odd visitors a day, obviously it fills up fairly quickly.
The irony here is that the more popular Iford becomes,
cheddar and onion chutney, do you want that toasted at all?
the more the problems increase.
They were actually already booked in to pump it out, I think, the following day or the day after, but the usage had been higher than expected, and so we realised rather rapidly that actually the normal forecast sort of visit was not going to be in time. Managed to get the emergency call out so we could get it pumped out.
Everyone's always desperate when they give you a ring. You know, emergency, isn't it? Yeah. Every call.
The nick of time. If you leave it, it's not a good day at the office.
Having septic tanks, obviously, to deal with all of the waste from here and indeed the cafe and the kitchen, it's really, really complicated, especially for fatbergs and things like this. It's been quite eye-opening, to be honest, at the costs involved. With a system like this, it's made up of various different chambers and levels that separate out all of the, well, the sewage into its different sort of, well, densities, fundamentally. And so we start by clearing the bottom tank, and then we work our way up the various tanks and, yeah, make sure it's all sort of taken out and essentially hoovered.
If you look at the gauge, I would say it's got to be 3/4 full.
Hoovering complete. Everyone can breathe easy once more, although not too deeply, perhaps.
Job done. Just another day at Iford.
Next time on Saving Country Houses, the Chavenish sauna is moved extremely carefully to its final position.
What about the winter?
Still don't know if it's just a stupid idea or a good one.
Some really interesting visitors in recent history here.
In Northamptonshire, Ashby Manor's star architect and royal visitors are revealed.
Prince Edward, he hasn't become the King of England.
And we meet the Staffordshire family getting to know their home, having lived in it for 900 years.
There's always been a story that there was a hidden room and an escape tunnel from the hall through up to the church. It's just amazing.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history. There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol! No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp.
Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
At finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? Many of our country houses owe their existence today to one key period in history. Almost 1,000 years ago, it was the Normans who introduced primogeniture, the right of the eldest son to inherit everything. That simple rule allowed estates to be handed down in their entirety, along with the power and wealth that went with them. But despite that, it's rare for a country house today to have been owned by just one family since its very beginning. Our first house today, however, can boast exactly that. In the countryside of North Staffordshire, less than 5 miles from Stoke-on-Trent, is Whitmore Hall. This manor of Whitmore was first mentioned in the Domesday Book of 1086. More recently, in 2021, Edward Kavanagh Mannering inherited the estate from his father. A new chapter in a remarkable family story.
I am the 34th generation to live here. I occasionally sit on the steps of the hall on my own, and I think of all the ancestors that have kind of quietly come through the front door going back 900 years. And I kind of imagine them pointing at me, you know, I can't say the word, can I? I don't want to be the person that screws up.
And there's lots at stake. 1,500 acres of farmland, lakes, a church, and even a pub. And so far, only 3 times across 34 generations has Whitmore passed to a female heir. But women have always played an important role here.
We are descended from William the Conqueror. We have a pedigree, if you like, back to William the Conqueror.
A bit like dogs.
Frightfully keen on pedigrees.
Edward's mother, Christine, and sister Fleur are a big part of Whitmore's recent story and are happy to offer an opinion on the past.
What have we achieved in 1,000 years?
Well, we survived.
Yes, but I would probably say that we actually haven't achieved necessarily that much. You know, 1,000 years of opportunities and haven't achieved anything that's worth writing about in terms of the bigger historical picture. As a family, we've scrabbled through. That could be our motto. Yes. We scrabbled through.
Displayed proudly on the front of the house, the real family motto means "Forwards if I can," inspiring words for running a country house in today's world. But the family crest is perhaps a little less inspiring.
Our family crest. If you ask me, it's a donkey, but if you ask my mother, it's a
ass.
Of all the crests that we could have as a family, it's sort of one of those things about even our crest. It's basically mocked. And the other one is we've got the
halter.
Yeah.
Which is very, very, very important.
On the donkey's head. So in anything that we do, the donkey's head, it's got a halter on it. And that means that
we have a right to hang a man without trial, which is extremely useful if you've got peasants and things who are getting a little bit sort of rebellious. You can say, well, Don't forget.
Yeah, obviously 600 years ago, nothing.
Well, it's never been rescinded as far as I know.
There's my...
Edward may not be worrying about rebellious peasants these days, but he's feeling the pressure of his responsibilities.
When you're the head of the family, and that's taken 2-3 years to sink in, so I feel this has been overwhelming.
I consider myself lucky not to have inherited.
Oh.
Inheriting somewhere like this can be a bit of a golden prison.
But luckily for Edward, whilst he continues his work managing the estate, Fleur has agreed to come back to the family home for 12 months to help out. She is bringing her expertise as a project manager to give Whitmore Hall a thorough health check.
Running an estate like this, there is just so much to think about. What is the structure of the house? What's the roof like? What's the lead work like? All the windows, the 84 windows, a lot of them need work on them. What are the gutters like? Are the drains broken? And then, you know, don't even start me about sewage. The hall sucks in everything: energy, money, time. It's basically a vortex in the middle of Staffordshire.
And what Whitmore has in spades is mysteries. Despite having lived here for over 9 centuries, much about Whitmore Hall remains unknown, even to the family.
The thing about the house is the fact that it's been here for 900 years, and there are layers and layers of different eras that have been integrated into one house. So you've got a medieval house, you've got an Elizabethan house, you've got a Victorian house. I mean, for instance, the bit that you're standing in here is, in fact, outside of the house. If we'd been here 400 years, we would be getting wet.
But the house only revealed this secret less than 30 years ago, when Fleur's parents decided to do some investigating.
Right, you ready? Let's have a look. There we are. So, what we're looking at here is the outside timbers of the house. This is the facade of the old Elizabethan house, and this, if you were riding up on your horse in the 1500s, you'd be looking at this as you came down the drive.
Whilst Whitmore's timber facade made way for a perfectly symmetrical red brick manor, styled during the reign of Charles II, there is one mystery under the floorboards that Fleur is desperate to solve.
So, the exciting thing about this is that it's only a few months ago, actually, that I found a blueprint of all the levels of the hall, which is absolutely amazing for us because it communicates to you so much information. It's absolutely fantastic. There's always been a story that there was a hidden room and an escape tunnel from the hall through up to the church.
Almost 400 years ago, Whitmore was a stronghold for the parliamentarians during the English Civil War.
We were surrounded by people who didn't agree with us in the English Civil War. The house was fortified. There were soldiers on the top of the house, and it makes sense that you would have an escape hatch. You have these stories, and sometimes there is truth in them. And so maybe, going back to this, maybe there is truth. Maybe we have got a stone staircase here, and maybe there is a tunnel, or maybe there is a room, and we're going to find out.
At Whitmore Hall in Staffordshire, the Kavanagh Mannerings are on a mission to solve some of the mysteries of the house that has been their family home for 900 years.
What it is that we think that there is a hidden stone spiral staircase about there.
Eager to investigate further, Fleur has gathered Brother Edward and Whitmore's maintenance chief, Simon Chafe, to try and find the secret escape tunnel that might lurk under the floor.
Oh, look, there's a gap.
Oh, yeah?
There.
Well, that'd be an ideal point to try and lift the floor up.
Yeah, I can feel it move here. Not moved.
That's what I was trying to do.
Oh.
So you've got a joist there.
That dropped.
You haven't got a joist there.
Many years ago, a man worked for my father-in-law. He used to talk to me quite a bit. And it was he who told me that his brother worked here.
Let's just see if we can push this up a bit more.
He said that he had found a spiral stone staircase in the corner of the hall.
See, we now have an access chamber.
I think there must be something there because you don't make up a story. I mean, what's the point?
And a first look under the floor seems to prove Christine's instinct is correct.
Oh, there, that's not what I'd expect.
That looks like stone.
It's clean as well.
Yeah. Gets more intriguing.
Yeah. I think based on what we can see now, it's more likely than it's not. We're going to bring in a carpenter. If we take out some of those bits of wood, we will be able to get a really clear picture as to what is there. Is there a staircase?
How remarkable to be searching for Civil War history in your own home. We're returning now to a house which, given its role in the gunpowder plot, has been working hard to put its own famous history to full use. But today, it's other projects that are taking priority. And again, some famous names from the past are involved.
Just south of Rugby, we're paying another visit to Ashby Manor House. In 1605, as Ashby's owner plotted to blow up the Houses of Parliament, the property itself would have been far more modest than what we see today. Ashby's real moment, architecturally at least, came as recently as the 1920s. A time when hosting a country house weekend secured one's place in society.
We have had some really interesting visitors in recent history here, and one of my favourite things in the house is the visitors book that we have from when the guest family moved in. So I'll show you up here. We keep it in the entrance hall.
Present-day owner Nova Guest has evidence that proves her Edwardian predecessors knew how to host in style.
The Guest family would have made this book in anticipation of having a very special visitor, because the first person to sign it is actually Prince Edward. He's still a prince. He hasn't become the King of England.
In 1921, Edward was 15 years away from becoming Edward VIII. It would then take him a few months more to abdicate and marry Wallis Simpson. But at this point, as Prince of Wales, he represented the ultimate country house visitor. Great news, of course, for his Ashby host, Ivor Guest, the first Viscount Wimborne.
So here's a photograph of Prince Edward's visit. This is all the Rolls Royces and the valets lined up, the drivers parked in front of the gatehouse. This is very exciting. They've got a royal visitor. They've obviously have this big polo match and week, and all these people come for dinner, as is Winston Churchill and his Clementine Churchill.
Someone else came to stay that weekend too. A close associate of Viscount Wimborne's and the man who made the biggest of all impressions here at Ashby.
Edwin Lutyens, who was a visitor that weekend.
In the first half of the 20th century, the famous architect Edwin Lutyens designed many houses. A castle in Devon, the cenotaph in Whitehall, and even New Delhi in India. But the famous architect's longest engagement was here at Ashby Manor. By 1921, he'd already designed a music room and the impressive stone hall. But that was just the beginning of his work here.
There are letters that Lutyens wrote to his wife that were published, and he writes to her saying, "The Wimbornes had a terrible squash at Ashby when the Prince of Wales was there, so they are going to add lavishly in spite of taxes and hard times. And we must build a whole new wing to have more room for visitors."
And it was Edwin Lutyens' work on that wing that transformed Ashby into the ultimate Edwardian country retreat, creating stunning modern interiors. And from the outside, a seamless blend of Tudor and 20th century. And Lord Wimborne was so delighted with Lutyens' work that he ended up working at Ashby for 35 years.
They were very good friends at the end of the day, even though they certainly had their differences. For example, I know when they were working on the house, Lord Wimborne went to the Great Exhibition in White City, which was in 1908, and decided that he wanted a Tudor wing. And the Ipswich wing was actually on display at the exhibition. And Lutyens was very unhappy about having to incorporate this building into his design.
The Ipswich wing is so called because this half-timbered building was originally situated over 100 miles away in Ipswich, Suffolk. Having already been moved to become an exhibit in London, the structure was then bought by Lord Wimborne and transported by steam train to its new home here in Northamptonshire.
We have had a couple of letters from residents of Ipswich requesting that it be reinstated back in Ipswich, which would be a difficult thing to do. Although I'm sure Lutyens would be happy if it probably was.
Nova has spent 10 years presenting Lutyens' architectural legacy in the best possible light. But there's still work to be done in tackling his less celebrated work here, in the grounds beyond the house. The hand of the great designer is everywhere.
So this is definitely Lutyens. Beautiful semicircular stone steps leading up.
But although beautiful, maintaining a Lutyens garden is as hard as maintaining a Lutyens house.
There's always so much upkeep. I mean, you can see all these retaining walls need to be redone. They're all falling apart. This is the terrace which Lutyens would have designed to sort of walk past to see the walled garden.
One of Nova's biggest gardening achievements to date has been the resurrection of the walled garden.
So when we arrived, this was a field of stinging nettles that was getting sprayed off a couple of times a year, and it was all very sorry. And come and I'll introduce you to Finn. Finn, he has landscaped the whole walled garden here.
Originally, when we started here, it was just a blank field with some big pines sat down at the bottom area, and we've come in and renovated from there. Wildflower is a slightly more contemporary touch. However, it's circled around this mirror-reflecting pond with copy over from the Lutyens design. Back in the day when this was a kitchen garden, they'd have had a big pond or such like structure to take water from as a water source to water the garden. So, yeah, it's a nice touch from what it would have been in the past, brought on to the present.
In the past 5 years, Nova has also been working to honour Lutyens' vision for the wider grounds too.
Lutyens landscaped all the gardens on this wonderful axis, and he designed all the beautiful yew hedges and this canal garden here, which overlooks a really incredible bridge that Lutyens designed.
Making the right decisions for a living piece of history, such as Ashby's gardens, is a big responsibility. So, in the last few years, Nova has been working with leading garden designer Daniel Coombs.
I'll never forget arriving here for the first time, and this is your first experience, and I remember really looking at these hard landscaping details and this layout of this courtyard, and you've got the Jacoby in front of the house, and then Lutyens' interventions as he connected these two buildings together. Then when you walk through the house for the first time, I'll never forget that, walking out onto the lawn and looking down the canal. The house had actually been lovingly restored, but nobody had done anything with the gardens. And I guess Nova had suddenly found herself with this project, and she was, you know, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what moves to make. And for the first few years coming up here, it was a journey of discovery.
But with much of the garden restoration done in the spirit of Lutyens, Nova has now asked Daniel to tackle one of the last areas, an important part of the parkland.
There's some historic planting pockets out in the sort of park. You know, I haven't been able to get to them, and they've been left. So they're full of brambles and thistles and stinging nettles. We've uncovered them and found some old box and lilac trees and things that I thought looked quite beautiful. So I thought, let's try and imagine what they could have been like.
Whilst Nova has a vision for what she thinks should be done, she knows she needs Daniel to make it a reality.
Yes, I'm excited for Dan to see it. Knowing Dan, he's going to say something completely opposite.
At Ashby Manor House in Northamptonshire, owner Nova Guest is edging closer to completing her revival of the estate's spectacular gardens, designed by British architect Edwin Lutyens over a century ago. Today, she's consulting with garden designer Daniel Coombs about one area in particular. Lutyens' work on the house and gardens transformed Ashby into the country house for some of the period's most important figures. And now Nova's own legacy project is in its final stages. She's relying on Daniel's expert gardening eye to give it a final flourish. Nova is turning Daniel's attention to a small area of unloved shrubs and trees.
What do you think, firstly, about this planting bed?
So
and
what
when do you
have
think
you
it was...
removed, Nova? What was in here before?
Oh, we've just removed, literally,
Just
all the brambles,
yeah.
which they're already sort of growing back.
Yeah, yeah.
And stingy nettles, and
Yeah.
there was loads of big branches. And I suddenly thought, oh gosh, maybe the box is quite lovely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess it's cool. These shrubbery is an option to add another layer, because at the moment when you move beyond us, we've got tall trees and they're wrapping around the formal Lutyens arrangement, which is sort of more of a parkland vibe, because I think we need to plant more trees to, you know, we need the succession. Some of the larger trees are starting to go, you know, we've lost trees in here, so we need to think about the future.
Yeah.
And I think there's that first layer of, you know, what are going to be the future specimen trees, and I think we need to plant those all the way around this canal. I don't, you know, if we're going to plant
So
two
I'm not
trees...
going to have my planting moment here. We're going to be...
We use these ash trees as nurse trees. We plant a specimen tree here, which will ultimately take over and be the specimen that occupies this space. The box goes, the viburnum goes, and these lilac, these get dug up and go. And then this all gets leveled and seeded, and ultimately we're ending up with a specimen parkland tree that's going to link with these other trees that wrap round the sort of Lutyens formal canal arrangement. And I think that's phase one.
So just so you know, this has not turned out how I thought.
No,
I thought we were going to be designing, like I had visions of a path going through here.
Oh, you had a path going here?
I don't know, I was like, I wonder, he'll come up with something amazing like it will be. Yeah.
What, and I've just been like, get rid of it all, plant a beautiful tree. Yeah, yeah.
Which is good, this is right.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Lutyens must be looking down on us going, thank goodness.
One can't help but notice that Daniel described this as phase one. This project is turning into something rather more longer term than Nova might have imagined.
Quite a bit that we're thinking about, and we need to obviously think about the cost of it all.
Keeping an eye on costs is, of course, the key to running any operation, and country houses are no exception. For James Leslie Williams, the solution is usually to do as much work as possible himself. He and his wife Emma like to be hands-on. But to get to the finish line of one project, They're calling back the professionals.
We're returning to the Cotswolds and James and Emma's home of Chavenage Manor. This summer, the couple's efforts have been focused on a brand new initiative, the creation of a luxury and very rural wellness facility in one of the estate's open fields. James and Emma are planning to charge £15 a head to enjoy a sauna and cold plunge, in the hope that it will bring a whole new group of paying clients to their business operation.
We've built the deck.
Right, cool.
And then we're building the change rooms today. It goes into situ, and then we're basically building everything around it.
In the past few weeks, James has been laying the groundwork for the project. But with the mobile sauna now delivered, it's time to assemble everything in its final location.
We're super excited to get it in. We've got a beautiful view, and people are ready to book, hopefully.
Cool.
Hopefully they do.
Very good. Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
So we're going to bring the Land Rover in, jack it up, change the wheels, put the pneumatic rubber wheels on, then we can pull it out and then pull it across the field.
Half my age.
Buying the sauna outright would have cost James and Emma more than £30,000. But that is a gamble too far for even this entrepreneurial pair. So instead, they're going to be renting it on a monthly basis to see if the business takes off.
Is he going to push it?
Yeah, he's pushing it out. I can see why we weren't trusted to do this ourselves, actually.
And with it being such a valuable piece of kit...
Uh-oh.
All right.
James and Emma are taking no risks and have asked the sauna company to move it and make sure nothing goes wrong.
More on the trees. The trees.
Wowzers.
Come on, yeah, you're all good.
Thank God we didn't do that ourselves. It's in.
Watching their vision of the new endeavour come to life is a milestone moment for the couple.
We're creating new businesses.
Although its remote setting is rather risky.
Are you happy about it?
I'm slightly concerned.
Are you?
What about the winter? I have to say to people, bring your cosy and your wellies.
When you go into a wild sauna, you expect to be a little adventure getting there.
Well, that's going to be our niche.
That's our niche, exactly. We've got the planning, we've got the electrics there, and now we've just got to hope people use it. If you come over here, that would be ideal.
I think this is where it's supposed to be. I think it's going to be beautiful. And I think what's quite nice is that the window of it faces this way. And I mean, look at this view. It's just amazing. You can't see any buildings, any cars, nothing. That's why we want to share the estate with people so that they can come and have that bit of serenity, you know, in the Cotswolds, while sweating in the sauna and gaining all the benefits.
That's pretty spot on. Oh, Formula One quick release.
Yeah.
It's been months of waiting and planning, and now the sauna is in position and almost ready to be switched on. It's time for Emma to sign on the dotted line.
Yeah, I read it.
But I like how Em's doing all the paperwork, because I'm terrible at that.
6 months, babe. We've got to make this work.
Absolutely. Right, here we go. The plug-in.
There's a lot of power that's going through it, so you've got to...
It's got to be right on.
That goes on, and then that twists. That's it. That's locked in. Now you should be able to turn it on.
Yeah, there we go.
So it won't turn on unless the power's in.
Yay! Power! We've got power in the middle of the field.
When it's open to the public, James and Emma will be running this new toy on their own, so it's important they understand exactly how the sauna works.
So the temperature's set there, so it's like 96.
Do you want to sit in there, just check the view?
Yeah. Oh, it's a perfect view. Oh, I like this.
and no one can bother me.
Leave her to have a moment.
This is a bother-free zone.
But Emma's moment over, it's time to get on.
We've got some work to do, babe.
James and Chavenage's regular builder, Alan Martin, also known as Big Al, are continuing the work to build the changing rooms.
I've saved a fortune on gym membership over the years, just by doing this every day. How are you doing back there, James?
Yeah, good. My belt's coming down, which is fine, because we're nearly there.
What's the trip hazard, James?
Trip hazard.
James and Alan have been working together to build a changing facility that will stand alongside the sauna.
5 or 6 pieces, and it'll start to look a little bit more like a changing room, hopefully. Just about there. So an inch in, because you've got a 2-inch wood. If you come inch in from the side, be in the right place. Now, I know they go there, James, because I marked it out earlier on.
Well done, mate. I mean, I definitely would have tried to pay someone to do this, but I've now not only got a change room, I've also got skills with it.
And you've saved some money.
And I've saved a lot of money. The other big plus is Big Al has the tools.
You've got to have the tools,
I'm gaining
James.
the tools, slowly.
Yeah, I think you're pinching them off me bit by bit, actually.
Well, I think I've got... Have I got your strimmer?
Yeah, I'm a mower.
Have I?
Yeah, I think that used to be my drill. James?
With the sauna's new home taking shape and the rental agreement now signed, the pressure is on to complete the site, generate some bookings, and harvest some much-needed income, all for the benefit of the rest of the Chavenage estate.
What do you reckon, James?
I think it looks spot on. I mean, it's not finished yet.
No, far from it.
I mean, it's just looking quite skeletal. But don't worry, because Em's coming in with the designs of the landscape.
And take all the credit.
Always.
That's how it works.
We're returning now to Staffordshire and the remarkable Whitmore Hall, which has been handed down through 34 generations of one family. But despite this unbroken history, there's a growing sense that there may be problems with the building.
Whitmore is now the responsibility of Edward Kavanagh Mannering.
Right, do you want to come in? Come and have a look.
But his sister Fleur has agreed to spend 12 months helping Edward by carrying out a thorough assessment of the family seat. She is trying to get to grips with the house's myriad maintenance problems.
So that was in the safe until really relatively recently. And what it is, it's a pike. It's got engraved, and it was his, Edward Mannering. And I always terrify people, particularly children, by pretending that there's still blood on the edge of the pike. But it is true. I mean, well, not the blood bit.
But when she's not telling tall tales, Fleur is getting to know Whitmore on a whole new level.
This is one of my pet drains, which is this one. It's clearly very old. You can see that there's water damage here from that side. So we've got to stop this. There's another one here that we don't actually know where it goes to or what it's doing. And obviously anyone who owns a house knows that guttering, roof, drains are the sorts of things that, doesn't matter how big or small your house is, that if you don't keep an eye on them, they are the ones that are going to do huge damage, financial sort of damage to your house.
However, one of Fleur's other biggest concerns on her maintenance checklist is Whitmore Hall's extensive cellars.
I hate this place. Oh, God. There's some really big spiders. Right, if you go there, we've got a lot of water just housed there, and we don't know why. It's a constant thing of like a puzzle, you know, trying to work it out. Just up the steps is where the Anglo-Saxon house was. I'm not massively keen in putting my hand, if I yelp, you can see that quite a long way in. Just waiting for a hand to grab me through. Oh Oh God, it keeps going. You know, there's been a house here for 1,000 years. It probably has things to tell us, but we can't understand it.
So whilst Fleur takes the lead at the hall, Edward is using his expertise of the land to try and make Whitmore's 1,500 acres generate some income to support the property. Edward's background is dairy farming, but for decades now, a whole other side to his work has been taking shape.
I wish I had the energy of a spaniel, Springer Spaniel. Oh, right, Uni, you're driving.
2/3 of a mile north of the hall, the ancient Whitmore estate looks very different. Part of a passion project that Edward has spent years developing.
I love water. I love the wildlife around water, so I tried to develop a business around water.
This is Whitmore Lakes, the most obvious legacy of Edward's time working the estate, and a multifaceted enterprise.
So it's an 80-acre site. We've got 30-odd pools, little and big. We started off in the early 90s as a fishing site, so carp, catfish, match fishing. Where it's at is night fishing, big carp, big catfish. So we've got catfish up to about 80 pounds, 90 pounds, big carp. If you're lucky, you might see some of them coming in.
However, fishing is just one part of Edward's lake business. He has now created a new and very on-trend offering at Whitmore.
We call this the training lake. The idea is it's here to swim. It's 500 metres, so my first attempt to get around here, I stopped 8 times. It took me about 45 minutes. Tough.
Alongside the training lake, various other lakes have been set aside for more recreational swimming.
And really, we're trying to become a centre of managing your own well-being. What I love about this is the laughter and the energy. It's like group energy you get.
Opened in 2023, this new business is well on the way to becoming a key part of Whitmore's future. Some days, there are hundreds of swimmers coming in, each adult paying £7.50.
So 80 in this morning.
Well, last year we touched 320, didn't we, in one day of swimmers? And we thought that was epic. Bear in mind where we'd come from. 0.
So 380 would be maximum.
Well done.
Back at the house, Fleur is still trying to crack the puzzle of the rumoured underground escape tunnel beneath the hall.
I am convinced the story is correct. I just cannot understand how you can make a story up like that. To actually find something secret that has been hidden for 400 years is just the best. You know, it's like finding treasure, isn't it?
The one person with direct knowledge of the story is Fleur and Edward's mother, Christine. She was told about the staircase long ago by someone who had worked at Whitmore.
Well, I always thought, well, your left heel, back a bit, Fleur.
That's right.
Well, I don't know, but that's
so
what he showed me.
His cross was in this corner.
In the hope of putting this mystery to bed, Fleur's called in trusted carpenter Peter Alcock.
How would you do it?
Well, it's tongue and groove together.
Yeah.
But the fact you created a little gap there, I can saw down the line.
Peter is a professional, he's used them before, he understands listed houses, because anything that you do in a house like this, you have to think about doing minimal impact.
And with that in mind, Peter and Fleur have an endoscope camera to help them see what's beneath the wooden flooring.
Just looks like a solid mass, really. Oh, just a minute, that. Where have you just gone there? Oh, there is some timber down there.
Timber?
look like steps, but maybe just go back to where you just went.
I don't know where.
There. There, all right, to see that? There.
Oh, yeah. That's going down. That looks like steps, isn't it? That's
Oh,
going
yeah,
down.
there we are.
Definitely got steps going down.
There could be steps there, yes.
It's exactly where you said.
There you are. Can we make a big hole now and see if we can find it?
So the only sensible action is to fully commit and create some mess.
I mean, it's interesting if it is a wooden staircase, you know, like going down like a ladder, it makes more sense than the sort of the spiral staircase. But, you know, you just don't know. The best case scenario is like finding this stone spiral staircase, you know, that you can physically walk down. Even better if we found a body. That would be fantastic.
I think we have to go down the other side.
Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe something of value. That would be even better than a dead body. Something that we could sell.
It's like having a pet cobra, isn't it?
Yeah. Keep going. Right, okay, right. Is that a hole? Hang on, let's keep still. Just go back a bit. Right, stop. You've lost it. So we did the first one, but because we couldn't get the endoscope to sort of properly see it or anything else, in the end we had to go and open the second one. You know, Sod's Law will mean that the place that you started is not where it is. And the difference is that, you know, we are trying to do the minimal damage. So I think my mother's attitude would be just to get a crowbar at this point.
Get the thingamajig and have a look again. You do it this time.
Right, I tell you what, there is a hell of a draft.
That just looks like a concrete floor at the moment.
God, is that really? Do you mean to say we've done all this and it's concrete? Right, Mumbo, you need to have a word with that person.
Oh, yeah.
There's definitely no staircase here.
But Fleur won't be giving up the hunt for the tunnel without a fight.
We know that the only time that floor has been disturbed is basically in the 1950s. And what they clearly did was they took off the old floor and they must have found a mud or earth floor. Makes sense, doesn't it? They screed it. So there's a concrete scree. And of course, when they would have screed it, if there had been a hatch or staircase or anything, you would have put board over it and you would have carried on screeing it. So it's all screed, joists are nice and firm, you put the nice new flooring on top. None of us have given up hope, and I still think that we are 3 inches away in finding it. 3 inches of concrete is what is the difference between an amazing find for us and it being hidden for another 400 years.
Next time on Saving Country Houses, we venture to Chillingham Castle in Northumberland, now celebrated as Britain's most haunted country house.
Who was with us in the torture chamber, please? Spirit?
Oh, I just felt something on my cheek.
We're in Wiltshire to find the Riverside pub, now run by the team at Iford Manor.
Right, come here, you.
There we are. Freshly laundered, good as new. Marvellous.
And we come back to Whitmore Hall, where attention turns to the condition of centuries-old family portraits.
He's called Fat Thomas, and he's not looking well.
But you can see a lot of flaking paint.
It's a job I hadn't thought that we had to do.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses, celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens, and their centuries of history.
There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol! No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp. Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
But finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? From manors mentioned in the Domesday Book to Victorian halls, the country houses we've been following have a great mix of histories. But there's only one we visited that started life as a place of industry. That industry was Britain's biggest for centuries: wool. The wool may have long gone, but at our first house today, the unmistakable buzz of industry is back once more.
We're returning to the picturesque Wiltshire-Somerset border, where we find Iford Manor. This idyllic spot on the banks of the River Frome is the home of William and Mary Ann Cartwright Hignett.
Oh, even though we've had such a dry summer, it still looks really pretty green out there.
It does, and you get the weir.
It's so soothing.
But make no mistake, running a grand country house and garden like Iford is far from relaxing.
I'm going to check the loos, because that's part of my daily routine. Nothing like a clean loo, is there?
Right. Since 2021, Iford's new cafe and high-end restaurant has helped push visitor numbers close to 20,000 a year. And William works hard to ensure that this new business venture makes the most of the estate's plentiful natural resources, much of which is to be found in Iford's glorious gardens.
On the pastries in the morning, we try just to use as much that we can get hold of from our own production. Nature's bounty, isn't it? Look at those, aren't they fabulous? I mean, the only thing I bear in mind with mulberries is if you're wearing a nice clean shirt, this is a really high-risk operation.
Wherever possible, the cafe and restaurant are supplied with homegrown produce. Gardener Zoe has a crop that's ready to be picked.
What makes a ripe fig?
We're looking for this, which is a lovely maroon colour. It's very squishy, and when you lift it, it comes away from the branch really easily. There's one.
In the walled garden, there's plenty of rhubarb. Using homegrown produce like this keeps food quality up and, significantly, the costs down.
This one's looking pretty good at the moment.
Now, am I right, you have to snap it out?
Yes. Grab hold of the stem as low down as you can and then just give it a pull and a twist, and it comes away really nicely.
For William, saving money in the kitchens frees up funds to maintain the rest of the 1,000-acre estate, such as the ongoing restoration of Iford's Edwardian greenhouse by father and son building team Matt and Will Andrews.
We sort of cleaned off all the screws and nails that were holding the old greenhouse down, and now we're repairing the stonework. For instance, this coin stone here is broken, and we're going to repair that by adding a stainless steel dowel and some stone glue. Hopefully that joint will close up as good as that.
The new bespoke greenhouse will closely match his predecessor, which was installed by Iford's former owner, garden designer Harold Pito. As many materials as possible are being reused.
These are reclaimed stones from the estate, and we're going to use these to repair the broken ones. So we've scribed some lines in, which is our cut lines, and yeah, we're going to cut those up. So hopefully when they're done, they'll slot into the holes and fill it all in. In Harold Pito's day, he didn't have the luxury of the equipment that we have, so they would have been cutting all this stone by hand. Yep, down there. Okay. Just to be able to work on this older type of stuff, yeah, it's really satisfying, you know. If you wind back, there's going to be masons, builders that have worked here over the years, and we're sort of part of the story now.
And today is a milestone moment for this bespoke build. Some of the original metalwork from the greenhouse is returned after being sandblasted and painted. Marianne and the team can't wait to see the results.
So it's come back.
They look good, don't they?
Really impressed with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's just nice to see all the original detailing in here, where you can sort of see, you know,
Manufacturer's really picked out, isn't it? Manufacturers.
Yeah, very much so.
For Iford's head gardener, Steve Lannin, preserving the estate's rich heritage has been at the forefront of this project.
I think that Harold Pito would really appreciate the fact that we are rebuilding in the same style again. It's something that's really important to us, actually, and it seems daft because it's just a piece of metal, but actually it's keeping, you know, a little bit of Harold Pito's glass house alive, and that sort of feels important.
So lovely being in here now, because it was, you know, subsiding down here, walls falling down, Matt, and you've done a cracking job.
Don't say cracking.
Back near the main house, William's garden produce is now going straight to the restaurant.
The garden itself is always going to be limited in the number of people that can get here. Therefore, you need to create a bit more of a dwell time, as it's called in the business, of people being here a bit longer. The restaurant does exactly that. Oh, it's busy. I've got you some figs.
Oh, amazing.
Rhubarb and some mulberries in there.
Oh,
so hopefully that'll do for some pastries.
Absolutely, yeah.
William's first venture after leaving university was running his own tea shop in Cambridge. So perhaps it's not surprising that hospitality is now a core part of Iford's business planning.
I totally enjoy the buzz of this thing. This is the most fantastic 2 hours of my day is running a lunch service. I enjoy it enormously.
But Iford's hospitality ambitions have just expanded and now reach beyond the 1,000-acre estate.
So we bought a pub. Yes, the opportunity arose in February to buy 2 pubs that are within 1.5 miles of Iford. Marianne and I decided it was a goer, and so here we are, newly publicans.
One of those pubs is in need of fresh supplies. which requires William to pay a quick visit to yet another of the estate's enterprises.
We are heading up to the cider barn, which is the headquarters of Iford Cider. And this is where it all happens. Cool. Well, I've come up to the cider barn to pick up a keg for the pub, who are doing a bit better trade than I had anticipated. So we'll just, they've left it out for me.
A chance encounter a few years ago led William to combine forces with near neighbour and now business partner Joe Abbott. Over the past 10 years, the two have built a substantial cider business. But it started with very humble beginnings.
I needed apples, so I knocked on Will's door to see if he had any orchards. We took a trip around the estate and then, picked them that year.
Yep. Marianne and I were getting married and we needed something for our wedding, and you said, well, I'll make you some cider, and it turned out to be really good, and then our guests were taking boxes home, like 20 litres with them. So we thought, OK, this is quite good. We had, what, 3/4 of an acre of orchard here, which is nothing in the scheme of things.
But the perfect start.
But it was a perfect start.
To keep up with demand, the business now processes over 200 tonnes of apples each year, with much of the fruit being sourced from farms and orchards in this cider-making heart of the country.
How many outlets? We've 300-400?
Yeah,
like crazy.
400-500 tons.
Yeah. And William is proud to have diversified Iford's business model, in tune with the traditions of a country estate.
If you look back at the farms in the day, and you've got farms making their own cider in a barn and selling it to the local community. In a way, this is a scaled operation of that, taking the opportunities that the land here provides and enabling a flourishing business. I think that's what estates should be doing. We'll take an end. Surely heavy. Oh, there we go. Good old 50-litre. Secure the load, shall we? Right, let's get it down to the pub.
Next stop for the cider keg is over the hill in the adjacent valley, at William and Marianne's new country pub. On the Somerset and Wiltshire border, William Cartwright Hignett is shipping a keg of cider from his cider barn to the pub that he and his wife Marianne have recently acquired.
Oh, that would be the keg and the boot falling over. So much for strapping that down.
The steep-sided banks of the River Avon and the tiny village of Avon Cliff is home to the Cross Guns pub.
And so this is the primary access route to Avon Cliff, which is why we rely on people walking, cycling, paddleboarding, trains. It is surely the most sustainable transport pub in the country. You can't get here otherwise. Oh, Ryan, right. How are you doing? I've got you some cider in the back. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Right.
And William couldn't be more thrilled to have expanded his business empire and with it, his potential clientele.
It's such an opportunity. I love this whole eccentricity of this place. And then this outside terrace. It's just such a phenomenal outside space. I'm absolutely in love with Cross Guns pub. Not because of what we're doing today, but because of what we could be doing and of the new community that we're now engaging with. People who visit a canal-side, riverside pub are in large part very different people to the ones who come to a reasonably smart cafe stuck in the middle of nowhere next to a historic house and garden.
With the cider keg safely delivered, William now has to deal with a stray parasol that seems to have got rather too close to the river. In fact, actually in the river.
An errant brolly which has gone for a swim.
not afraid to get his hands, or indeed his legs, dirty, William has decided to perform his own rescue mission.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel like maybe commandeering a paddleboard might be a more effective solution here. The plan is to don the unnecessarily oversized waders owned by a person who's 6'2" and has size 12 feet, not me, and go and get this blasted brolly. Roll the old sleeves up, shall we? Amazing fish everywhere, it's fabulous. Right, come here, you. There we are. Freshly laundered, good as new. Marvellous.
It seems that saving country houses sometimes involves saving country pub parasols.
Should we go and have a pint? We've earned it.
Remarkably, William is only the second generation of his family to own Iford, and he's already adding more property to the estate. It's going to be fascinating to see what his and Marianne's boundless energy can achieve in the years to come. We're moving to a house now, though, that's been in the hands of one family for over 900 years. And they have a vast collection of something you tend to find in all country houses: family portraits. These portraits, like everything else, need rather a lot of looking after.
At the northern edge of the West Midlands in Staffordshire, we're returning to Whitmore Hall. This estate, which now stretches to almost 1,500 acres, has been handed down through 34 generations. It's now the responsibility of Edward Kavanagh Mannering.
Every family member has a portrait going back to about 1600. And I've had a portrait done of myself, which sounds very grand, but I thought if I don't do it now, I'm going to look really old. And I told that to my wife. It didn't go down. So we went for it.
Edward and wife Heather are now displayed inside the hall alongside dozens of other Mannerings. And it's these much older paintings that are firmly in the sights of Edward's sister, Fleur.
To us, the paintings are priceless. You know, they are absolute treasures, and they are the only thing, really, other than the fabric of the building, that we care about, because they're the only thing that actually links us to our own history.
Whilst Edward looks after the wider estate, Fleur is spending 12 months giving the family's ancestral home a thorough health check, from the soundness of the hall's structure to the well-being of its treasured contents. The aim is to ensure the family's legacy continues for years to come.
So I sort of had various things that I wanted to achieve. One is the paintings. So one is looking at the paintings, making certain that they're not being damaged by heat or anything else. And one or two we would love to be restored.
Today, Fleur has invited paintings conservator Julia Dalzell to assess for restoration one of the most cherished of all the family's 54 paintings.
He's called Fat Thomas, and he's not looking well. I don't actually know who Fat Thomas is, other than the fact that he's a brother of one of the Edwards who owned the house. And basically I'm worried about him.
Given the number of Edward and Thomas Mannerings over the years, identifying precise family members can be quite a challenge. But one thing that is certain is that this painting is more than 2 centuries old.
I can see the cobwebs.
So not only can you see the cobwebs,
yeah,
but you can see a lot of flaking paint up here.
Yeah.
And in fact, areas of lost paint as well.
What do you think's caused that?
An oil paint layer is like thin porcelain. It's a hard, rigid surface, but it's lying on a canvas
that's moving,
which is moving. And if you don't keep that canvas tensioned out, that canvas shrinks. So where's the paint go?
It crackles.
It pops up, and it tents and flakes like that. So you can see the canvas.
Do you know what? I'm absolutely amazed that not all our paintings are like this. So if we restored Thomas, what would you do?
I would remove the varnishes and any old restorations.
Yeah.
And then I'd probably go back and do some more consolidation.
Julia will need time to consider, but a full restoration job on this one painting could easily cost many thousands of pounds.
It's one of those jobs that seems a huge financial cost and time as well, but actually it will really help protect the collection.
Fat Thomas's story may still be a mystery to Fleur, but there are some ancestors whose life stories are legendary in the family, such as Rear Admiral Roland Mannering, who Fleur and Edward's mother, Christine, has known about since she was a child.
Admiral Mannering, we know an awful lot about him because he kept diaries. We've got all the diaries upstairs, which are beautifully written.
He wrote a diary every day, including the day that he died. So on the day that he died, it says, called for a doctor. And that was it.
He was in the Battle of the Nile, which is that picture there, as a midshipman, age 14. That was quite something. Very good picture, actually.
The scenes describing fighting the French, hand-to-hand combat, this is the real deal. But then he came home, and then he had to learn how to look after this house without the modern kit that we've got.
Yeah.
And I just love to be able to go back and see how he did it, yeah. How did you get on?
Yeah. You know, the fear, I think, for a family is the fact that everyone else has managed to sort it out over 34 generations. It's on your watch now.
Yeah.
Right, Julia, let's go and have a look.
But Whitmore's portrait history goes back even further than Admiral Mannering. 2 centuries earlier, portraits were already being painted for family members.
So, these in a way are the most interesting paintings to us because they're the oldest. And from what I understand, they are painted on timber.
Displayed together are Mayor of Newcastle Edward and his wife Sarah, who lived through the age of Shakespeare and the English Civil War.
There are things happening up in the top corners and on the edges. Losses of paint happening here, or retouchings happening here. You can see the white bits, and that will be filler showing through because the overpaint is dropping off. So that's an indication that it might be moving. These optivisors here magnify everything, brings everything closer by 15, 20
That's
magnification.
fantastic.
So it's
I need it
super.
too.
You can see all sorts on them. I think what you're looking at is some paint loss, and you can see the wooden panel behind it, but just generally some damage. And then the yellow bits, yellow, orangey, browny bits will be old varnish. Yes, minute losses of paint, and oh look, we've got some fly dirt just here.
Yeah.
That's on the painting.
Having carried out a thorough assessment of these oldest of Whitmore portraits, Julia's ready to give her verdict.
My initial reaction is that they don't need to be done now, whereas that other portrait that we were looking at with flaking paint is more of a priority. So look to doing something with that one, stabilising that.
So whilst there is work to be done, it's undoubtedly good news that some of Whitmore's most prized portraits are standing up well to the centuries of hanging in the hall.
To me, it's just so exciting. I love paintings. And also it's the fact that you're handing it on to the next generation of people. It's like it's the ultimate gift in a way, is to give something beautiful on to the next 100 years of enjoyment for people.
From plumbing to portraits, all the country houses we've been visiting need a good deal of love and attention. But what happens when that care simply hasn't been given? We're visiting a new home now, which less than half a century ago was completely uninhabitable. Since then, though, it has benefited from the dedicated and somewhat eccentric ownership of one extraordinary man.
We're travelling north of Newcastle to Northumberland, where less than 11 miles from Scotland we find Chillingham Castle. For 800 years, Chillingham has kept watch over this border region. Originally the site of a monastery, the building was fortified to defend England from the Scots and once played host to Edward I on his way to confront Braveheart himself, William Wallace. But its more recent history is no less intriguing.
He's marvellous. OK, he's very shattered, but he still has his sort of shape and poise. He's still a proud animal. And I love him, really.
Now, in his 90th year, Sir Humphrey Wakefield has called Chillingham home since 1982. And even now, he is still fascinated by the castle's many mysteries.
I pulled these stones out of the ground, stones like this, lovingly carved. And there's another one, look at that. What's its history? What the hell was it for?
Sir Humphrey's latest passion is repairing Chillingham's vast stretch of stone ramparts.
A week ago, the ground looked like that, just like a bundle of stones, there, all the way down the edge. And then suddenly it transforms into that. He gets things absolutely precise every time.
With the help of a top team of expert craftsmen and women, Chillingham today is a Northumberland success story, an intriguing mix of private home and bustling visitor attraction.
Have you been around the castle?
Yes, we've been.
Have you been around the lake? Yes. Why not?
We're thinking to pop up and see your cattle.
But with voices like yours, we don't welcome you here.
I suspected that.
But back in 1932, Chillingham's future was far less certain, and certainly not open to visitors. The family who'd been here for centuries could no longer afford its upkeep. They auctioned off Chillingham's contents and left the castle deserted. 50 years later, they were delighted, therefore, when a former army officer, antiques expert and lifelong adventurer offered to take it off their hands.
Of course, I got this place when it was a ruin. I fell in love with it. I fall in love with every ruin I've ever come across, of course, but I fell in love with this.
When Sir Humphrey arrived in the early 80s, Chillingham was in a sorry state. Outside, nature was taking over. The windows were largely broken, whilst inside, ceilings were caving in as decades of leaks took their toll. More than 20 years before Sir Humphrey arrived, Chillingham had already been effectively written off.
This place had been written off by the government in 1960. In 1960, they said we'd have to be gutted, and the stone had rot in it, and therefore pretty well have to be pulled down. Luckily, I hadn't read that report.
Instead, Sir Humphrey saw an opportunity to save the castle and reveal its medieval qualities for the first time in centuries.
This room was covered with Victorian plasterwork, and I took it all off. That great fireplace at the end, which is the heart and the soul of this room, that was stoned in, and now it's come back to be the heart and soul.
Throughout the rest of the 1980s, Chillingham remained a building site, as room by room, ceiling by ceiling, a country house and its fortress origins were reborn.
Here is the dungeon, a very proper dungeon for keeping, putting prisoners in. Come through and have a look. In here, you see 2-inch long grooves in the wall. You see several of them. People have scored the wall with the days, I suppose, the days they're staying here. And after about 40 days, they get paler and paler and paler. Here is sort of a latrine drop. There's a perfectly good stone channel down there, and I opened up the stone channel, but I found bones there, and so I didn't dig any more. There are so many things from here that I've still got to discover. But now I'm pushing 90, I realize I better do it PDQ.
Sir Humphrey's 43-year project may be ongoing, but Chillingham has completed a journey from condemned building to tourist hotspot. Despite its remote location, it welcomes 25,000 visitors each year.
As soon as I walked through the courtyard, wow, straight away, absolutely brilliant.
It's the fact that you're wandering where someone has wandered centuries before, living their lives. I like history.
Once inside, visitors are in the hands of Richard Craig, Chillingham's front-of-house steward, who never tires of delighting people with the castle's finer details.
The ceiling in here is absolutely magnificent. It's a wonderful, restored Jacobean ceiling. It was in a pretty poor state, and sadly, we've lost one of the finials, which is down here, but doubtless that will be repaired in time. First time I saw this place was maybe 2001. Pulled up in the car. What a spectacle. You know, sunset looked absolutely magnificent. So that's my introduction to the castle.
Richard is Chillingham's storyteller-in-chief. But as the sun goes down, he's often preparing for his second, very different role at the castle.
I'm getting ready for a ghost hunt tonight, which begins at 10 o'clock and goes through till 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's a role that's become more and more important to Sir Humphrey's approach to the castle's finances, as Chillingham is now known as Britain's most haunted country house.
Ghosts feature very highly here at Chillingham, and it's a serious, serious business. It's really part of the beating heart of this place. We do ghost tours, do the occasional ghost workshop, but the ghost hunt, this is no holds barred paranormal investigation.
Country houses are full of connections to the past. Over time, though, those connections can easily be interrupted. A change of owner, perhaps, or, as we've seen at Chillingham Castle, the abandonment of the building for half a century. We are going from ghosts to greenhouses, and it's back to Eyford Manor, where an immense effort is being made to preserve the connection to a very fine Edwardian greenhouse. Its new replacement is almost complete.
On the banks of the River Frome, the long summer drought is finally breaking.
It's rained for the first time in ages, which is fantastic.
But the return of a familiar damp English summer has arrived. Just as William leads a tour of Eyford's very Mediterranean garden.
This is this idea of the tumble-down terraced hillside of Tuscany. The Corsican pine, you've got the juniper, you've got, you know, cypresses. This would have been an amazing Italianate-style terrace with a view, right? But Pito wasn't into big views, so he plants all of this up to close it down.
And over on the far side of the gardens, one of the greenhouses installed by Eyford's earlier illustrious owner, Harold Pito, is getting a facelift from specialist joiners Craig Hodgkinson and Joe Shenton, who are reconstructing it to Pito's exacting dimensions.
The challenge is try and keep it looking as it was, really. Using the old metal work means we have to tweak our designs a little bit.
Head gardener Steve is not going to miss the moment and is on hand to see much of the original tuckers of Tottenham metalwork take its place once more.
We're sort of making a hybrid system between Harold Peter's original and sort of a more modern one, which would give us more adjustment.
Nice to think that you're putting something at the back that's been there for however many years, if you see what I mean, or as close to as you can. One nice new hole in there for you. So we're incorporating some of a more modern design that we use to make everything work with the old metal work. Because it's got to be structurally sound as well, you see. It's not just a case of it looking pretty. So it incorporates this tie bar and it stops the building sagging. It stops the sides spragging out. This place is absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful, beautiful place. We haven't had a chance to have a walk around the gardens yet, but we've been told it's a must, so might nip round there later.
And back in those public parts of the garden, you sense that William is revelling in his role as host to a visiting party.
This was originally paved. If anyone wants to pay for it to be repaved, I'd be grateful, but the last quote was sort of 150 grand, so that's not happening for a while. Love taking tours around. It's an opportunity to have a time in the garden without being interrupted, I suppose.
With the tour over, though, it's the moment of truth for William and his wife, Marianne, who've been planning this important greenhouse project for many months.
I'm seriously excited to see this. Good heavens.
There it is.
Can move in immediately.
That's huge. I think what's amazing is you can already feel the warmth in here.
You really can.
So pleased that we kept the original brackets, though.
So am I. I hope that Tuckers of Tottenham would be proud.
Absolutely.
With restored metalwork and resilient cedar wood, the greenhouse should serve Iford for decades to come.
You can imagine it with all the plants in there and everybody doing amazing things and Alison propagating and Steve getting overexcited about there being too many plants. It's fantastic.
I should perhaps warn you, we're ending today with another trip north to Chillingham Castle and a taste of something you may find unsettling. In 1925, Lady Leonora Gray wrote a short book about her experiences at her Northumbrian home. It was simply called The Ghosts of Chillingham. Little could she have known what she was setting in motion, because almost 100 years later, Chillingham takes its ghosts very seriously. By day, this Borders castle can feel as pleasant and welcoming as any country house. Sir Humphrey Wakefield has spent half his life ensuring that it does.
I love looking across at the castle.
But he's also been canny enough to embrace Chillingham's fearsome history.
There are many ghosts here. I mean, after our 8 executions and so forth, there are bound to be lots around here, and lots of very colourful ones. And I used to be frightened of them, as it were. But also, when I first came here, the priest said, I can't exorcise ghosts, get rid of them. Do you want me to? And I said, yes, I do, thank you. Next morning, he said, I'm afraid there are too many, I can't. But also, he said, they're all rooting for you. You're a lucky guy.
Whether the ghosts are friendly or not, their presence at Chillingham seems to have acted as a magnet for paying visitors. People want to come to see Britain's most haunted country house for themselves. It also means steward Richard Craig can step into a role he was clearly made for.
Ghosts have been my thing ever since I was a child. And this, to me, this is just the Holy Grail, really. It's a wonderful place to go ghost hunting.
Tonight, 4 game souls are set to join Richard on one of Chillingham's celebrated ghost hunts.
So my name's Tommy Scott. I'm here to visit the castle today. It's actually my partner's birthday.
Joining Tommy are friends Emily and Kieran, plus his fiancée, Max. All are hoping to cross paths with the supernatural this evening.
What would be a better way to celebrate my birthday than doing a midnight ghost hunt?
I am a little bit nervous, but I think I'm covering that with the excitement of it.
The castle's beautiful, it's been really nice to look around, but as it's getting dark, it seems to be getting a little bit creepier. Starting to hear little noises.
Good evening, ghost hunters.
Good evening.
Welcome to Chillingham. First rule of ghost hunting. Your mind is very much like a parachute. It is no good till you're closed. So, if you're ready,
yeah,
please follow me.
Easing his guests in gently, Richard starts the hunt in the well-lit confines of the castle cafe.
Make yourselves comfortable wherever.
But he knows how to build anticipation.
On a tour last night, there were 15 spirits, so we were outnumbered.
This is also where he can introduce his ghost hunting equipment.
Spirit boxes. Spirit boxes are effectively, for want of a better expression, a broken radio. Game changer in ghost hunting. You listen through the white noise, and we'll see what we get. Spirits of the Minstrel's Hall. Who would be with us at the moment, please? Oh. How many of you are in the room with us right now, please?
Used across the ghost hunting community, these devices are set to scan rapidly across radio frequencies to try and catch communications from the spirit world.
Yeah. Do you remember anybody's name in this room if you've been listening?
I can hear Max. I can hear your name.
See there, Max?
That was, yeah.
A less high-tech tool is a simple pair of dowsing rods.
They glow in the dark. They need no batteries. We are going to use these for interrogation purposes. Say, spirit closest to me, what are you, please?
Spirit closest to me, what are you, please?
Female, it's gone to your left.
Is there anybody here with me? Yes. I didn't move them rods. Them rods just moved.
Also on the move are Richard's 4 ghost hunters who are heading to Chillingham's most terrifying attraction.
Torture chamber, playground of John Sage. A legendary character, the castle torturer. It's said that his common-law wife died at his hand, which led to his own demise. Now, we've had various encounters with this spirit. He has been known to move people by the shoulders. He has been known to push people over, myself included. Okay, right, I'll put the lights out there. I'm calling to the chamber, John Sage. When he comes in, the temperature of this place can drop like a stone. This is your playground, Sage.
There's something behind me. It's like someone's punching me in the stomach.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. My whole body's like tensed up.
Is it?
Oh. Yeah. I feel like I'm like stone my body. I can't move my body.
If we are in the presence of Sage, if you are doing this to this gentleman, then move one single rod to the center of his chest. If it is another spirit, open up his rods. Look at the rods opening up.
Yeah, they are. Oh.
Whatever it is right here, my right-hand side.
I feel like I can see a big figure behind you.
Yeah, I can.
Richard.
Okay. I think we might know who this is. If we are in the presence of the one known as William Rain, please Give us some major sign that you are with us. Rods. The rods are rocking and rolling. William Rain. Don't know much about William Rain. Very strong spirit. Could have been a Border Reaver type. Came in after a bell, book and candle session one time, and he stayed ever since. We see him in form, in shadow, his dark form.
Never shy to put in an appearance, Chillingham's ghosts have given the customers their money's worth this evening, and Sir Humphrey couldn't be happier with his booming, ghoulish business.
I really think the ghosts helped me. The ghosts have always been incredibly kind to me. And now we've got the tours round, and we have overnight stays and seances, and I think we're booked up until October or something like that. So, thank you. Thank you, ghosts.
Next time on Saving Country Houses, we're at Mapperton House in search of a 17th century tapestry.
What I want to get out is, of course, the one that's really difficult. So it's the gift, everybody, that keeps on giving.
Big change is on the horizon at Ashby Manor.
It's like an army tanker, isn't it? Looks like it's from another time. I could do with that vehicle here all the time.
And we join the unending task of cleaning the unique displays at Chillingham Castle.
This was my first project. I had to clean all this, had to brasso these bits, because they were very, very rusty. My old friend.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. Celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens. And their centuries of history.
There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol!
No, wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp.
Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
But finding ways...
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
...to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? As we've seen at so many of the houses we've been visiting, country houses today tend to be a product of many eras and numerous individuals. But more than any other that we're following, the look and feel of our first house today was shaped by one key person a century ago. That person's work is now being put front and center once again as a defining feature for the house's future. We're heading to Northamptonshire for another visit to Ashby Manor House. The house we see today has been shaped over many centuries, and the latest in a long line of custodians is Nova Guest, who is proud of this beautiful home's rich architectural evolution.
Ashby Manor House, at its core, is an Elizabethan house, but it has a number of architectural influences. So we have the Catesby wing, which is 16th century, the gardener's cottage, which is 17th century.
Viewed from the east, however, the hand of Edwin Lutyens becomes obvious. The most famous architect of the early 1900s spent over 30 years working at Ashby. He created a whole new facade and designed formal gardens and parkland, turning this centuries-old manor house into an Edwardian design icon. 100 years later, the grounds are looked after by Ashby's regular landscaper, Finn Toner, still in awe of Lutyens' eye for detail.
The whole house and the whole design, the whole Lutyens design is based around this central feature through the canal. So you've got centre of the house working out this fantastic landscaping. But it doesn't just stop there, it carries on all the way through to the end.
With symmetrical yew hedging and sight lines down to the lake, Lutyens' clear vision was then for an open parkland, dotted with single large trees. In recent generations, though, this vision has become slightly less clear.
You actually look through from the house, you can't see there's a lake there at the moment because the reed bed and everything's so high.
And closer to the house, extra trees have appeared, surrounded by shrubs and undergrowth. Now, Nova and her team are on a mission to remove the imposters and restore Lutyens' original vision.
None of this is supposed to be here. The ash tree are probably self-seeded. So we've got 3 areas that we're going to be looking at, and they've started on the first one.
We're clearing the island, essentially, so unfortunately the ash is going to come down, and then we're re-prepping all the ground, trying to get rid of all the root structure of all the weeds, and then we're going to create it back into lawn.
This is going to look very different.
Yeah, move on down to the second one. So this, again, is all coming out and going back to lawn. Bigger units will come out, get laid over, ready for getting chipped up, and then we'll go through, trim out all the smaller stinging nettles and brambles and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is quite a big job.
The decision to return the parkland to its 1900s design may not be in tune with Nova's modern sensibilities, but it's necessary to keep Ashby grounds looking their best for paying visitors.
I mean, obviously the environmental side of my brain is like, we shouldn't be pulling anything out of the ground. You know, that's not really what we're doing these days. But think about Lutyens, I think he'd approve. He landscaped the grounds, and I think that we are doing the right thing.
Taking down these ash trees, you know, there's a lot of ash dieback in the area currently anyway, so it's less heartbreaking, if you know what I mean. Getting them down's quite easy and quick. Just got to avoid the lawnmower. That's one lad that's always doing his job.
Cutting down a tree takes no time at all for an experienced landscaper like Finn. Doing it well, on the other hand, requires some proper planning. And Finn has a trick up his sleeve to ensure minimum impact to Ashby's carefully maintained grass.
Just lay that there, so when it comes over, some of the branches will spike straight into the ground, and just a bit of a crash mat just saves hurting the lawn too much.
But with the sound of chainsaws humming away, Nova is still worried about the end result.
We can plant lots more beautiful beech trees on that side, and then it's going to be okay.
As country house projects go, removing trees and planting new ones makes a big impact for relatively little cost. So, it's a smart way for Nova to spend her limited resources, even if she won't be the one to sit in the shade of the trees about to be planted.
The finances and stuff, you've got to really aim at the correct places, because you can't just do all of it. There's just so much area, so much ground, so much you could do. You really need to focus your funding into the bits you think are going to make the biggest difference.
We have the business running to be able to have the funds available to do wonderful projects like this. But we're doing projects like this because we feel that the grounds are improved. You know, when we have all these visitors, sometimes we have weddings that are up to a few hundred people, and we have people walking through the grounds. This can't have sort of bracken and weeds and things coming out of a planting pocket just because we haven't quite been able to deal with it. We're going back to how it should be. We're taking the landscape back to how Lutyens intended it to be. And that's going to be wonderful for visitors coming here because it looks how it was supposed to be, how it was planned out 120 years ago.
As much of the ash trees as possible will be put to good use. The smaller branches will be turned into wood chip, whilst the bigger limbs and trunk will be saved for firewood. And, to control costs, Finn has given himself an ambitious schedule.
So we're probably here for about 3 days. By the end of the day today, we'll hopefully have all the trees down.
When he told me his timescales, I was like, are you sure? I mean, I actually thought he was going to be bringing 4 guys in, but here they are, 2 of them, and they go absolutely hammer and tongs.
But Finn has brought in some serious hardware to keep things moving.
It's like an army tanker, isn't it? Looks like it's from another time. I could do with that vehicle here all the time, to be honest.
Felling a tree may be quick and easy, but what's left behind could prove more difficult and costly to deal with.
We've budgeted this all without a stump grinder, but I'm not quite sure how you... I thought all trees, stumps need to be ground up with it. You get this proper machine. So that's in my mind, because we can't have a stump sticking out of the ground.
At Ashby Manor House in Northamptonshire, it's a day of dramatic change in the surrounding parkland.
I don't think I can even watch the next one because...
But whilst owner Nova Guest's ash trees come down, her landscaping costs are going up.
They are quite big stumps for the machinery that were bought today, but on trees that's established, it's probably going to end up more of a stump grinder job than it is pulling it with a machine. It will add a little bit of cost because obviously we have to bring the other machinery over, and there's probably a few hours working, grinding them out, and then we've got to get the machine here and get it back and fuel, and yeah, all adds up.
Landscaper Finn has 2 trees down and has now moved on to the second area that needs to be cleared. It's been a busy day. It's already possible to see the impact of Finn's work, and Lutyens' vision is slowly returning to Ashby.
If you look, you can start to appreciate all the beautiful trees which were really hidden from view before. Tomorrow, he'll be coming to focus on all the reeds and bulrushes along the front of the lake. So you'll be able to sort of walk down to the lake and actually walk up to the water, which will be amazing. I like to think I am truly doing everything that not only Lutyens, but future generations will see what I have been, the vision that we've had and the thought process behind why we did it.
Both the joy and the challenge of gardens is how they change and evolve over time. So, as we've seen at Ashby Manor, major steps are now being taken to restore the landscape to how it was intended to be. The same can apply inside a house too, as time takes its toll on family treasures. And when those treasures are handmade and centuries old, the time and cost to restore them can be enormous. Down in Dorset, this is exactly the challenge being faced at Mapperton House. Once voted Britain's finest manor house, Mapperton is the seat of the Earls of Sandwich. The current Earl is Luke Montague, but this has only been the family home since 1955. In country house terms, the Montague family are relative newcomers to Dorset.
So this is like the private side, if that makes sense. This is where we live, the back of the house. And then we're gonna come through here, and this is where we open it up to the public.
Chicago-born Julie is the current Countess of Sandwich and the third generation of the Montagues to live here. But her home is full of heirlooms from the family's previous and even larger house in Cambridgeshire. And there's not quite enough space here.
Even though this is a big house, most of it is open to the public, so there's actually not a lot of space, which I know sounds crazy, but there's no space actually for me to have a room where I can store things.
A case in point is Julie's big restoration project of the moment, the Montagues' 18th century tapestries. These tapestries have been displayed in various rooms at Mapperton since the family moved here. But a closer look reveals how degraded their wool and silk has become. They've now been taken down, and all bar one are in storage, awaiting conservation work. But you can't simply tidy these massive works of art into a cupboard or pop them under the bed, could you?
I had to store the tapestries that have yet to be restored underneath a bed in a room that's open to the public. Just 1 second.
Unfortunately, this means that gaining access to them is now rather a cumbersome job.
What I want to get out is, of course, the one that's really difficult. So just 1 second. The tapestries here at Mapperton have been so close to my heart, and they were in such a state. They are in such a state. It's now stuck because it's so long. This has been a dream of mine to get as many of these tapestries restored as I possibly can. You know, they have sentimental value because they've been a part of the Montague family for hundreds of years.
Restoration work on the historic tapestries, however, is a dying art that's painstaking and slow and horribly costly.
It's the gift, everybody, that keeps on giving.
Reinvigorating the largest tapestry will cost Julie more than £100,000.
We're not done yet. You think we are. We're not. One more.
But Julie does have one ace up her sleeve to help foot the bill: her sizable online following.
What we're doing is restoration projects within the house that need to be conserved and repaired, putting those restoration projects out on social media. One under here is much bigger than this one, and asking our followers to donate towards these projects. That's exactly what we're doing, and it's working. So I'm gonna have to move these.
So far, Julie has raised enough money for work on a different, smaller tapestry to get underway. It depicts a classical garden, complete with ornate fountain and peacock. This tapestry has been in the hands of the restorer for several months now. And it's now time for Julie to get on the road and look in on the restoration process.
So this tapestry has been a part of the family collection since the 18th century. And I'm visiting Emma Telford in her wonderful workshop, and she has started the work.
Based in Hereford, Emma Telford is a specialist textile conservator who's worked on tapestries for the likes of Blenheim Palace.
So I've got it ready for you to have a look at under here.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
And she has been hard at work on the Montague family tapestry for the last few months.
Lots of pins. Look at all those lovely color pins and lots of threads here.
Yes.
So a lot of work being done.
It looks a bit of a mess, but I often think things they look worse before they get better.
Well, I can already tell it looks so much better.
Emma's first job was to give the tapestry a very delicate bath, and she's now looking at the wool and silk itself. It's clear she's not the first person to carry out a restoration.
That is where the original silk weft has entirely disappeared, almost entirely. These are remnants of it here. But the rest of it has gone, and it's got this ugly wool repair running through it. And I'll take them out, but somebody spent a long time doing them, and if they hadn't done that, it could be that even more of the tapestry, the physical bits of the tapestry would have fallen away. So, you know, you have to be respectful of that. Somebody's taken the trouble. Somebody else in the past, 100 years ago, maybe longer than that, thought that it was worth looking after and did their own version of these tapestry repairs. So it's part of the history of the object, isn't it? This is the conservation stitching, and it reintroduces some of the integrity of the design that's lost by just infilling with the suggestion of the colour that was there originally. And it stabilises the actual physical material of the tapestry, which you can see otherwise would be just all hanging like that. This is all going to consolidate it so that the design isn't distorted and the material is secured so that it can be displayed. In the neck of the peacock here, there is actually quite a bit of the original silk still remaining. So this is all original silk.
Right.
And then I've colour matched where the silk has actually come out altogether, like here. I've colour matched and infilled the losses. So these threads here are the tail ends of my threads, my sewing threads. And you can see the colours that I've been using.
This is going to be tricky as well.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, in the tail feathers of the peacock, we can just make out some remnants of the design. So here are obviously some bits of peacock eyes. These bits are wool and this is silk. And most of the silk has dropped out. So there's going to have to be a certain amount of artistic license, really, because I can't see what the actual original looked like. Yeah, I'm building up to that. I'm building up to the tail.
With sections in such bad condition, it's easy to see how Emma's work takes weeks to complete. But Julie is delighted to see her beloved tapestry slowly coming back to life and can't wait to be able to show off the finished product to Mapperton's visitors.
Honestly, if you had talked to me about 3 years ago, I would have never in a million years thought I'd be sitting here with Emma watching this happen.
And it's all thanks to her loyal international following.
So I raised $20,000 for this tapestry. If you're passionate about a project that you want to preserve for future generations, people will get on board with it.
It's really exciting. And the fact that you've managed to interest so many people to do that in a very short space of time is really amazing to me. And nobody's making anything like this now. In that respect, it's kind of priceless. It's irreplaceable.
When you're saving a country house, moments like this that witness hard work paying off truly are to be cherished.
Well, that was wonderful. That was like all of your efforts coming together, because I've had this obsession with these tapestries. I look at Mapperton as like little mini battles, basically. And so I feel like I'm winning this small battle, but Mapperton is a bigger beast than that. And you're never, ever going to complete the puzzle. Ever. It's literally impossible.
A country house is not a project that will ever be completed. I think that much is clear from what we've seen. A series of mini battles is how Julie Montague at Mapperton rather brilliantly sums it up. We're paying a final visit now, though, to a castle where it's fair to say something has been completed. This will ultimately become just one chapter in its very long history. But the castle is now looking at its best, seems well set for the future, and is a wonderful tribute to those that look after it and its unique owner.
40 miles up the northeast coast from Newcastle, we find Chillingham Castle, owned by Sir Humphrey Wakefield and maintained by a team of loyal staff.
Well, now I'm going to do the gates. April till November, the gates open and close every day. 11 o'clock open, and as soon as everybody leaves, 5-ish close.
Chris Harbour is one of Chillingham's caretakers. It's his job to open the castle for business.
This gate broke off last year. It weighs a ton. Wouldn't want this to fall on you, that's for sure. And there we are. I'll be ready for and open for business.
But the fact that Chillingham is open for business at all is nothing short of remarkable. The original medieval fortress was turned into a country house in the 17th century, once England and Scotland had formed a united kingdom. But in the 1930s, the house was abandoned and left to slowly deteriorate for half a century. When it was acquired by Sir Humphrey more than 40 years ago, it was something of a project, to say the least. Now it is a home once more and a flourishing tourist attraction, all thanks to its owner.
I love that view there and looking across at the castle.
Sir Humphrey Wakefield took over Chillingham in 1982. He spent a decade saving the castle from becoming a ruin, and now, in his 90th year, has the place running in his own unique way.
Even on hot days, Sir Humphrey likes the ambience of the fire. And that's done. And then I carry on with my rest of my jobs.
Alongside Chris, Sir Humphrey's small team includes fellow caretaker Ian Carr.
It's a 19th century clock made by Reed and Sons of Newcastle, and my job is every day to wind it.
But it's inside the castle's rooms where Chillingham's unique charm becomes apparent. It is packed full of an eclectic collection of antiques and quirky curiosities.
Has anything caught your eye, or everything?
Richard Craig, a long-standing castle steward, has the job of explaining all this to visitors, and he never tires of it.
Yeah, that dates from the 1760s, French slipper bath. Previous owner was Mick Jagger.
Everything on display here has been acquired by Sir Humphrey, who, having left the army, has spent decades working in antiques and enjoying global adventures, including an expedition to Mount Everest.
The original ladders from sort of Camp 1, really. Me going over the ice fall. My boots, have no idea how they survived.
Chillingham is like a museum to everything that Sir Humphrey has ever shown an interest in. And today's challenge for Chris and Ian is displaying a new item in the castle chapel, an historic crucifix.
So Humphrey wants this built.
Okay.
To put a cross on so that he can look at it. But he wants me to make a table up. So I've made this piece of wood up. This is just a temporary thing.
Okay.
So rest that on there.
Well, he's going to have a proper piece of wood made up.
Yeah, yeah. And then he's got this carpet. If you lay that on the back there, this cross that he wants to put on here. This has just come back from the restorers. So Humphrey had this in his apartment for years.
Added more mother of pearl to it?
Yeah, yeah. Because this is a really early 16th century cross. But it was actually in a terrible state for a long time.
All right. I think it doesn't look too bad, actually.
No. But he wants it on show here so the public can see it, because there are lots of things that the public doesn't get to see.
But somehow the word lots feels like a staggering understatement.
We're now going into my rather chaotic long gallery. It's packed up with things which will go on display one day. I mean, there's so much and such variety here that I don't really know where to begin.
He does buy obscure things, and you think, where on earth is that going to go? And then, surprise, surprise, it turns up somewhere. But, yeah.
If I don't know where to put things, I put them here, as it were. That great sledge, my mamma's side saddle, wonderful horse harness, man traps. What else of interest? A great big pot. These leopards and tigers here are shot by my father or my grandfather.
And for Richard, this ever-evolving collection is a constant journey of discovery.
I came in today and I thought, I noticed there was a musical instrument that I didn't quite recognise and another chair that I didn't recognise, and this is only from last week. So there's often new old things. Things do get moved around, so it's something else to get your head around, because doubtless somebody's going to ask about it.
Because sometimes we think things have been stolen, but they haven't. It's because he's moved them and didn't tell anybody.
One of Chillingham's most renowned and indeed most feared works of art is said to be of a 17th century Spanish witch.
And she curses people who steal, and she looks like she's going to curse someone.
The castle even displays signs warning visitors of the witch's powers. But it appears many of Chillingham's visitors have ignored the warnings and paid a price.
All these letters here, and drawers full of them, came from people who've stolen things. Just endless letters saying that they're sorry they've stolen things.
One letter apologises for the theft of a button that dropped out of a drawer, which seemed to result in a 20-year-old dog dying just 2 days later. Coincidence or curse? Or maybe just a very old dog?
I get 25 letters a year saying my mortgage has gone wrong or whatever, and constantly since I took whatever it is. But I sent back this, so please can you tell the Spanish witch to give me a break?
Thankfully, many items from Sir Humphrey's collection are less appealing to the light-fingered.
In comes man to steal your car, but he can't because he's caught.
Do you want me to clean that, do you?
Right, no, Amanda, no.
Amanda Crossman has been Chillingham's cleaner and restorer of all metal artefacts for the past 11 years. And her work involves a never-ending conveyor belt of new items.
Oh, every time he goes away, he comes back, there's more stuff follows. This is one of the ceremonial Chinese bits of armament. I don't actually know what it is, probably for stabbing someone. But yeah, it's rather rusty, so I better clean it. The advert, it came out on April Fool's Day, which appealed to my sense of humour. And it was for an armour cleaner. I thought, yeah, I can do that. The only skill I had was cleaning mother-in-law's brasses in the pub. So that came in very handy.
And the technique for cleaning centuries-old armour is surprisingly simple.
You got the steel wool, the thinnest that you can get so it doesn't hack at the metals. And you put loads of beeswax this time. You just basically rub it. You just rub until you get all the rust off. The last time I did this was several years ago, so... He doesn't mind like a proper patina occurring, like because he's sort of aging the suit of armour here. He said he'd rather have it fitting in more with the medieval castle here, which was good for me because I didn't have to scrub so much. It's a fascinating place to work. Everything in this place has a story. You just learn something new every day. You can see where there's a nice bald patch, free from rust, where a hand must have gone. There's like thumb there, sort of fits a hand. Right, next one.
More than 40 years after Sir Humphrey arrived here, Chillingham is a country house reborn. It has turned its own eccentric charms into its greatest selling point.
Ghosts of Chillingham. We have many.
Complete with gardens, ghosts, and treasures galore, Chillingham feels well set for the future.
I suppose my thing in life is beautiful things and beautiful buildings. Each detail of this house I've fallen in love with. It's like a jigsaw puzzle which is clipped into place. I've had my chapter, and I still love my chapter. Maybe in a month's time some collapse will happen, but just at this moment in time, it's a damn good moment.
It seems to me that an owner with real enthusiasm and determination may be the most important factor in seeing a country house succeed in the 21st century. Mapperton's tapestries could have been left to deteriorate. Chillingham Castle could so easily have become a ruin. And at Ashby Manor House, it feels like Nova Guest is determined to protect and promote all that's best about her own wonderful home. From its Edwardian landscaping to the Tudor gatehouse, where planning of the gunpowder plot once took place.
It's now a week into Nova's project to honour the landscape design of Edwardian architect Edwin Lutyens. Finn Toner and his team have removed ash trees, shrubs and brambles in order to open up the parkland and re-establish views down to Ashby's Lake.
So the guys are still here. I knew it would take longer than Finn said, but that's kind of fine. But golly, you know, what a difference it's made. We can certainly say this is stage one complete. Returning it to parkland means that you can now see all these beautiful trees. And I think for all the weddings and events, it's just going to lift the filming and photographing experience. And then he's done a great job here, and he's just, as you can see, levelling this off. And we're having the stumps ground down tomorrow. But do you want to come and have a closer look at the water? Come down.
Along the lakeside, Finn has removed large amounts of rushes and reeds to reconnect the park with the water.
Before, you didn't realise until you got closer just what an enormous body of water this is. And now that we've opened up this whole stretch, it means you can actually appreciate that it goes all the way behind. And we've got a few of those last reeds to take out.
The work at the lake has also revealed one lost treasure.
Yeah, look.
The Lady of the Lake statue was here at Ashby, perhaps 150 years before Lutyens arrived, but she's barely been glimpsed for decades. She too now enjoys a view across the parkland.
Standing here and looking back up, you can actually see the house from on this diagonal, which I've never seen before, because that was always enormous shrubs there. This is true to the house's roots. Lutyens would be proud.
The parkland isn't Nova's only major project to conclude this summer. She has also been wrestling with the restoration of Ashby's Tudor gatehouse. With new lime plaster panels, this small but important part of the estate should now be weatherproof for decades to come. And after a thorough clean, the room where the planners of the gunpowder plot once met is almost ready to be opened for visitors. The final piece of the puzzle is to try and recreate this important moment in history with some suitable set dressing.
I'm imagining if they had all those plotters in there at one stage and they were sort of looking at maybe maps of the Houses of Parliament, they may have needed a table. And then what kind of seating? Like, would there have been very simple stools? Or if it was a chair, what would have been a chair that could have been the kind of chair they sat on?
When it comes to interiors, Nova is in her element. But reimagining a scene from the early 17th century is not her speciality. So she's on her way to the town of Towcester to get the advice of Chris Green.
Hello.
Nova.
How are you?
Very well, how are you?
Chris is part of the third generation to run this very specialist family business.
Now, I know you're a bit worried about what you might have, but
Yes.
if we're thinking about 16th century...
Difficult.
So why is 16th century furniture so difficult to find? Like, there's not much around.
To be quite honest, most of it just didn't last. It didn't stay the course of time.
Yeah.
Because most of it was softwood. A lot of it softwood, and it was in very damp houses, and it got used, really, basically.
Yes.
Got heavy use, and a lot of it just didn't survive.
And what kind of furniture would have been in the plot room? Not very
I would think quite...
fine furniture?
Not very fine furniture, and quite basic.
Yes.
Perhaps a small dining table,
Yes.
you know, a chair at the corner, and pretty basic, really.
Chris's store is an absolute treasure trove of furniture, ranging from 100 to 400 years old, with just a few items dating back even further.
This is certainly 16th century.
Gosh, look, it's got a
Yeah,
whacking
great big hole in it. Yeah,
hole in it. Is that woodworm or...?
Yeah, that's a bit of worm, and probably the odd rodent got in there, I think. It's good solid timber, but
Yeah.
even that, you know, it obviously shows sign of wear. You know, it's
Big enough for a person to hide in there.
or get buried in.
Exactly. So 1750 age.
A bit earlier than that. Yeah, first quarter of the 18th century, 1720s.
So it comes to the all-important table. Whilst the date might not be spot on, the size is the perfect fit.
That's going to be 6 foot plus, isn't it, that one, I think?
I mean, that's a really good size.
You get 8 round that, wouldn't you?
With the table arranged, it's time to see what else could help recreate the historical magic.
These were typically for the end of the bed, to put your bed linen in.
So you think this is 17th century? That's quite an interesting little size for the plot room. We were thinking, Chris, we have to keep in mind what we can actually get up the stairs.
It's a narrow staircase.
It's a narrow staircase.
This sort of chair here, they probably would have...
It's such a lovely chair.
Yeah, it's an early chair.
Oh my gosh, that's so nice.
It may not have been £2 for the room you're talking about. These are early candlesticks. They would have walked around with drip trays there so that you don't so you don't burn your hands on the wax. And these are probably even earlier.
Oh, look at these.
So
Gosh, aren't they amazing?
Yeah. So as your candle.
Look at the woooden base.
As your candle burns down, you just turn this and that goes up.
I've
like
never seen anything like that.
Very clever. So you got your little hook there to walk around with.
So what age is this?
17th century.
That's incredible.
They're lovely, lovely little things.
Where do you find these things?
Ah.
Yeah, that's your secrets. That's
Lovely.
amazing.
Yeah, lovely thing. Yeah, so they probably would have been absolutely ideal for your room, I should think.
I can see straight away how you can create so much feeling in a room, especially that room, if you walked in and it had some appropriate things in. It brings it to life.
But having assessed Chris's stock, Nova is keen to understand the price tags.
So this coffer here could be £550. That's a friendly price to you, Nova.
Okay.
Early sticks, £350.
Good. And then what about our table?
The Big table downstairs, the big gate leg will be £1,750.
£1,750. Okay. On the chair.
650.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, these I'm definitely going to
Yeah.
get.
They're lovely. Yeah, they are lovely.
I thought if I found one thing, it would be a bonus. I really didn't think there would be really suitable things because of the age we're looking at. So, I mean, to find those candlesticks, amazing. I mean, they're beautiful. And to find a table of that scale, and it's very close to the right era. So I think that is ticking a box.
A week later, the antiques are on their way to Ashby, and the gatehouse project is set to be completed.
So here we are, and we've been on quite a journey with our plot room. It's an exciting morning, and we've got Chris's brother Nick Green arriving from Ron Green Antiques today, and he's got that wonderful gate leg table that we looked at.
Yeah, OK, it's not, right.
I mean, I'm hoping it can get up the staircase. I don't quite know. I'm thinking it will because the sides go down. So we're going to carry that up.
Quite heavy, Nova.
So we're hoping to bring the room to life.
Really going.
And start to get a sense of how I envisage the plot room to be for when we have school groups.
Right.
It's going to be fun to see if it pans out as I had in my mind. So I picked some rosemary and sage, kind of to ward off bad spirits, but also because it smells lovely. What else have I brought? I thought they might have, they would have definitely had some apple trees.
Without a doubt.
So I'm sure maybe they were eating apples. I've got some inappropriate Victorian chairs. We'll have to find something a bit
earlier
at some stage.
Light the fire.
We're going to light the fire. Is it going to draw? It was such an incredible moment, lighting the fire, getting the table up there, sort of pulling in those 4 chairs. Yeah, completely thrilling, actually. I adored it. I adored it. I adore the room.
Fireworks.
Probably should have had a fire gut.
Fireworks already.
But at least we can start to think about them sort of being on some kind of stool or seat. They would have had to sit down to have long discussions into the night about what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. It's great to see this. Yeah. Very exciting.
Oh, the candlesticks!
Ah!
I went to light the candlesticks. It's a fabulous room and has the weight of history. It means, you know, being able to sit down in there and sort of, you know, you can take it in for a bit longer. It's better than I imagined. And now I can proudly show people the plot room. I'm so excited, actually.
Next time on Saving Country Houses. At the end of a long, dry summer, it's wind and rain that threatens the Mapperton Plant Fair.
It's the calm before the storm.
We've looked
And
at
it's
every
gonna,
single
there are
weather
going to be 80
model.
mile-an-hour winds. There's going to be pouring rain.
There's furniture in every room.
Emma Losley Williams faces the prospect of moving into her Cotswold manor.
Every drawer is full. I think we're going to need a really, really, really big skip.
And a heritage archaeologist is called into Whitmore to give his verdict on the state of the house.
You call it average, good, poor?
Marks out of 10 for current condition. I think it'd probably be around 6.
The green, rolling landscapes of Great Britain are home to the jewels in the country's rich heritage. Our country houses. celebrated across the world for their design and decoration. Their grounds and gardens, and their centuries of history.
There was a time when owning a grand country house meant a great deal. These estates were the keys to fortune and power. But today's country house owners live in a very different world.
The sound of petrol! No, 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 wrong way!
These houses are still the grandest in the land.
This is Oliver Cromwell's room.
But the challenge of keeping them in one piece has never been greater.
Spiral of decay, I don't like the sound of that.
Ballpark figures, 350,000.
Gulp. Got to get these lights fixed.
Today's owners are becoming ever more imaginative.
Bon appetit.
But finding ways
I'm literally ankle deep right now.
to keep the money coming in.
These estates aren't designed to make money, they're designed to eat money.
To keep the ceiling from falling down.
And I turned the corner into here. Oh my goodness.
We are collecting leaks, as you can see.
And stop their fears becoming a reality.
I think of all the ancestors going back 900 years.
If we fail, it's on our watch.
Of course, being to the manor born has always been a privilege, but today's owners face challenges as never before. So, they're rolling up their sleeves and putting their heart and soul into brave new ventures. The question is, how do you save a country house and see it prosper in the modern world? We've been following 9 country houses across a whole summer season. But this is just one moment in the long timeline of our historic houses, and an insight into the projects, restorations, innovations, and hard work going on. It just so happens that this summer has been one of the hottest and driest on record. Although, as I know only too well, we gardeners are rather keen on some rain amidst the sunshine. But timing is everything. Close to the south coast in Dorset, we're paying a final visit to Mapperton House. It's now the start of autumn, but there's a perfect dawn to welcome an important day in Mapperton's calendar.
We're used to early, don't worry, we're used to early. Early and full on.
By 6 a.m, the Mapperton events team are already on the ground.
Oh, stalled, embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
They're led by events manager Holly, who's overseeing the arrival of dozens of stallholders.
So we have our autumn plant and garden fair, and hoping the weather stays good for us all. But yeah, we'll wait and see, but it's going to be a really good event, hopefully, today. Morning!
Today's event is welcoming many professional nursery growers from across the region, who have all booked a sales pitch at this end-of-season fair.
And you can see some people are still just setting up. We're close to opening.
In hosting the plant fair, Mapperton owner Julie Montague and her husband Luke are carrying on a more than 30-year tradition.
Caroline, it just looks sensational.
It looks all right for
It
you,
looks
doesn't
so
it? Good.
The fair has become a useful earner for the estate too.
Events really matter at Mapperton, and Julie actually has done a brilliant job of building them up and making them more profitable than they've ever been.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Yeah, I like events.
Julie and Luke are hoping for a 1,000-strong turnout of shoppers today, which should lead to a healthy profit.
It's £5 to come to the plant fair. Part of it goes to charity.
Take a leaflet.
We want people to come and obviously buy plants, but we want them to stay for the day or for at least a few hours. And we realized in the past that people were just coming in, buying their plants and then leaving. And we want them to make a day out of it. So enjoy tea, coffee, cakes, sausage rolls, quiches inside or outside. So just to make a day of it rather than just in and out, grab a plant and go.
But there are a few nerves for all concerned.
It's been a very hard year. We've had so little rain since March. So it'd be nice if it didn't rain today.
And in spite of the perfect dawn, the forecast is far from good.
It's the calm before the storm.
Super calm.
Because this week we have been on tenterhooks because Storm Amy is on its way and there is some uncertainty as to when it's going to hit.
We've looked
and
at every single weather
model. There are going to be 80
model.
mile-an-hour winds. There's going to be pouring rain.
80?
And we have been through this at Mapperton before. We had to cancel half the Christmas fair last year. We had to cancel the plant fair the year before.
Yep.
And we are just praying that it doesn't happen again. So hopefully people will arrive early, get their plants,
and get a sausage roll or a quiche
and go to the
well.
cafe before the storm hits.
With wet weather predicted, Chef Christine Massingham is preparing for what could be the busiest day of the year.
My first day doing a plant fair. I'm stressed at the moment. This is me stressed because I've got a lot to do. This is me winging it.
Meanwhile, Christine's array of delicious food is a social media opportunity for Julie, who knows how to tempt her followers.
Look at this, roasted tomato and cheddar quiches, all in-house sweet potato, harissa, and feta rolls. Now I just gotta post that.
Good morning.
The social media can work two ways. It can work reaching this digital audience, at least for us it can, in a historic house that's open to the public, and it can reach that physical audience so that they're coming here, they're able to explore what they've just seen on social media and sort of like stepping into it, saying, wow, I'm here at Mapperton and I've only seen it on the screen, but now here it is in the flesh.
By 10:30, the car park is filling up. The public are flocking in, and the plant fair is well underway. Even Mother Nature looks friendly.
That is the sun. The sun is there.
Clouds.
I mean, two days, there were like meetings going on. There was like so many emails going back and forth. Are we going to cancel? I mean, look at this. This is a lovely day.
At the moment, we are extremely lucky, and I really hope this stays. But it's looking, yeah.
For the time being at least, all is well. And as expected, the Mapperton Cafe is bustling.
Hi, thank you for waiting.
Becky Antrim works here during her university holidays.
It's always the highlight of the season, these events. It really gets people through the door. A lot of local people as well, which is really nice. Fingers crossed, it'll be a good money maker for us today.
Everything is all homemade. None of it, so I just thought I'd throw that out there, yeah?
And today marks an important day in the season for Becky as well.
That's 10:40. So it's actually my last day at Mapperton in the cafe today. I'm back to uni tomorrow, but I am gonna miss it. The team is just lovely, like Christine in the kitchen, Lisa, they're like kind of like my work mums.
As the morning wears on, it appears people have heeded Luke and Julie's advice to get here early.
Thank you. Overspent as usual.
Both visitors and stallholders alike have had a good couple of hours.
Yeah, it's been a positive day.
I've sold a fair bit, so more than half of it at the moment.
Considering what the weather forecast was, and we might not have had anyone at all, or we might have had pouring rain, hasn't been bad at all.
But Storm Amy is still threatening to make an appearance.
I felt a few little drops of rain, but the R word is a swear word on an event day. We don't like to say the R word because we don't like it to rain.
It's going to slow down now, I suppose.
As lunchtime approaches, the rain sets in and the storm is moving closer.
We've done almost 3.5 hours of trading and everybody seems really happy. So few.
But in truth, it may not be the rain that poses the greatest threat.
It's the wind. Wind is the worrying part.
We should let everybody know they should start to pack up. Storm Amy is coming.
I think we've got 5 minutes before the wind hits Mapperton.
Just inland from Dorset's Jurassic coast, Mapperton House has been hosting its annual end-of-season plant fair. But as lunchtime arrives, so too does the full force of autumn in the form of Storm Amy.
Oh, now the wind's going to blow.
This may be an important event in Mapperton's calendar, but the Montagues don't want to take any risks.
We're about to get hit by all of this.
Okay.
We've just literally got this little pocket.
Okay, well, let's put these down.
It's the wind. I don't mind rain. It's the wind that causes, look, it's the wind that just blows everything over because it's too tall.
It's going to hit in a minute. So I'm encouraging people to think about packing up, actually.
Yeah. With no choice but to call an end to the fair, everyone beats a hasty retreat to the cafe. But after several hours of successful trading, Luke and the team are unlikely to let the weather dampen their spirits.
One has to realise with these places that they aren't simply a family home. They are the centre of a community. You can just see how much fun people are having. And I find it really satisfying when people come and tell me what a wonderful time they've had.
And after another year as custodian of this wonderful estate, Julie is more determined than ever to preserve the history of this small corner of Dorset for future generations.
I've become very attached to this place, and I never thought I would, ever. If this place was gone or had to be sold and owned by somebody who didn't want to open up to the public, if you lose that, you've really lost the stories that come with a visit to this house. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Oh my God, that's so cute, one more.
I'm so pleased that at least half the Mapperton Plant Fair proceeded storm-free. Of course, in years to come, it may prove more memorable because of the awful weather. At another of our houses, rain is not threatening a particular event. It is, however, revealing some maintenance issues. And this in a house where the current generation are making a real effort to get the building in better shape for the next generation.
Midway between Birmingham and Manchester, our destination is the 1,500-acre estate of Whitmore Hall. It may be a beautiful morning in Staffordshire, but last night's weather has led to something all homeowners fear: a dripping ceiling.
Well, sit-rap is we have a small leak in that corner.
Fortunately for Whitmore's owner, Edward Kavanagh Mannering, it's only the small ceiling of the hall's single-storey porch.
Right, I'm going to get it then.
And maintenance chief Simon Chafe has arrived with a ladder to investigate.
Well, I know in the summer we had some work done on the stonework, so possibly there's debris from the work that was done.
Oh, it's completely flooded.
Yeah.
It's the fun part of running a Grade 1 house, this. Drains, sewers.
The rain was that heavy, potentially it's washed some moss off. The issue is the drain hole is about that big, and it doesn't take much to block it up. As expected, the small drain holes are blocked with moss and a bit of debris from when they had the work done on the porch. Okay. Use the trusty garden cane method. It's literally taken a garden cane to clear the hole and it's draining now.
Oh, here we go. A couple of 100 metres there. It shows you how easily damage is done to buildings. But that's a quick win. Easily solved.
This may be one small problem dealt with, but the long-term well-being of Whitmore Hall remains Edward's big concern. So, to help pay for future restoration work, he's opening up more and more of the estate to health and leisure activities. The 80 acres of Whitmore Lakes was created with fishing in mind. But several of the pools are now reserved for taking a dip with friends or swimming coaching, and one other attraction.
People love the fact that you can sauna and have a view. It's a very spiritual place. You reconnect. Water, fire, air. It's wonderful.
Enjoy your swim, you know where you're going? Yes. Yeah.
Edward's wife Heather has been a driving force in setting up Whitmore's wellness offering. She and Edward are now looking to maximise the business potential of Heron Lake.
We had it as a paddleboard lake and it was successful, but not really big enough. So we had the idea to expand our saunas.
We've got 5 sauna bases, but we're going to put 5 porta saunas on top of the bases.
However, they now need to retrofit one element of the project.
What we forgot to do, irritatingly, was put the astroturf in, which runs from the back here, right the way through to the water's edge, and then so many metres out into the water.
And so you haven't got mud underfoot until you go into swimming depth. OK, get your waders on.
This is all a long way from how Heather first met the 34th Mannering to run the Whitmore estate.
Ooh, look at that. They feel good, actually. Good fit.
He came to try a car when I was selling cars, so I had to take him out on a test drive in the car he was interested in. And apparently I said that I thought his farmer's arms were... I recognised them as being farmer's arms, because my father was a farmer.
Yeah, let's take it to the wet point.
Instead of buying the car, he said, do you fancy going for a drink sometime? And so that was it.
OK, 4 metres.
Yeah. So he never bought the car from me.
I did later.
You did, but not from me. So, yeah.
It was a Peugeot 306.
No, I didn't get a commission.
But after nearly 30 years together, I'm sure Heather has forgiven him.
You just want to go out and swim now with this and cool off.
Yeah.
With the AstroTurf measured, Edward heads off to see the 35th generation of the family.
Second in command of mopping is my daughter, Adelaide, who's hiding. Addie?
17-year-old Adelaide is in an unusual position, as Edward's sister Fleur and mother Christine are well aware.
The line of inheritance, father to son, yes, for 900 odd years. And in that time, we've had 3?
I think 3.
Female heirs. And then we're on to the next one, and that is Adelaide, and she will inherit from Edward, won't
yes,
she? So she will be, hurrah for a bit of feminism, she will be the 4th female heir in 1,000 years.
But for now, Adelaide is helping her mother set up for tonight's yoga class.
We've got 14 clients tonight, and we're just going to set up the hall.
I've been helping mostly this year, working in the summer overall, just when I'm not in sixth form. But it's really nice and calm and chill. And Yeah, it's definitely a nice job to be able to have. Out of all the sort of ones I could have at my age, it's really nice.
The challenge her parents and aunt have set themselves is to ensure they hand over a house in reasonable condition.
We're making absolutely certain that this building is fit for purpose for the next generation, and making certain that we're not giving her a nightmare.
So today, Fleur has arranged for heritage consultant Tony Hanna to pay a visit and make a thorough tour of the property.
Wow, this is nice.
Yes. It's like the equivalent of bringing a doctor in, because if we leave it too long, the financial costs would be enormous. Without even breathing, you're probably looking at well over £1 million.
We need to look at the cellars. That'll allow us to understand how to look after the building.
But what we really hope is that nothing needs to be done.
Whitmore Hall in Staffordshire has been in the hands of one family for over 900 years. Edward Kavanagh Mannering and his sister Fleur are keen to preserve the history of their home and hand it over to the next generation in the best state possible.
Yeah, good shove.
None of the lights work.
Put your phone light on.
Watch out for the dead mice.
Today, they've invited heritage consultant Tony Hanna to explore the many layers of history in the hall and assess how the building is holding up. He believes the evidence of Whitmore's earliest origins will be found in the cellar.
This here, these vaults here.
Yeah.
I think this has been added, so this goes down further.
You think there might have been another layer?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
This was probably added, this stone flag floor, when they built the 17th century facade. The vault in there, you can see that's brick. See that stressed stone there? Can you see how it's been marked? I couldn't say what date, but I would say it's definitely medieval dressed stone.
That's amazing.
The stone was chiselled so it could bond easier with the other stones. It's not clean, straight wall. That's medieval stone. And that's what I hope to find out here. Straight away, we're already seeing that this house goes back to the medieval period. I feel like an archaeologist now.
Tony suspects the origins of Whitmore Hall match those of the nearby 12th century church. Since then, a timber-framed manor was developed in Tudor times, with a further brick facade added in the late 17th century.
You've got air vents here. That keeps it dry.
God, the whole house is littered with them.
You think about it, how clever they were. Because they realised they weren't going to build directly onto the timber frame building.
No, there's a gap.
There's got to be a gap, and to keep that air flowing in that gap,
Keep the wood
and
dry.
that will keep the brick dry and the wood dry. Also act as insulation.
Whilst Tony's here, there's one important outbuilding on the estate that Fleur and Edward would love to get his opinion on.
Supposedly one of the oldest stables in the country. Walk into it and it's just got such a sense of history.
That has real history.
Well, the stables, they've got a wonderful atmosphere about them. There's something very special about them. We've had parties there, a lot of very good parties. Fleur had we had a medieval feast there, didn't we, darling?
Just watch the cobbled.
Okay.
Yes, it got a bit out of hand, I think.
But for many years now, the condition of the stables has become another headache for Fleur and Edward.
So these are the stables that we know, well, we know that existed in 1600 and are considered some of the oldest, with the columns and that side of it. So we think that this building's always been here. It's a lot older than any of us have ever thought. And it got converted into stables in the 1600s.
Like a gatehouse.
I mean, who knows?
Whatever the original purpose of the building, this is now a very rare example of a Tudor stable block, with horses housed on the ground floor and their grooms on the floor above.
Wow. This is really well built. You've got really good West Midlands vernacular here. You've got box timber framing. This would have been made prefabricated. So this would have been put together on the grind and then lifted up with a winch. And then the cross beams with the purlings going in, and that's how it would have been constructed.
Since then, one other intriguing detail has been added.
All these marks here, those are what are called ritual burn marks.
They're actually indented.
Oh, no, I
They've
didn't know
burnt their
that.
way and feel across.
What part do you feel?
They've burnt, tells me it's a red hot poke or something very hot.
They're sometimes called witch burn marks, but that's not correct. Because what they're meant to do is they're meant to bring you good fortune.
The mark on the wood would have been almost like a blessing.
Yeah.
So the scorching would have said, we're marking this with goodness.
Yeah.
And there would have been a priest who would have there to witness that and blessed it.
Yeah.
For a stables, it's really well built. And it's in really good condition.
That's really good news.
I've studied West Midlands architecture for years, and just seeing it here, and all the elements are here in this building, just adds to this exceptional rarity.
It's a relief to hear good news about the condition of the stables. But how is the hall itself faring?
You spent a lot of time looking at the building from the outside and the inside. What is your take on the current condition? I mean, would you call it average, good, poor?
I wouldn't say it's poor. I wouldn't say it's good. I would say it's in the middle.
Middle.
I think if I was going to give it marks out of 10, I think it'd probably be around 6.
Tony will now compile a full report on what he thinks the maintenance and renovation priorities should be in the years ahead.
A lot of the stuff that they can do to rectify any structural deficiencies in the house can be done fairly easy. So I'm really pleased to be involved with such a beautiful house, such a beautiful setting.
And for owners who are feeling the weight of history and responsibility, this is a welcome boost.
I just go and I see problems.
Yeah.
I see maintenance, I see bills.
You don't see the building.
I didn't see the building, but he loves the building. He was helping me fall back in love with the building and its specialness.
Yeah.
Having followed our house owners for a whole summer, I think we're already seeing them feel the results and rewards of their hard work. Often, this is work that stands to benefit the house for generations to come, and in some cases, it will enable more people to share in the history and beauty of these important buildings. One shining example this summer has been in Northamptonshire, where a key historic attraction is about to open to the public for the first time in decades, here at Ashby Manor House.
So we've got 35 ladies from the Leamington Spa Arts Club, I think it is. And they are coming for a private tour of the house and garden.
Ashby's owner, Nova Guest, has just completed a summer of costly renovation work on the estate's Tudor gatehouse, where plans for the gunpowder plot were once hatched.
At the end, I want to take them into the plot room and then back into the house for tea and coffee and cake.
Private tours like this have been only a small part of Ashby's recent past. But with the famous gatehouse now open, they could become a regular fixture in the future.
So I think we've only done about 4 private tours, but I feel like it's getting more known about. So I'm hoping it's something that we can, do half a dozen of a year. That would be perfect. It's so lovely to get the house ready for anyone coming in, filling it with flowers. It's what it's made for, to be filled with people, that house.
To keep costs to a minimum and give visitors the personal touch, for now, Nova is leading the tours herself.
Yeah, I always think, golly, am I going to run out of things to say? But then I'm in the moment and it sort of seems to go on. We shall see. But maybe the more I do these tours, the more I'm practiced.
Today's guests will be at Ashby for 2.5 hours. Whilst private tours are a short and simple earner for the estate, it's not all plain sailing.
A bit of excitement and dread, but we are generating income. Oh, we need to get the kettle out. Maybe both the kettles and plug them in.
With 90 minutes until the guests arrive, housekeeper Maureen is helping Nova to set up.
They're going to come in the main gate, and then we'll get the coat stick, and then if they've got coats, we can hang them here. This is the sort of...
The long-term success of these tours will require plenty of 5-star reviews.
35 today, I think. I believe 35, yeah.
By 2 p.m, all is set. The guests are welcomed in, and Nova kicks off with some insight into the mastermind behind Ashby's design.
So this is now the stone hall, which Lutyens always like to incorporate a stone hall into his houses. And this is very new, 1906. We're going to make our way out the back door.
Next stop, Ashby's rather quirky architectural import.
So you will have noticed this Tudor building, which was originally a shop on Carr Street in Ipswich. My husband's great-grandfather bought it, and much to Lutyens's horror, he was asked to incorporate it into the design. So here's the statue garden, and the statues have been here for 400 years or so, and we host weddings and events here.
Nova is clearly a natural at engaging the group, and the guests seem extremely pleased with their experience so far.
Very impressed, and it's been wonderful to really feel welcomed.
It's just so beautiful, and the amount of work that has been done in 10 years is astonishing.
Coming through.
But of course, the highlight of today's tour is Nova's passion project, the reimagined plot room.
So this is the room where Robert Catesby and the conspirators gathered to hatch plans. Actually, a bit smoky. I've opened the window.
It's lovely.
Yeah. We're trying to finish it. I found a table which is 17th century.
After years spent locked up and neglected, this small but significant room can now look forward to many more visitors. But what did today's first group of visitors make of the plot room?
This seemed more compact and perhaps more secret than we expected, but it certainly has the atmosphere. So yes, the odd shiver up the spine.
These are the first set of visitors we've had in here for a very long time. Such a lovely thing to add onto a tour and gives it sort of another whole different perspective.
With the tour complete, it's back to the house for tea and cake.
This one? That is definitely Maureen. I've only done, and Maureen makes the most amazing fruit cake. That's my ridiculous banana cake.
Within days of adding some furnishing to the renovated gatehouse, Nova has already seen her work pay dividends for the estate.
Well, I think the tour did go well, and I would love to do more of them, actually, because it's the middle of the week. It's a large group, so it's a good amount of money. It's relatively easy in terms of, impact on the house. And I think it would be clever to try and do more of them.
And with fresh historic appeal on offer, the future looks bright for this stunning country house.
Oh, that's a pleasure. Have a safe trip home. Take care, everyone. Okay, bye. Well, I think that was quite good.
We're nearly at the end of our summer following 9 country houses. And we're finishing right back where we started. Chavenage House in the wonderful Cotswolds.
What was it that attracted you to James?
Well, obviously the big house, wasn't it? It was, wasn't it? It must have been.
There you go.
James Leslie Williams inherited this 2,000-acre estate from his grandfather 2 years ago, but is still getting to grips with what he and wife Emma have taken on.
We did actually count. We've got 25 bathrooms. No fireplaces, 25 fireplaces. We don't actually know how many bathrooms we've got. This is all ours, babe. Can we believe it? It can be quite overwhelming.
Having married James just last year, Emma's been rather thrown into a new life of saving a country house. But this gung-ho couple have embraced the challenge by kick-starting a host of projects.
That's one down.
They are all aimed at transforming Chavenage's earnings.
Drinks out for you.
Right, now it's power tool time, James.
We're determined to add revenues and generate an income so that the next generation can have a slightly easier life than we've had.
But having prioritised the business plan, James and Emma haven't had time to start turning the Elizabethan manor house into their own home. It's a prospect that Emma is finding mildly alarming.
We haven't started the renovation yet, so this is how it was done up sort of 70 years ago, and it hasn't really been touched since.
This has been the family seat of the Leslie Williams for 6 generations, and every corner of it needs a good clear-out before the couple can restore it.
So upstairs, it's a lot of brown carpet.
You know, on the surface, it looks worse than it is.
There is stuff everywhere. Every drawer is full. One too many railway magazines that we need to keep, I think. There's also a stuffed bird here. I'm not sure anyone needs this amount of chairs. Lamps, so many lamps. Don't know why. It's going to be great.
But dealing with all that is for the future, because the priority now is to complete a project that's been taking shape all summer. As we've seen at Whitmore Hall in Staffordshire, James and Emma are investing in the well-being trend, in the form of a luxury sauna with James's homemade changing rooms. With autumn now here, the venture is ready to launch.
Right.
Sauna.
What do you think? A few finishing touches?
Yeah, I need to do some cleaning.
Having committed £10,000 to this venture already, James and Emma are determined to make it a success.
Oh, it does look good,
It
though.
does look good.
Little damp, the old rug.
Rained so much in the night.
I've added the fire pit. I've also added like a log pile.
Just need to get open, get going, get some good feedback, hopefully, and see what people think. And I think that's the only way that we're going to tell if it's going to work or not.
But before the public are let in, the couple are unveiling it to the toughest crowd they know, Dad George and Aunt Caroline.
Are you going to clean the window? And I'll clean the deck. It needs to look spick and span for the family. They're a hard nut to crack. The family don't really get it.
Not sure the
Which
family...
puts a little bit of pressure on it.
I'm not sure the family think it's a very good idea at the moment. I do slightly worry about how much we've put on our plate.
Well, Em's actually quite nervous. I'm actually really excited.
Can I just say, the thing is, we've rented this sauna, so we're paying for it and it hasn't gone live yet.
Isn't ideal because we are essentially losing money month on month.
James doesn't like it if I'm ever
Negative
about anything.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
We've started 2 new businesses together in a really short amount of time and got married. And so we haven't had any practice. We're literally learning on the job, and some things crop up and we're like, oh my God, neither of us have any experience of dealing with it.
And if all that wasn't enough to cope with, the couple have one more responsibility on the horizon.
We have got some news.
We are bringing a new life in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, don't...
There's nothing quite to show yet, but
No,
it is there.
Emma is pregnant, and it's really exciting, which actually makes us feel slightly less daunting about moving into a manor house, seeing as there's going to be a few more of us.
Yeah, I think, well, just one more at the moment. Just one more.
Oh, is it not twins?
No.
This afternoon, though, it's the older generation that James and Emma are expecting.
They're on their way. The family are coming.
Caroline looks like the Queen.
Also coming along for a ride is Big Al, who helped James build the sauna site.
I feel like it's kind of a royal visit.
This is a big inspection of what you've been up to.
I just don't think it's their cup of tea. I think Dad might come round. Caroline's going to be a hard nut to crack. Caroline, have you seen anything like it?
No.
Good start.
The idea is that we've tried to make it as private as possible.
So why have you put it in the most public field that we've got?
Because this is the only field we got planning for.
I see. Well, the younger generation have really thrown themselves into it, and I really approve of their enthusiasm. And I think if the amount of enthusiasm that goes into it pays off, that would be great. Come and show us in.
Come in.
It is very much a royal visit here.
First up on the inspection are the changing rooms, built by James and Big Al.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it? She's nicer in here than...
Is that my carpet?
It's actually my carpet.
Is it?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
a
it looks
rather
like-
wet-looking carpet.
Oh, it looks like loos.
Well,
No, it looks lovely.
No, they're not loose. It's just changing rooms, so you
Right.
can bring your bag,
Yeah.
bring your cosy or your trunks.
A lovely view from here.
Not a building in sight or a road or anything.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
On a beautiful evening with the sun low in the sky, everyone agrees that the setting is perfect. The joy of a sauna, on the other hand, isn't as clear to all.
People come.
Yeah.
They take all their clothes off.
Yeah.
They go in and get hot and sweaty.
Yeah.
Yes.
They then stand and get freezing cold on the shower.
Yes.
Then they come into here to an ice bath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go back in
And
there.
then go back in and do it
And
all
you're
again.
expecting them to pay for it.
Yeah. that is the plan.
I would pay, not... to me, it's like Spanish torture. But anyway.
I've heard some people say to me, oh, I hate being hot. I love being hot.
But I just don't think they're spa goers.
For me, personally, to pay for misery, the idea of getting hot, sweaty, and then cold in an ice bath and naked doesn't actually fill me with the greatest sort of joy. But I'm not on trend, and this could be fantastic.
We're going to find out, see, because you're coming in.
Yeah,
we're coming in.
Well, I'm certainly not taking my clothes off.
Let's have a look inside.
Right, come in.
With the sauna on and becoming really rather toasty,
Oh, it's on.
You switched it on.
Should I take my shoes off?
No, don't worry, see.
it's time to take a test.
What about Flora?
Flora's going to get too hot.
Oh.
Oh.
So far, this is the best bit.
This
What happens now? You just talk to each other, like...
Yes,
Well,
yes.
so now we just kind of sweat.
And how long do you sweat for?
So, Caroline, it's basically like doing 30
Charles, get
minutes of
off my back.
exercise.
I'm quite warm now. Oh, fresh air. It's a very fine sauna and beautiful views to sit and watch the evening roll in.
What's this?
It's not Jim. It's not Jim.
That's not the soup ladle.
What's this one?
That's you put it on there, and then it steams it.
Very warm.
Of course, we've been brought up that it was virtually like an ice bath in our own bathrooms at Chavenage. So, and we didn't have to pay for that. So, for the people with really nice warm houses, it could be terrific.
With the family mostly won over and the sauna set to open, the Loseley Williams clan members are feeling optimistic about the future of Chavenage.
Well done, you boys. You have done well. And Emma, your
Well done.
style has been it's fantastic.
I think trialling these new things, potentially it could pay off.
Yeah.
I also think, you know, this field wasn't making us any money. You know, if we can try and make
something out of
something out of nothing, then it's another dripping tap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Give it a go.
I think the future's great. I think Emma announcing her pregnancy is a kind of boost for everything, because we can see the next generation starting to grow.
Next
and I think that's what we're all aiming for, is to keep the Loseley Williams family here as long as possible.
No pressure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for our royal visit.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see, won't we? Fingers crossed.
What a wonderful array of places and projects we've seen up and down the land at our 9 country houses. Well, 7 houses and 2 castles. But for me, it's been the people who've shone the brightest. The work of running a very large, very old home never stops, and the passion for that work has been so clear to see. So, how do you save a country house?
It's sounding like quite an expensive job.
It clearly takes hard work.
Oh, golly.
I think replace it.
Good ideas.
201 years old, and here I am, jimming it with a crowbar.
Bold entrepreneurship.
Right, come here, you. Freshly laundered, good as new.
And a strong team.
Go on. Up.
And maybe the most interesting thing is that they are planning for a future, not just for themselves, but to be open to visitors like you and me for many years ahead. That is why our country houses are worth not just saving, but cherishing.